You're tuned into the haunting station, where the rain never stops and the roads never end. Tonight's story comes through the static just for you, so sit back, listen close, and don't look in the rearview mirror. I know you use this video to help you fall asleep, so I'm here to help you with that. By the way, where are you from and what time are you watching this video? Make yourselves comfortable and relax. If possible, subscribe to the channel and give it a like. I never thought a baby stroller could be the start of a nightmare, but as I huddled in my dark apartment, listening to the sound of someone trying to pick the lock on my front door, I realized how wrong I was. It all started 2 weeks ago. I had just moved to Chicago with my 6-month-old daughter, Emma. Money was tight and I needed a stroller. New ones were way out of my budget, so I turned to Craigslist. After scrolling through countless ads, I found one that seemed perfect. A gently used baby cruise stroller for half the retail price. The seller, Susan, lived just a few blocks away. I sent her a message and we agreed to meet at her apartment the next day. Driving there, Emma was in her car seat and I felt a mixture of excitement and nervousness. I had never bought anything on Craigslist before, but surely it would be fine. It was just a stroller. Susan's apartment was in a part of town I didn't know. The buildings were older, with peeling paint and bars on the windows. When we arrived at the address, I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. A woman in her 30s answered with a warm smile. "You must be Anna," she said. "Come in. I'm Susan." I hesitated for a moment and entered, holding Emma close. The apartment was messy but clean, with toys scattered on the floor. A small child looked at us from behind the sofa. "This is my little one, Zoe," Susan said, gesturing to the child. She just turned 3. They grow up so fast, don't they? Emma's already 6 months old. I can't believe it. Susan led me into the living room, where the stroller was, looking even better than in the photos, with hardly a scratch on it. As I examined it, Susan talked about her children and asked me questions about Emma. It felt normal and pleasant. Even after a bit of small talk and a test drive pushing the stroller around the apartment, I handed over the money. Susan helped me carry it to my car. "Drive carefully," she said as I buckled Emma into her seat. "There are some crazy drivers out there." I waved goodbye, feeling satisfied with my purchase. It wasn't until I was halfway home that I realized how strange that last comment had been. How did she know which direction I was going? Maybe she was just being friendly. The next few days were uneventful. The stroller worked perfectly, and I began to forget about the slightly odd interaction with Susan. But on the 4th day, I noticed something strange. I was walking with Emma to the park when I saw a car parked across the street. What caught my attention was the driver, who seemed to be watching me. When I looked directly at him, he quickly looked away. I quickened my pace, my heart beating a little faster. At the park, I looked around, but the car was nowhere to be seen. I told myself I was imagining things, but the next day I saw it again. The same car, in the same place, but this time when I looked, the driver didn't look away, just stared, his expression unreadable behind his sunglasses. I ran back home, pushing the stroller faster than usual. Emma started to get restless, sensing my anxiety. As soon as I got inside, I locked the door and called my best friend. "Lisa, am I going crazy?" I asked after explaining the situation. Lisa's voice was serious. "I don't think you're crazy, Anna. That definitely sounds scary. Have you seen the car before?" "I think so. I didn't pay much attention before." A chill ran down my spine. "My God, Lisa, what if they've been following me this whole time?" "Let's not panic," Lisa said, though I could hear the concern in her voice. "It could be a coincidence, but just in case, maybe you should change your routine for a few days to see if anything changes." I agreed, and we made plans for Lisa to come over that weekend. After hanging up, I went to check on Emma. She was sleeping peacefully in her crib, unaware of her mother's growing fear. The next day, instead of our usual morning outing, I went to a coffee shop in a different neighborhood and sat by the window drinking my latte and watching Emma babble in her stroller. I started to relax. Maybe I was overreacting. That's when I saw the car parked across the street, half hidden behind a delivery truck. My hand started shaking, causing my coffee to spill. I grabbed my phone, ready to call Lisa, the police, or anyone. But when I looked back, the car was driving away. I caught a glimpse of the driver. It was a different man from the one I had seen before. That night I hardly slept. Every noise made me jump. Was that a car door closing outside? Footsteps on the stairs? I checked the locks a dozen times, closed the curtains, and kept Emma's crib next to my bed. In the morning, bleary-eyed and exhausted, I made a decision. I needed to find out what was going on. I called in sick to work and asked my neighbor, Mrs. Chen, to watch Emma for a few hours. "You look terrible, dear," Mrs. Chen said, as I handed her Emma. "Just feeling a little under the weather. I'm going to the doctor." Instead, I drove to Susan's apartment. I didn't have an exact plan, I just knew I needed answers, and that's where it all started. When I parked across the street, I saw Susan leaving her building. She was alone, with no sign of her daughter. She got into a car, the same dark sedan I had been seeing everywhere. My heart raced as I followed her. She drove to a rundown shopping center on the outskirts of town. When she got out of the car, a man approached her. They talked for a few minutes, and their body language became tense. Susan handed him an envelope, and he gave her a small package in return. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Was Susan involved in something illegal? And what did it have to do with me? I was so focused on Susan and the man that I didn't notice another car pulling up behind me until it was too late. A loud knock on my window made me jump. A man with a hard face and cold eyes motioned for me to roll down the window. With trembling hands, I obeyed. "Is there a problem, officer?" I asked, even though I was sure he wasn't a cop. "Get out of the car," he said in a low, threatening voice. I thought about running, but where would I go? The man grabbed my arm in a painful grip. "You couldn't just leave things as they were, could you?" he growled. "You had to come and take a look." He started dragging me toward Susan's car. She was watching, her face a mask of guilt and fear. "Please," I begged. "I don't know what's going on. I have a baby at home. Please, just let me go." The man's grip tightened. "Shut up, you're coming with us." Suddenly the sound of sirens filled the air. Police cars stormed into the parking lot and officers jumped out with their guns drawn. Everything happened very quickly after that. The man tried to run, but he was detained. Susan began to cry and fell to her knees with her hands up. A police officer approached me. "Are you Anna Thompson?" he asked. When I said yes, he nodded and continued. "We've been investigating this group for months. Your friend Lisa called us when you didn't return her calls. She was worried." I let out a sob of relief. Lisa, my paranoid, wonderful, life-saving best friend. In the hours that followed, I learned the truth. Susan was part of a criminal network that used Craigslist to find targets for robbery and identity theft. The stroller had been rigged with a GPS tracker. They had been following me, learning my routine, and planning to rob me. As I sat at the police station giving my statement, all I could think about was Emma, my beautiful, innocent daughter who, unbeknownst to her, had been in danger the entire time. When I finally got home, I hugged Emma so tightly that she started to squirm. Mrs. Chen was full of questions I wasn't ready to answer. That night, while Emma slept peacefully in her crib, I sat by the window, jumping at every sound. The police assured me that it was all over, that everyone involved had been arrested, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I looked at the stroller that was still in the corner of the room. Tomorrow, I would get rid of it and buy a new one, even if it meant maxing out my credit card. But for now, in the dead of night, I allowed myself to cry for the fear I felt, for the trust I had lost, and for the realization that sometimes the most ordinary things can lead us into extraordinary danger. As I wiped my eyes, I promised myself and Emma that I would be more careful, yes, but I wouldn't let fear rule our lives. We had survived, and we would be stronger for it. But I would never buy anything on Craigslist again. Next story. I never thought I would find hell in paradise, but as I crouched in the darkness listening to the voices of the killers, I realized how quickly paradise could turn into a nightmare. It was supposed to be a simple hike, a chance to clear my head after a messy breakup and the stress of city life. I was looking for peace and quiet in nature, so when I found a trail in a remote part of the Rocky Mountains, it seemed perfect. Solitude, just me and the wilderness. The first day was everything I hoped for. The air was fresh and clean. The views were breathtaking. I hiked until my legs ached and set up camp as the sun began to set. As I sat by my small campfire, watching the stars appear one by one, I felt a sense of calm I had never experienced before. It was on the second day that everything changed. The trail became less defined as I ventured deeper into the wilderness. The trees seemed to grow thicker and the undergrowth denser. I was thinking of turning back when I saw a small clearing ahead and what looked like an old cabin. Curiosity got the better of me, and I approached cautiously, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of pine needles. The cabin was weathered and its wood was gray with age, but as I got closer, I noticed something strange. The padlock on the door looked new and shiny against the weathered wood. I told myself I should leave and continue my hike, but something kept me there. Maybe it was the mystery, or maybe just the need for some form of human connection after a day and a half alone in the woods. I circled the cabin, peering through the dirty windows. The interior was dark, but I could make out the shapes of the furniture, a table and a few chairs. It seemed to be inhabited and not abandoned, as I had initially thought. I decided to camp nearby. I told myself it was just to rest, but deep down I knew I was waiting to see who used this isolated cabin. I pitched my tent a short distance away, hidden in a thick grove. At dusk, I put out the fire and settled in for the night, my ears alert to any sound. The hours passed, and I was on the verge of sleep when I heard the low rumble of an engine. My eyes flew open. The sound grew louder, and then I saw headlights cutting through the trees. My heart raced. I unzipped the tent just enough to see a large pickup truck pull into the clearing. Its headlights illuminated the cabin. 3 men got out, their voices low but heavy in the night air. "Did anyone follow you?" "No, we're clear," replied another. "Let's get these things inside, quick." I watched, barely breathing, as they unloaded several large bags from the truck. They moved with a sense of urgency, looking around nervously as they worked. When the cabin door opened, light spilled out, and I caught a glimpse of what was inside one of the bags. My blood ran cold. Guns, lots of them. I returned to my tent, my mind racing. What had I found? Gun runners. I knew I was in a dead end, that I needed to get as far away as possible, but I was trapped. My car was miles away. In the darkness and with those men nearby, trying to leave would be suicide. So I waited, muscles tense, listening to the muffled voices from the hut. Occasionally I heard laughter and the clinking of the bottles they were drinking from, which somehow made everything even scarier. I must have dozed off at some point because when I came to, sunlight was streaming through my tent. The clearing was silent. Carefully, I peeked outside and saw that the truck was gone. I began to pack up my gear as quickly and quietly as I could. Just as I was about to leave, I heard voices again, but they were different, loud and angry. "I'm telling you, someone's been here." My heart stopped. In my rush to leave, I had been careless. They had seen signs of my camp. "Spread out," ordered another voice. "Find whoever it is." Panic took hold of me. I abandoned my tent and, grabbing only my backpack, ran without caring about the noise, only about getting away from the cabin. I crossed the undergrowth and the branches hit my face. I could hear them behind me shouting at each other. They were gaining ground. I stumbled on a path and fell hard on a small slope, my ankle hurting. As I tried to get up, I realized it was sprained, or maybe broken. I couldn't run. Desperately, I looked around, and a few meters away there was a fallen tree whose roots had created a small cavity. It was my only chance. I dragged myself there, squeezing into the space. It was tight, with earth and rotten wood pressing in on all sides. I tried to control my breathing. Each gasp sounded like thunder in my ears. I heard footsteps approaching, crunching on leaves and twigs. "Where are you, you little rat?" a voice growled terrifyingly close. I closed my eyes, wanting to disappear. "Did you find anything?" a voice called from afar. "Nah," the man near me replied. "The trail here isn't the same anymore. He must have gone back to the cabin. We need to move everything now." The footsteps receded. I don't know how long I lay there. Every sound made me lose my mind. It was hours, maybe. When I finally mustered the courage to peek outside, the forest was quiet. No voices, no footsteps, just the normal sounds of birds and wind in the trees. Slowly, and in great pain, I left my hiding place. My whole body ached, my ankle throbbed, but I was alive. Vaguely aware of the direction I was going, my only thought was to put as much distance as possible between myself and that cabin. As the day wore on, my pace slowed. My ankles swelled with every step in agony. The forest seemed endless, the trees blurring into a green wall. Just as despair was beginning to set in, I heard the faint sound of running water, a stream. And where there was a stream, there could be a trail. I followed the sound. Hope gave me a second wind, and there it was, a small stream, and next to it, a narrow but clear trail. I started down the trail. My steps were a little lighter, despite the pain. Soon I began to hear other voices, but not the harsh, angry voices from before. These were light and cheerful, the sound of laughter. There they were, a family, 2 parents and 2 children, setting up camp near the stream. They looked at me as I approached, and their smiles turned to concern when they saw my appearance. "Are you okay?" the father asked, already approaching me. I opened my mouth to answer, but no words came out. Instead, to my horror and embarrassment, I began to cry. The next few hours passed in a blur. The Johnson family was on a weekend camping trip and gave me food, water, and first aid for my ankle. Mr. Johnson used a satellite phone to call for help. While we waited for the Rangers to arrive, I told them a version of what had happened, leaving out the parts about guns and the chase. I said I had gotten lost and hurt my ankle. They were understanding, and the children were wide-eyed with excitement about my adventure. When the Rangers finally arrived, I was taken to a small clinic in the nearest town. While a paramedic checked my ankle, a police officer came to take my statement. I told him the whole story. The cabin, the men, the guns, the chase. The officer's face grew more serious as I spoke. "You're lucky to be alive," he said when I finished. "We've been after this group for months. They're part of a major arms smuggling operation." He asked me more questions, jotting them down in his notebook. When he was done, he assured me they would look into it immediately. "We'll need you to stay in town for a few days," he said, "just until we get everything sorted out." I nodded, too exhausted to argue. As he left, a nurse arrived with some painkillers. When they started to take effect, I felt myself drift off to sleep. In my dreams, I was back in the forest, running from invisible pursuers. But this time, there was no escape. I woke with a start, my heart pounding, and it took me a moment to remember where I was. The small clinic room was dark, and moonlight streamed in through the window. But as I lay there, listening to the quiet beeping of the machines and the soft footsteps of the nurses in the hallway, I realized that something had changed. The forest, once a place of peace and refuge, now had a darker meaning. I thought about the hike I had planned, the solitude I had longed for. It seemed naive now, almost laughable. In trying to escape the complexities of city life, I had stumbled into a nightmare far worse than anything I had left behind. As I drifted back to sleep, one thought kept running through my mind. Sometimes the real dangers aren't in the world we're trying to escape, but in the one we're running toward. Next story. The paradise I learned can hide the darkest secrets of all worlds. The smell of copper hit me before I even opened the door. I knew it wouldn't be a routine check, but nothing could have prepared me for the horror that awaited me inside that isolated farmhouse. My name is Sarah, and I've been a social worker for over a decade. I've seen my fair share of difficult situations, abuse, neglect, poverty, but what I found that day shook me to my core. It started like any other case. A concerned neighbor called to report that he hadn't seen the Johnson family in days. The Johnsons were a quiet group, with a mother, father, and 2 children. They lived on a small farm about an hour outside of town, keeping to themselves. Rural families often went days without seeing their neighbors, but something seemed different as I drove down the long, dusty road leading to the farmhouse. There was an uneasy feeling in my stomach. The normally picturesque countryside seemed mysterious, with shadows stretching out in the late afternoon sun. I tried to shake off the feeling, attributing it to an overactive imagination. I stopped in front of the house, the gravel crunching under my tires. The place felt wrong. The curtains were drawn, and there was no sign of the usual farm activity. The old pickup truck that was always parked out front was missing. I took a deep breath and got out of the car. The air was thick and still, not even a breeze to stir the tall grass. As I approached the front door, I noticed scratch marks on the wood, as if someone or something had been desperately trying to get in or out. I knocked on the door, and the sound echoed menacingly. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Johnson. It's Sarah from Social Services. I'm just here to check in." No answer. I knocked again, louder this time, but nothing. Protocol said I should leave if no one answered, but something kept me there. Whether it was intuition or foolishness, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. I tried the door handle. To my surprise, it turned easily. When the door opened, that smell of copper hit me full force. I gagged and put my hand over my mouth. "Hello?" I called out in a trembling voice. "Is anyone home?" Silence greeted me, broken only by the sound of the floorboards creaking under my feet as I stepped inside. The interior of the house was dark, the curtains drawn against the fading daylight. When my eyes adjusted, I saw signs of a struggle. A broken lamp on the floor, an overturned chair, and then I saw the blood. It was everywhere, splattered across the walls and wooden floor. My heart raced, every instinct screaming at me to run, but I couldn't. If there was any chance someone was still alive, I had to find them. I stepped deeper into the house, my shoes sticking slightly to the sticky floor. The living room was a mess, with broken picture frames. Whatever had happened here had been violent. From the kitchen, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. A soft, almost inaudible moan coming from upstairs. "Hello?" I shouted louder. "Is anyone there? I'm here to help." Another moan, a little louder this time. Definitely human. With my hand shaking as I held onto the banister, each step creaked under my weight, the sound incredibly loud in the silent house. At the top of the stairs I stopped. The trail of blood continued down the hallway to a closed door at the end. The moans were clearer now, punctuated by soft sobs. I approached the door slowly, my heart beating so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Hello?" I announced. My voice was little more than a whisper. I turned the doorknob and opened the door. The room was dark, but I could make out a small figure huddled in the corner. When my eyes adjusted, I saw that it was a child, a little girl, no more than 6 or 7 years old. "Hi," I said, trying to keep my voice calm despite the terror that gripped me. "My name is Sarah. I'm here to help." The girl looked up, her eyes wide with fear. She was covered in blood, her blonde hair was matted, but when I looked closer, I realized with relief that she didn't appear to be hurt. The blood wasn't hers. She cowered as I approached, but I reassured her. "I won't hurt you." "Lucy," she stammered. "My name is Lucy." "Hi, Lucy," I said, kneeling down to her level. "Can you tell me what happened? Where are your parents?" When I mentioned her parents, Lucy's face crumpled and she began to sob seriously, her small body shaking. I tried to get closer, fighting every instinct that told me to grab the child and run. "Lucy, can you tell me where your parents are?" Lucy pointed a trembling finger at the closet. My gaze followed hers, and I noticed for the first time that the closet door was slightly ajar. A dark liquid was seeping out from underneath it and spreading across the carpet. I knew what I would find, but I needed to be sure. "Lucy," I said in the firmest voice I could muster, "I need you to close your eyes for me, okay? And keep them closed until I tell you it's okay to open them. Can you do that for me?" Lucy nodded, squeezing her eyes shut tightly. I stood up, my legs shaking, and approached the closet. The smell was unbearable now. I grabbed the doorknob, took a deep breath, and opened it. What I saw will haunt me for the rest of my life. The Johnsons were there, or what was left of them. Their bodies were mutilated beyond recognition, and there, huddled between them, was a little boy, Lucy's brother, his eyes open, dead for days. I staggered backward, bile rising in my throat. I managed to close the door before losing the contents of my stomach on the bedroom floor. It looked like an animal attack, but no animal I knew could have caused this level of devastation. And how had Lucy survived? I returned to the girl still cowering in the corner with her eyes closed. I had to get her out of here now. "Lucy," I said, my voice hoarse, "you can open your eyes now. I'll take you to a safe place." She nodded, and her eyes opened. I held out my hand, and after a moment's hesitation, she took it as we made our way down the stairs. I grabbed my cell phone to call the police. No signal, of course. We stepped out into the street, the fresh air a welcome relief from the horror inside. We made our way to my car, helping her into the back seat, and as I closed the door, I heard something that made my heart stop. A low, guttural growl. In the overgrown field next to the house, at the edge of the tall grass, I saw movement, something large moving on all fours. In the dim light, I saw a glimpse of matted fur, long, sharp claws, and eyes glowing in the twilight, fixed directly on me. I didn't think. I didn't breathe. I just moved, opened the driver's door, threw myself into the car, and turned the key. The engine roared as the creature rose from the grass and came toward us. I put the car in reverse, the tires spinning on the gravel. In the rearview mirror, I saw the creature closing in on us, its jaws open, revealing rows of teeth as sharp as blades. We pulled onto the road and I changed direction, stepping on the gas. The creature was right behind us, so close I could hear its claws scraping against the trunk. "Hold on, Lucy," I shouted, swerving to try to lose it. For miles it chased us. Every time I thought I'd lost it, I'd see it in the mirror, tireless and relentless. It wasn't until we reached the main road, with other cars appearing around us, that it finally fell away as we sped toward the city lights on the horizon. I allowed myself to breathe. Lucy was curled up in the back seat, silent. I looked at her, this little survivor of unimaginable horror. "It's okay," I said, trying to convince her as much as myself. "We're safe now." But as I drove through the night, my hands shook on the steering wheel. I knew that wasn't true. We had escaped, yes, but safety was an illusion that had been shattered forever. Whatever that thing was, it was still out there. As the adrenaline wore off and the reality of what I had seen began to sink in, I realized that my life and Lucy's would never be the same again. The quiet countryside I had driven through just hours ago now seemed full of shadows, of hidden dangers, and I knew that from that night on, every darkness would hold the potential for terror, every silence promising that bone-chilling roar. As we drove toward the city, the familiar horizon offered little comfort. I made a silent vow that I would protect Lucy, find out what had happened to her family, and somehow, one day, I would understand the nightmare we had lived through. But deep down, I knew that some horrors cannot be explained. Some terrors do not end when the sun rises, and sometimes the monsters that hide in the shadows are very real. Next story. The day I stopped a child trafficking ring began like any other shift on the beach, but by sunset I was staring evil in the face and realized that monsters don't always hide in the shadows. Sometimes they walk among us in broad daylight. My name is Mike, and I've been a lifeguard at Sunset Beach for 5 summers. It's usually a pretty good job with sunny sand and the occasional heroic rescue to impress the girls, but nothing in my training prepared me for what happened on that scorching July afternoon. From the lifeguard tower, I applied sunscreen and surveyed my domain. The beach was already crowded, with families staking out spots with colorful umbrellas and coolers, while teenagers showed off on their surfboards. Around noon, I noticed a group of men approaching. There were 4 of them, all in their 30s or 40s. Something about them seemed strange from the start. They were dressed too nicely for the beach, wearing button-down shirts and pressed khaki pants instead of swim trunks and tank tops. And unlike everyone else who was sunbathing, they huddled together in the shade of a large beach umbrella. At first, I tried to dismiss my discomfort. Maybe they were just a few businessmen on their lunch break enjoying the view, but as the afternoon wore on, their behavior became increasingly suspicious. They never went near the water or even took off their shoes. Instead, they sat stiffly in their chairs, constantly scanning the beach. Every now and then, one of them would mutter something to the others, who would nod gravely in response. But what really set off alarm bells was the way they watched the children. Their eyes followed the kids as they ran by, lingering a little too long. One of them had a camera and seemed to be taking a lot of pictures in the direction of the playground. A chill ran down my spine despite the sweltering heat. I'd seen my share of jerks on the beach, but this group seemed different, more organized, more sinister. I spoke to my supervisor Jake on the radio and shared my concerns. "Keep an eye on them," he advised, "but don't get involved unless you see them actually doing something. We can't accuse people without proof." I nodded, but my gut churned with unease. As the afternoon wore on, the men's behavior grew bolder. They split up, each occupying a different section of the beach. It was as if they were creating a perimeter. One positioned himself near the snack bar, another near the restrooms, while the other 2 remained near the main entrances. My heart raced as I realized what they were doing, cutting off the escape routes. I scanned the beach frantically for any children who might be in immediate danger. That's when I saw her, a little girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old, building a sandcastle near the water. She was out of sight of her mother, who was distracted talking to a friend. One of the men was walking directly toward her. Time seemed to slow down. I saw his lips move as he knelt down beside her, pointing toward the water, as if showing her something. The girl smiled, nodding her head, and he reached out his hand. I didn't think. I just moved. I jumped off the tower and ran across the sand with my whistle between my teeth. I blew hard as I ran, the shrill sound cutting through the noise of the beach. "Get away from her!" I shouted as I approached them. The man looked up, his eyes widening in surprise and then narrowing in anger. He let go of the girl's hand and ran away. I wanted to chase him, but the girl's safety came first. The girl's mother came running, alerted by my whistle. "What's going on?" she demanded as she grabbed her daughter. "Ma'am, I need you to stay with your daughter and notify an employee if you see this man again," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "He may be trying to kidnap her." The color drained from her face as she hugged her daughter. I didn't wait for a response and was already scanning the beach for other suspects, realizing clearly that their cover had been blown. I saw one of them heading for the parking lot, another quickly gathering his belongings. I grabbed my radio. "Jake, it's Mike. Those men I told you about just tried to lure a child away. I think we're dealing with drug dealers. We need to call the police." Jake's response was immediate. "Understood. I'm calling the police." "Don't approach them alone, Mike. These guys could be dangerous." But I was already running toward the parking lot, determination prevailing over caution. I couldn't let them get away, not when children's lives were at stake. Without thinking, I grabbed a beach umbrella from a nearby tent and threw it like a dart. It hit the rear window of the SUV, startling the man who was getting into the car. I used those precious seconds to close the gap, opening the driver's door. He got out of the car and attacked me with his fist. Stars exploded in my vision, but adrenaline kept me on my feet. I grabbed him, and we fell to the asphalt. We fought there in the parking lot, trading blows. He was stronger than I expected, but I had youth and righteous anger on my side. I managed to pin him to the ground just as sirens blared in the distance. "It's over," I said, spitting blood. "The cops are coming. You're finished." His eyes glowed with hatred. "You have no idea what you've done," he spat. The police arrived moments later, quickly taking control of the situation. As they handcuffed the man I had subdued, I saw two of his compatriots being led away in handcuffs. The fourth, unfortunately, managed to escape in the chaos. The next few hours passed in a blur of interrogations and statements. The police praised my quick thinking, but reprimanded me for putting myself in danger. My mind was reeling as the full impact of what had almost happened sank in. They had methodically planned to steal children right from under our noses. How long had they been operating? How many children had they already taken from other beaches, other cities? As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the now empty beach, a detective called me aside. "Good work today, son," he said gravely. "We've been trying to unravel this trafficking ring for months. Thanks to you, we finally have some solid leads." I nodded, a lump forming in my throat. "Will they be okay?" I managed to ask. The detective's expression softened. "The ones here today, yes, thanks to you. But there are others out there who still need to be saved. This is bigger than just one beach, I'm afraid." His words hit me like a punch in the stomach. I looked out at the darkening water and thought of all the children who could be out there, scared and alone. I made a decision. "How can I help?" I asked, turning to the detective. He studied me for a moment and then nodded. "We need someone with your instincts and dedication. It won't be easy, and it's certainly not as glamorous as being a lifeguard. But if you're serious, come down to the station tomorrow and we'll talk." That night, as I lay in bed, replaying the events of the day, I knew my life had changed irrevocably. The beach and the job I loved suddenly seemed trivial in the face of the darkness I had glimpsed. I thought about that little girl, how close she was to being torn away from everything she knew and loved, and I thought about all the other children who might not be so lucky. As I grappled with the weight of my new knowledge, the world suddenly seemed like a much darker and more dangerous place. But as I watched the first rays of dawn pierce through my ceiling, I felt a steely determination settle in my chest. I couldn't undo what I had seen or unhear that man's chilling words, but I could use that experience, that anger and determination, to make a difference. As I rose to face the new day, I knew that my time as a carefree lifeguard was over. Now a different kind of vigilance was needed, and someone had to face them. Today, I would cease to be just a guardian of the beach and become a guardian of innocence itself. And may God help anyone who tried to hurt a child under my watch. Next story. I never thought that an old dusty box would be the key to unlocking a world of danger and intrigue. But as I crouched in the shadows, listening to the voices of ruthless smugglers, I realized that some treasures are best left buried. My name is Dr. Amelia Carter, and I am an archaeologist specializing in ancient Egyptian artifacts. I have spent years studying hieroglyphics and unraveling mysteries of the past, but nothing in my studies could have prepared me for the breathtaking adventure that began on a scorching hot day in the Valley of the Kings. It was my third season working at an excavation site near Luxor. The heat was oppressive, the sun beating down mercilessly as my team and I carefully excavated a promising area. We had been working on it for weeks, unearthing pottery shards and the occasional piece of jewelry, but nothing out of the ordinary. That's when my colleague Trell struck something solid. "Hey everyone, I think I found something." My colleagues gathered around as I carefully removed the sand. The object began to take shape, a small wooden box intricately carved with symbols I didn't recognize. "Dr. Carter," my assistant Tom whispered in awe, "it doesn't look like anything we've seen before." He was right. The box didn't fit with the time period we were excavating. It was older, and much better preserved than it should have been. With trembling hands, I lifted the box from its resting place. It was surprisingly heavy for its size, and I could hear something moving inside. "Let's take this back to the lab," I said, cradling the box as if it were a newborn baby. "We need to document everything before we open it." Back at our makeshift lab, we carefully photographed and measured the box. The hieroglyphs were unlike any I had seen before, a mixture of familiar symbols and others that were completely foreign. It was maddening to try to make sense of it, but crucial pieces were missing. As the sun set, casting long shadows across the desert, we finally prepared to open the box. I carefully lifted the lid. Inside, nestled in what appeared to be silk, were several small artifacts. A golden scarab, whose eyes were made of precious stones, a set of small tools whose purpose was unclear, and most intriguing, a series of miraculously preserved papyrus scrolls. "This is incredible," I breathed, carefully unrolling one of the scrolls. The writing was crisp and clear, as if it had been written yesterday rather than thousands of years ago. This could change everything we know about ancient Egyptian culture. We worked late into the night, cataloging and photographing each item. It was only in the early hours of the morning that I finally collapsed onto my sofa, my mind spinning with the possibilities that this discovery presented. The following days were a blur of excitement and research. We kept the discovery a secret, not wanting to alert the media until we had a better understanding of what we were dealing with. But as I delved deeper into translating the scrolls, a sense of unease began to grow. The texts spoke of hidden temples, rituals, and powers that defied explanation, and more worryingly, of a group dedicated to protecting this knowledge at all costs. Next story. I've always considered myself a good judge of character, but on that rainy night, when the stranger in the passenger seat revealed his true nature, I realized how deadly wrong I could be. My name is Sarah, and I've been driving for a ride-sharing company for about a year. The job pays the bills and allows me to meet all kinds of interesting people, or at least that's what I thought before that fateful night. It was a Friday night in late October, the kind of night when the rain falls in sheets, turning the world into a blur of neon reflections and headlights. I had been driving for hours, picking up drunk college students and tired office workers through the slippery streets of downtown. The pickup location was on the outskirts of town, near an old industrial park. It wasn't the safest area, but the price was too good to pass up. Besides, I told myself, what are the chances of something bad happening on my last ride? When I arrived at the address, I saw a lone figure standing under a flickering streetlight. He was tall and thin, wearing a dark hoodie that obscured his face. A small duffel bag hung from his shoulder. I hesitated for a moment, my instincts screaming at me to drive away, but then I remembered all the times I had been judged unfairly based on my appearance. He slid into the back seat, bringing with him the smell of rain and something else I couldn't quite place. "Thanks for stopping," he said in a low, hoarse voice. I forced a smile, meeting his eyes in the rearview mirror. They were dark, intense eyes that sent a shiver down my spine. "No problem," I managed to say, trying to keep my voice steady. "Where to?" He gave me an address about an hour out of town. It was far from my usual area, but the fare would be substantial. For the first few minutes, we drove in silence. The only sounds were the rhythmic noise of the windshield wipers and the patter of rain on the roof. I could feel his eyes on me, watching my every move. "So," I said, desperate to break the tension, "what brings you out to the middle of nowhere on a night like this?" He was quiet for so long that I thought he hadn't heard me. When he finally spoke, his words sent a chill down my spine. "I'm running away from something," he said. "Something bad." I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. He leaned forward, his hot breath on my ear. "The police," he whispered. "I did something terrible, and they're after me." My heart was beating so hard I was sure he could hear it. I tried to keep my voice calm as I asked, "What did you do?" He sat up and I could hear the smile in his voice. "Why don't you pull over and I'll show you?" All my instincts screamed to step on the gas and get as far away from this man as possible. But we were on a deserted stretch of highway. Trees loomed on both sides, and there was nowhere to go. I stammered. "Maybe I should just take you to your destination." He grabbed my shoulder with surprising strength. "Pull over now." I did as he said, pulling the car over onto the muddy shoulder. As soon as we stopped, he got out of the car and walked over to my door. I tried to lock the door, but he was faster, opening the door and dragging me out into the rain and mud. When I looked up, he was standing over me with an evil-looking knife gleaming in his hand. "Please," I begged, rain and tears mixing on my face. "You don't have to do this," I said. He crouched down and brought the knife close to my cheek. "But I have to," he said almost tenderly. "You see, I can't have any witnesses, and you, my dear, have seen too much." I closed my eyes, waiting for the bite of the blade, but instead I heard a sound that made my eyes fly open in shock. The man was laughing deeply, laughter that shook his entire body, and to my utter disbelief, he helped me to my feet. "You should see your face right now," he said, wiping the tears from his eyes. "It's priceless." I looked at him, my mind struggling to process what was happening. "What's going on?" I asked. He smiled, all traces of menace gone from his face. "It's a joke, sweetheart, for my YouTube channel. Look." He pointed to a small camera attached to his hood. "You've been tricked." Relief washed over me quickly, followed by anger. "Are you messing with me?" I shouted, pushing him away. "You scared me. What's wrong with you?" His smile faltered. "Hey, come on, it's just a joke. People love this stuff online." I was about to lunge at him again when a new sound cut through the night. Sirens were getting closer by the second. The man's face drained of color. "Someone must have seen us and called the police," he muttered. "We have to get out of here." I held my ground. "No," I said firmly. "I'm not going anywhere with you. Explain your prank to the police yourself." His expression hardened. "I'm not asking," he growled, grabbing my arm. The threat was back in his voice, and this time I knew it wasn't an act. I fought against his grip, but he was too strong and started dragging me back to the car, his fingers digging painfully into my arm. At that moment, my survival instinct kicked in. I remembered the self-defense class I had taken years ago, the instructor's voice ringing in my ears. "Use whatever you have as a weapon." My free hand closed around the car keys in my pocket. In one swift motion, I pulled them out and slammed them into his face. He howled in pain, letting go of my arm to grab his bleeding cheek. Without hesitation, I ran down the highway toward the approaching sirens. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps pounding on the wet asphalt, but fear and adrenaline propelled me faster than I had ever run in my life. The police car appeared, its lights cutting through the rain. I waved my arms frantically, screaming for help. The car stopped, and two police officers got out with their guns drawn. "Get down!" one of them shouted. I fell to the ground, my heart racing, and heard a struggle behind me. Then, the sound of handcuffs clicking into place. As the officers helped me to my feet, I turned to see my attacker being pushed into the back of the police car. The look he gave me was pure hatred. "Are you okay?" one of the officers asked, placing a blanket over my shoulders. "I think so, thank you." Over the next few hours, I gave my statement to the police. The man, whose real name was Derek, had a history of similar pranks that had turned into actual assaults. The duffel bag in his car contained rope, duct tape, and other items that made it clear his intentions were far from innocent. As I sat at the police station, drinking lukewarm coffee and trying to process everything that had happened, a detective approached me. "Miss," he said gently, "I know this has been a traumatic experience, but I want you to know that you probably saved lives tonight. We've been tracking this guy for months, but he always manages to stay one step ahead. Thanks to you, he's finally off the streets." His words should have made me feel better, but all I felt was numbness at the realization of how close I had come to becoming another statistic, another tragic headline. In the days and weeks that followed, I struggled to get back to normal life. Every time I got behind the wheel, I found myself checking and rechecking the locks. Every passenger became a potential threat. But little by little, with the help of therapy and the support of my friends and family, I began to recover. I learned that trusting my instincts wasn't the same as judging people unfairly, that it was okay to prioritize my safety over being polite. I never drove for the ride-sharing company again. Instead, I channeled my experience into advocating for stricter safety measures for drivers and passengers. I shared my story in the hope of helping others trust their instincts and stay safe. That rainy night changed me forever, but it also showed me a strength I never knew I had. And while I will always be more cautious, I now refuse to let fear rule my life. After all, for every Derek in the world, there are countless good people, and that's a truth worth remembering, even on the darkest, rainiest nights. Next story. The night I uncovered a criminal operation at the warehouse was the night I realized that sometimes the most dangerous secrets hide in the most mundane places. What started as a routine shift turned into a fight for survival that would change my life forever. My name is Jack, and I've been working as a night security guard at Millennium Storage for about 3 years. It's not the most exciting job in the world, but it pays the bills and gives me plenty of time to work on my novel. That's what I used to think before that fateful night, a Tuesday in late October, the kind of night when the wind howls around the corners of the building and all the shadows seem to move. I started my shift, settling into the small security office with a thermos of coffee and my ink-stained notebook. The first few hours passed without incident. I made my rounds checking the locks and peering down the long corridors of crates and boxes. The warehouse was huge, a maze of steel shelves that stretched to the ceiling. Most of the time, I found the solitude peaceful, but tonight something seemed strange. Maybe it was the way the wind made the metal roof creak and groan, or maybe it was just my imagination working overtime after spending the day writing a particularly tense chapter of my crime novel. But no matter what it was, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was around 2 a.m. when I heard a noise, almost lost in the ambient noise of the building. But years of night work had sharpened my hearing, and I knew it wasn't normal. I turned off the small TV in the security office and listened intently. There it was again, a metallic clinking sound, followed by muffled voices coming from the north section of the warehouse, an area that should have been empty. My heart began to race. It wasn't like the other times I had investigated strange noises and discovered that a raccoon had gotten in or that a stack of boxes had fallen over. This was different. It was human. I grabbed my radio to call for backup, but when I turned on the microphone, I realized I was too far from the security office and the signal couldn't penetrate the maze of metal shelves. I had a choice to make. I could go back to the office and call the police, letting whoever was here get away, or I could investigate on my own and gather evidence. I know I should have called the police, but at that moment, fueled by adrenaline and perhaps a little overconfident after writing about fictional heroics, I decided to check it out for myself. I grabbed my flashlight and headed toward the north section, making as little noise as possible. The voices grew louder as I got closer, and I could hear snippets of conversation. "We're going all night," one voice hissed. "I'm going as fast as I can," another replied. "This thing is heavy." I got closer and my heart was beating so hard that I was sure they would hear it. I turned a corner and saw them. 5 men, all dressed in dark clothes, carrying boxes on a forklift. I recognized one of the boxes that had arrived last week, marked as electronic components for a local technology company. But as I watched, one of the men opened it, revealing rows of weapons inside. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just a simple robbery, it was something much bigger, much more dangerous. I must have gasped or made some noise because suddenly one of the men looked up. Our eyes met, and for a split second the world seemed to freeze. "Company," the man shouted, reaching for something at his waist. I didn't wait to see what it was. I turned and ran, my feet pounding the concrete floor. Behind me I could hear shouting and the sound of pursuit. I tried to lose them in the maze of shelves, but they knew the layout very well. I found myself cornered in a dead-end corridor, with the sound of footsteps approaching from both sides. Desperate, I looked around for something I could use as a weapon or a hiding place. That's when I saw a small space between 2 huge boxes, big enough for me to hide in. I got in without hesitation, scraping my arms and legs on the rough wood. I held my breath as the men ran past my hiding place, the beams of their flashlights sweeping the area. For a moment, I thought I was safe, but then I heard one of them say to check all the nooks and crannies. I knew it was only a matter of time before they found me. As quietly as possible, I took my cell phone out of my pocket. No signal, of course. I was about to give up hope when I remembered the emergency call feature. Even without a signal, I might be able to call 911. With trembling fingers, I dialed the number and held the phone to my ear. The seconds it took to connect felt like an eternity. 911, what is your emergency? The dispatcher's voice was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. In a whisper, I quickly explained the situation. "I'm at Millennium Storage. There are armed men here smuggling weapons. I'm hiding, but they're looking for me. Please hurry." "Sir, stay calm. We are sending units to your location. Now, can you stay on the line?" Before I could answer, a hand grabbed my ankle and pulled me out of my hiding place. My phone fell to the floor, and the operator's voice was still faintly audible. I found myself face to face with one of the men, his eyes cold and angry behind a ski mask. "You thought you could hide from us, rats," he sneered. I was lifted up and dragged back to where the others were waiting. My arms were tied tightly behind my back, and I was forced to my knees. "What shall we do with him?" asked one of the men. The leader, a tall man with a scar on his cheek, looked at me thoughtfully. "We can't leave any witnesses," he said finally. "Let's take care of him, then we'll finish loading and get out of here." My heart sank. This was it. I was going to die here in this warehouse, all because I was curious and too stupid to call for backup right away. One of the men raised a gun. I closed my eyes, ready for the end. But instead of a gunshot, I heard the most welcome sound in the world. Police sirens, growing louder by the second. The men scattered, dropping their weapons and running for the exits. I heard shouts of "Police! Freeze!" and the sound of footsteps thundering around me. When I opened my eyes, I was surrounded by police officers. One of them was cutting the ropes from my wrists, asking if I was okay. The next few hours passed in a blur of questions and statements. The police had captured most of the men, although a few had managed to escape. I learned that I had stumbled upon an arms smuggling operation that had been running right under my nose for months. As the sun began to rise, casting long shadows through the warehouse windows, a detective approached me. "Mr. Thompson," he said, "I want you to know that your actions tonight have probably saved countless lives. The weapons we seized here, well, let's just say they would have caused a lot of damage in the wrong hands." Still in shock from the magnitude of the night's events, "I was just doing my job," I muttered. The detective smiled. "You did much more than that. You showed a lot of courage. Have you ever considered a career in law enforcement?" I laughed weakly. "I think I've had enough excitement for a lifetime, thank you." But as I watched the police continue to process the scene, I felt something shift inside me. The fear and adrenaline were being replaced by a sense of purpose I had never felt before. I realized that my nights of quiet security shifts and writing fiction were over. I had seen evil face to face, and I couldn't go back to pretending. In the weeks that followed, I found myself thinking more and more about the detective's words. Maybe I had what it took to make a difference in the real world, not just on the pages of my novel. 6 months later, I enrolled in the police academy. It wasn't an easy decision, and the training was brutal. But whenever I doubted myself, I remembered that night in the warehouse. I remembered the courage I found when it mattered most. Now, as I patrol the streets in my police car, I sometimes think back to my old job at the warehouse and how one ordinary night changed the course of my life forever. And I realize that sometimes the greatest adventures and the greatest dangers are hidden in the most unexpected places. All it takes is the courage to investigate that strange noise in the middle of the night and the wisdom to know when to call for backup. Are you still there? If so, subscribe to the channel and leave it a like. It helps me to tell these stories to more listeners. Next story. I never thought a cheap motel room would become my personal hell, but as I huddled in the bathroom listening to the sound of someone picking the lock, I realized that sometimes the most dangerous predators hide behind the friendliest smiles. My name is Mike, and I'm a traveling salesman. It sounds like a bad joke, but it's my life, driving from town to town and staying in one dirty motel after another. After a while, you get used to it, or at least I thought I had. It was a Tuesday night in late October when I pulled into the parking lot of the Starlight Motel. The neon sign flickered dimly. Half the bulbs burned out, but it was cheap, and I was tired after a long day of rejections and slammed doors. The guy at the front desk looked like he'd been there since the motel opened, probably sometime in the 1970s. He had that overly friendly demeanor that always makes me nervous, asking lots of questions as he checked me in. "What brings you to our little town, Mr. Johnson?" he asked, his smile never reaching his eyes. "Just passing through," I replied, trying to be vague. "I have some business in the next county." He nodded, a little too enthusiastically. "Sure, lots of salesmen come through here, always on the move. You must feel lonely." I forced a laugh, eager to get to my room and away from his questions. "It has its moments, but that's the job." He handed me the key, a real metal key, not one of those electronic cards. "If you need anything, just let old Bob know." I thanked him and went to my room, trying to shake off the uncomfortable feeling his attention had given me. The room smelled of mold, faded wallpaper, and a TV that had seen better days, but the bed looked clean enough, and that was all I really cared about. I fell onto the bed without even bothering to take off my shoes. I must have dozed off, because when I came to, I was waking up to a knock on the door. Bob was there, with the same overly broad smile on his face. "Mr. Johnson," he said, sounding not at all apologetic. "Just wanted to check if everything was okay. I noticed your car had a flat tire." I furrowed my brow in confusion, then alarm. "But I just drove here, how?" "These things happen," he interrupted me gently. "Why don't you come take a look? I'm pretty handy with cars, and might be able to help you out." All my instincts were screaming at me not to go with him, but I was still half asleep, and the idea of being stuck with a flat tire in the morning was enough to override my caution. "Sure," I said, grabbing my jacket. We walked to the parking lot, the night air cold on my face. As we approached my car, I noticed something strange. All the tires looked fine. I opened my mouth to question him when I saw the glint of metal in his hand, and before I could react, something hard struck the side of my head. The world spun, then went black. When I regained consciousness, I realized I was back in my motel room, tied to a chair. Bob was standing in front of me, that friendly smile now turning sinister. "Well, well," he laughed. "Sleeping Beauty is awake. You know, Mr. Johnson, you salesmen are all the same. So trusting, so easy to fool." Fear gripped my throat as the reality of my situation became clear. "What do you want from me?" Bob's eyes gleamed with a mixture of greed and madness. "It's not about what I want. It's about what you have. You see, salesmen always carry cash. They always have something valuable in their sample cases." He went over to my bags and rummaged through them with interest. "But that's not all," he continued, almost talking to himself. "You're also perfect victims, always on the move. No one misses you for days, sometimes weeks." My blood ran cold as I realized the implications of his words. Have you been doing this for a long time? How many other people had fallen into this trap? How many lives had ended here? I tested my bonds. The ropes were tight, but there was a slight slack in the one around my right wrist. "Don't bother," Bob said, without even turning around. "I've done this many times to know how to tie a knot." Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced it down. I needed to think to find a way out. "You don't have to do this," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I won't tell anyone. Just take my money and let me go." Bob turned to me, shaking his head with feigned sadness. "I can't do that. I can't let you run to the police, can I? This is where your journey ends, Mr. Johnson." He pulled out a menacing-looking knife, a blade that caught the dim light. "But don't worry, I'll make it quick. After all, I'm not a monster." At that moment, something inside me snapped. With a strength born of desperation, I threw myself backward, chair and all, and fell to the floor. The impact sent shock waves of pain through my body, but it also loosened the ropes. Bob lunged at me, but I managed to roll away. My right hand, now free, grabbed the nearest object, a table lamp, and I swung it with all my strength. I hit Bob's head with a sickening crack, and he fell hard. For a moment I lay there panting, then moving as fast as I could, my limbs still partially trapped, I worked to free myself completely. Once free, I wasted no time and grabbed my wallet and car keys, not bothering with the rest of my belongings. As I ran for the door, I heard Bob groan. He was starting to recover. I ran across the parking lot toward my car. Behind me, I could hear Bob shouting, his footsteps pounding on the pavement. I threw myself into the driver's seat, stuck the key in the ignition, and pulled out of the parking lot in a cloud of gravel. In the rearview mirror, I saw Bob standing in the middle of the road, his face a mask of rage. I drove for hours, my hands shaking on the wheel, expecting at any moment to see headlights approaching me. It wasn't until the sun began to rise that I finally allowed myself to relax a little. I stopped at a busy truck stop, my mind racing. I needed to call the police, but part of me was terrified that they wouldn't believe me, or worse, that this was all part of some larger operation. In the end, I decided to keep driving. I crossed state lines, stopping only when absolutely necessary. It wasn't until I was 3 states away that I finally worked up the courage to go to the police. The officer who took my statement listened to me with a grim expression. "You're not the first to report something like this," he said when I finished. "We've had similar stories from other travelers, but you're the first to escape and identify the perpetrator." Over the next few weeks, I worked with the police, helping them build a case against Bob at the Starlight Motel, and I discovered that I was right. He was part of a larger operation. Bob was just a cog in a machine that had been preying on travelers for years. When they finally made the arrests, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders, but the relief was short-lived. The experience had changed me in ways I was only beginning to understand. I couldn't go back to my old job. The idea of driving from city to city and staying in motels filled me with a dread I couldn't shake. I ended up finding an inside sales job that allowed me to go home to my own bed every night. Lying awake at night, I think about how close I came to becoming just another missing person, another unsolved mystery. I think about the others who weren't as lucky as I was and whose stories ended in that dirty motel room, and I realize that the world is full of predatory bobs hiding behind friendly smiles and helpful gestures. The experience has made me more aware and cautious. Now, when I check into a hotel or meet a stranger, I'm always on guard. Some might call it paranoia, but I know it's not, because sometimes the most dangerous threats aren't the ones that seem scary on the surface. Sometimes they're the ones that lure you in with a smile and a "how can I help you?" In the end, I learned that trust is a precious thing that should not be given away freely, and that sometimes the difference between life and death can be as simple as listening to that little voice inside that says something is wrong. I survived my night at the Starlight Motel, but the real challenge was learning to live with the knowledge of what lurks behind some of the friendliest facades. I hope that others can learn without having to go through what I went through, because in this world, a little caution can go a long way, and sometimes the most important skill isn't making the sale. It's recognizing when you're being sold a deadly lie. Next story. The day I found the first hidden camera was the day my world fell apart. But it wasn't until the mysterious messages started appearing on my TV that I realized the true depth of the nightmare I was living. My name is Olivia, and until 3 months ago, I was just a normal 28-year-old photographer living in a cozy loft apartment in downtown Chicago. I loved my space, the brick walls, the huge windows that let in the perfect natural light for my work, the feeling of security and solitude in the heart of the bustling city. It all started innocently enough. I was cleaning the bathroom, running my hand behind the toilet to grab a piece of trash, when my hand brushed against something small and hard stuck to the back of the toilet. Curious, I pulled it out and examined it. It was a small black device, no bigger than a button, with a lens on one side. My blood ran cold when I realized what I was holding. A camera, a hidden camera in my bathroom. At first, I tried to rationalize that it might have been left behind by the previous tenant, but as I searched my apartment with growing panic, I found another one hidden in a plant pot in my bedroom, and another disguised as a screw in the kitchen light fixture. Each discovery sent a new wave of nausea through me. I called the police, of course. They came, collected the cameras as evidence, were understanding, but unfortunately weren't much help. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is becoming more common, the officer told me. We'll look into it, but what he wasn't saying was they probably wouldn't find whoever did this. The following weeks were a blur of paranoia and sleepless nights. I hired a security company that came and scanned my entire apartment and found 3 more cameras I hadn't seen. I changed all the locks, installed a state-of-the-art security system, and even put privacy film on all my windows, but it wasn't enough. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I walked into a room, my eyes darted to the corners, searching for hidden lenses. I stopped inviting friends over, too embarrassed and scared to explain why I insisted on whispering even in my own home. Then, about a month after finding the first camera, it happened. I was up late editing photos when my TV suddenly turned on by itself. The screen was black, but white text began to appear, as if someone were typing in real time. Olivia, did you really think you could keep me away? The fear I felt was so intense that I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. This couldn't be happening. It had to be a nightmare, but it was real. Too real. More text appeared. I see you, Olivia. I've always seen you, and I always will. I pulled the TV plug out of the wall and my hands were shaking so badly that I could barely hold the cord. But even with the TV dark and silent, I could feel eyes on me, always watching me. That night, I slept in my car parked in a busy 24-hour supermarket parking lot. The next day, I went to the police again. They filed another report and promised to investigate, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. With no evidence, no message still on my TV, it was just my word. I tried to live my life as normally as possible. I had photo shoots to do, clients to see, but the feeling of being watched never left me. I started noticing strange things. My furniture slightly out of place when I got home, as if someone had been in my apartment. My computer files accessed when I knew I hadn't opened them. And the messages kept coming, sometimes on my TV, sometimes on my computer, always taunting me, always reminding me that I was being watched. That red blouse looked beautiful on you, Olivia, but I prefer you in blue. You really shouldn't eat so late at night. It's bad for your digestion. Your mother sounded worried when you spoke to her today. Maybe you should visit her soon. Each message was a knife twisting in my gut, a reminder that every aspect of my life was under surveillance. I stopped using my computer except for absolute necessities. I covered my TV with a blanket and even started changing clothes in my closet, the only space in my apartment without corners for cameras to hide in. Friends began to notice that something was wrong. I had lost weight, dark circles permanently etched under my eyes from lack of sleep. But how could I explain? How could I tell them that my entire life had become a real-life horror movie? I reached my breaking point when a message appeared on my cell phone, a device I thought was safe, which I had checked and double-checked for spyware. You can't hide from me, Olivia. I'm always with you, always. Something inside me snapped. I threw my phone against the wall, watching with a mixture of satisfaction and despair as it shattered into pieces. Then I started destroying the rest of my apartment. I ripped the curtains, tore up the floorboards, punched holes in the walls. If there was still a camera, I was going to find it. Hours later, my beautiful loft was in ruins. Dust and debris covered everything. My hands were bleeding from tearing at the wood and plaster, and I hadn't found a single camera. As I stood there, surrounded by the wreckage of my life, I began to wonder, were there no more cameras, and was this all in my head? The idea was almost worse than the reality of being watched, because if I was imagining it, if my mind was turning against me, how could I ever feel safe again? I don't know how long I sat there crying in the ruins of my home, but eventually a calm came over me, a sense of clarity I hadn't felt in months. I got up, wiped my eyes, and started cleaning while I worked. I made a decision. I couldn't live like this anymore, whether the threat was real or imagined. I needed help. I checked myself into a psychiatric hospital and told them everything about the cameras, the messages, the constant feeling of being watched. The doctors listened to me without judgment and promised to help me figure out what was real and what could be the product of trauma and stress. For the first time in months, I slept through the night. The hospital room was sparse in institutional terms, but I felt safer than I had in my apartment in a long time. It's been 3 weeks since I checked in. The doctors diagnosed me with a mixture of PTSD and paranoid delusions, triggered by the real trauma of finding the initial cameras. We are working with a combination of therapy and medication. Some days are harder than others. There are moments when I still feel like I'm being watched and want to check every corner for hidden lenses, but I'm learning to challenge those thoughts to stick to reality. I don't know if I'll ever find out the whole truth about who installed the first cameras, or if the messages were real, or a figment of my fractured psyche, but I'm taking it one day at a time. I'm not sure what the future holds. My apartment is still in ruins. My photography business is on hold, but for the first time in months, I feel a glimmer of hope. I am rebuilding my life piece by piece. The most important lesson I have learned is that sometimes the greatest threats are not external. Sometimes the most dangerous traps are the ones our minds create for us. But with help and perseverance, we can find our way out of even the darkest mazes. Here in my hospital room, looking out at the city skyline, I promise myself that I will not let fear rule my life. I won't allow invisible observers, real or imagined, to steal my peace. I will recover and regain my sense of security because in the end, the most important gaze we should worry about is our own, the way we see ourselves, and the strength we find within ourselves to face our deepest fears. Next story. I never thought that accepting a ride request would lead me straight into a nightmare, but when the cold barrel of a gun was pressed against my neck, I realized that sometimes the most dangerous journeys begin with a simple where. My name is Alex, and I've been driving for a popular ride-sharing company for about a year. It's not a glamorous job, but it helps pay the bills while I finish my degree. The nights are pretty quiet, with drunk college students, tired office workers, and the occasional tourist, but nothing could have prepared me for that rainy Friday night. I was thinking about calling it quits when one last ride request popped up on my phone. The price was too good to pass up, so I accepted and drove to the pickup location, a dimly lit corner in a part of town I wasn't familiar with. When I pulled up, I saw a man standing under a flickering street light. He was tall and thin, wearing a dark hoodie that covered his face. Something about him made me nervous, but I shrugged it off. I had learned not to judge passengers by their appearance. He slid into the back seat, bringing with him the smell of rain and cigarettes. "Thanks for stopping," he said, his voice low and bitter. "Not many drivers come to this neighborhood." I looked at his eyes in the rearview mirror, which were dark and intense, sending a chill down my spine. Trying to keep my voice steady, I asked, "Where to?" He gave me an address about an hour out of town, but the fare would be substantial. I entered the address into my GPS and pulled away from the curb. For the first few minutes, we drove in silence, the only sounds being the rhythmic noise of the windshield wipers and the patter of rain on the roof. But I could feel his eyes on me, watching my every move. So I said, desperate to break the tension, "What brings you out to the middle of nowhere on a night like this?" He was quiet for so long that I thought he hadn't heard me. When he finally spoke, his words sent a chill down my spine. "I'm running from something," he said. "Something bad." My knuckles turned white. "What?" I managed to say, but he leaned forward, his hot breath on my ear. "The police," he whispered. "I did something terrible and they're after me." My heart was beating so hard I was sure he could hear it. I tried to keep my voice calm as I asked, "What did you do?" He sat up and I could hear the smile in his voice. "Why don't you pull over and I'll show you?" Every instinct I had was screaming at me to stop and get as far away from this man as possible. But we were on a deserted stretch of highway with trees looming on both sides. There was nowhere to go. "I don't think that's a good idea," I stammered. "Maybe I should take you to your destination." He grabbed my shoulder with surprising strength. "Pull over. Now." I did as he said, pulling the car onto the muddy shoulder. As soon as we stopped, I felt something cold and hard press against the back of my neck. I didn't need to look to know it was a gun. "Here's what's going to happen," he said, his voice frighteningly calm. "You're going to get out of the car very slowly, and then you're going to get in the back seat." My mind raced, trying to think of a way out, but with a gun pointed at my head, my options were limited. I unbuckled my seatbelt and opened the door, stepping out into the rain. As I made my way to the back seat, I caught a glimpse of his face in the glow of the dome light. His eyes were wild and his pupils dilated. Whatever he had done, I knew I was in serious danger. He slid into the driver's seat, keeping the gun pointed at me. "Your phone," he barked, and I handed it to him, watching as he rolled down the window and tossed it into the darkness. As we drove back to the highway, I tried to stay calm so I could think rationally. "Listen," I said, my voice shaking despite my efforts. "You don't have to do this. I won't tell anyone. I swear, just let me go." He laughed with a harsh, humorless sound. "It's too late for that. You're in this now, whether you like it or not." For the next hour, we drove in intense silence. I watched the familiar landscape give way to hills and dense forests. We were heading into the mountains, far from any help. Finally, he turned the car onto a narrow dirt road, barely visible in the darkness. The car swayed and shook as we drove further into the wilderness. We stopped in front of a small, dilapidated cabin. "Get in," he ordered, holding the gun. Inside the cabin, there was only a table, a few chairs, and a small kitchen. He motioned for me to sit down and began pacing back and forth, muttering to himself. "What are you going to do to me?" I asked, hating how small my voice sounded. He stopped pacing, fixing me with those intense eyes. "It depends," he said, "on how cooperative you are." The hours passed, and he alternated between manic energy, talking about conspiracies and people who wanted to get him, and a strange calm. I tried to engage him to create some kind of relationship, but he was unpredictable. One moment he was almost friendly, and the next he was pressing the gun to my temple, accusing me of working with them. As dawn began to light the cabin in a pale light, I heard a sound that made my heart race. My captor heard it too, his face contorting with rage. "You," he shouted, "you brought them here somehow." "How could I protested. "You took my phone, remember?" But he wasn't listening. He grabbed me roughly, dragging me to my feet. He pushed me toward the door, the gun pressed painfully into my back. But as we stepped outside, I saw a line of police cars pulling up the dirt road, lights flashing. My captor shouted something, pushing me in front of him like a shield, and I heard the police shouting at him to drop the gun. Then there was a deafening crack, and I was falling. I hit the ground hard and couldn't breathe. For a moment, I thought I'd been shot, but I realized I was unharmed. My captor was lying a few feet away, blood pouring from a wound in his shoulder. The next few hours passed in a blur of paramedics, police questions, and shock blankets. I learned that the man, whose real name was Eric Daniels, was wanted for a string of violent crimes in 3 states. My disappearance had triggered a massive manhunt, leading police to his hideout. As I sat in the back of the ambulance, watching the sun rise over the mountains, the full weight of what had happened began to sink in. I had stared death in the face and survived, but at what cost? In the weeks that followed, I struggled to get back to normal life. Every car that pulled up next to me at a traffic light made my heart race. Every ring of my cell phone sent a jolt of fear through me. I couldn't bring myself to drive to the ride-sharing company again, or to drive anything at all. But slowly, with the help of therapy and the support of my friends and family, I began to recover. I learned that survival itself is a victory, that strength isn't about not being afraid, but about facing that fear and moving forward anyway. I still have nightmares, and sometimes I'm still startled by unexpected noises, but I'm getting better. I'm getting my life back, piece by piece. I started volunteering at a local crisis center, using my experience to help others who have faced trauma. And on the anniversary of that terrible night, I did something I never thought I would do again. I got behind the wheel of a car and drove to those same mountains, not to relive the horror, but to remind myself how far I have come. As I stood there, looking out at the vast wilderness that had once been my prison, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. The road ahead may be long and sometimes scary, but now I know that I have the strength to face whatever comes my way. Because sometimes the most important journey isn't the one that takes us to a physical destination, but the one that takes us back to ourselves, stronger and more resilient than ever before. The headlights behind me hadn't moved for the last hour. At first, I thought it was a coincidence. After all, how many roads lead out of town at 2 a.m.? But as time passed and the lights remained fixed in my rearview mirror, a chill began to run up my spine. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, and my knuckles turned white. It had been a long day. I had stayed late at the office, finishing a project that couldn't wait until the next morning, trying to forget about deadlines and demanding clients. When I left, the city streets were almost empty, except for the occasional taxi or late-night reveler. Now, as I sped down the highway, that loneliness felt oppressive, the darkness pressing in on all sides, interrupted only by the glow of the dashboard and the persistent headlights behind me. I had the radio on, preferring the disjointed conversation to the deafening silence. I thought about pulling over and letting them pass, but something stopped me. What if they didn't pass? What if they stopped too? My hands were slippery with sweat and now slid across the steering wheel. When I took a corner too fast, the tires squealed in protest, and for a moment, I thought I might lose control, but the car held the road and I let out a shaky sigh. There had to be a perfectly reasonable explanation for this. Maybe they were going to the same place as me. Maybe they were as scared of me as I was of them. A flash of red and blue in my rearview mirror cut through my rationalizations. My stomach dropped. It wasn't just a car behind me. It was a police car. Of course, it was the police. They had probably caught me speeding and were waiting for a safe place to pull me over. I parked near a bus entrance under the intense glare of a street light. Flashing in my mirror, I saw the police car pull up behind me, blocking my exit. I took a deep breath and grabbed my driver's license and registration, but the police car door didn't open. The lights remained on, casting sinister shadows across the empty parking lot. I waited, my heart racing again. Why weren't they getting out? I turned around in my seat to get a better look, and that's when I saw, or rather didn't see, that there was no one in the driver's seat of the police car. The police car was empty. When I opened my eyes, the scene remained unchanged. An empty police car, lights flashing, blocking my only way out. My mind raced, trying to understand what I was seeing. Had the cop left without me noticing? It had to be a trap. Of course, I was miles from anywhere, alone at a deserted rest stop with a ghost car. A sound to my left made me jump, and I turned my head in search of the source. There, at the edge of the light, I saw a tall, broad-shouldered figure dressed in what appeared to be a police uniform. I rolled down the window, ready to explain myself, but as the figure approached, the words died in my throat. It wasn't a cop. The uniform was right, but everything else was wrong. The face was hidden in the shadows, but I could see that the proportions were wrong. The arms were too long. I fumbled with the window control, desperate to close it, but before I could, a hand reached out and grabbed the frame. It was pale, almost translucent, with long fingers ending in sharp, blackened nails. The engine roared to life, and I put the car in reverse. The tires spun on the gravel, kicking up stones. The hand on my window tightened, leaving deep scratches in the paint. For a terrifying moment, I thought I was trapped. But then the tires found traction, and the car shot backward. When the creature's hand was torn from the window, I didn't look to see if I had hit it. I just kept going, circling the empty police car and returning to the highway. I drove like I had never driven before, pushing my old sedan to its limit, the speedometer shaking as it jumped from 90 to 100 miles per hour, and the world outside became a blur of darkness and scattered lights. I expected to see those flashing lights appear behind me again, but the road remained empty. It wasn't until I saw the familiar skyline of the city that I finally began to slow down. I pulled into the first 24-hour gas station I saw, under the bright fluorescent lights. For a long time, I sat there with the engine idling, trying to process what had happened, whether it was real or if I had dozed off at the wheel. There were 4 deep gouges in the paint, right where the window met the door. Undeniable proof that something had tried to get in. I slumped down beside the car, my back against it, and let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. A concerned attendant came out to check on me, probably thinking I was drunk or on drugs. When I finally felt stable enough to drive again, I went straight home, checked all the locks, closed all the curtains, and curled up under the covers like a child afraid of the dark. I made a decision. I quit my job, packed my bags, and booked a flight to visit my parents. I needed to escape to a familiar and safe place while I decided what to do next. But as I drove to the airport, constantly checking my rearview mirrors for any sign of pursuit, I was sure of one thing. I would never drive alone at night again. Things that defied explanation existed, and somewhere out there, on a lonely stretch of highway, something was waiting for the next unsuspecting driver to come along, unaware of the terror lurking in the shadows. The experience changed me in ways I'm still trying to understand. I became hyper-vigilant, always aware of my surroundings, always looking for potential threats. Friends began to comment on my newfound paranoia, but how could I explain it to them? How could I make them understand the fear that now lives in my bones? The knowledge that the world is not what we think it is. Sometimes, late at night, I find myself drawn to the window, staring down at the empty street below. In those moments, I swear I can see a figure in the distance, just beyond the reach of the streetlights, waiting, watching, reminding me that no matter how fast I run, no matter how safe I think I am, the night will always be there, and with it, the memory of that terrifying journey and the creature that almost caught me. Next story. Casting long shadows across the unfamiliar terrain, I realized I was hopelessly lost. Then I saw a glimmer of light in the distance, promising shelter from the approaching darkness. I had told myself that this solo hike was exactly what I needed to clear my head after weeks of stress at work. Now, as the temperature dropped and the forest grew darker, I cursed my overconfidence. I had strayed from the main path hours ago, lured by what I thought was a shortcut. By the time I realized my mistake, the familiar landmarks had disappeared, replaced by dense undergrowth and tall trees that all looked the same in the dim light. I was alone. The light grew stronger as I approached, and I could make out the shape of a small cabin nestled in a clearing. Relief flooded me. Even if no one was home, it would be shelter for the night, and I could find my way back in the morning. The wooden walls were gray and weathered, and a small porch sagged slightly under the weight of the years, but warm light streamed from the windows, and I could see smoke coming from the chimney. Perhaps it was the absolute silence. No birds, no insects, not even the whisper of the wind through the trees. Or perhaps it was the way the light from the window seemed to flicker and dance, as if from a campfire rather than electric lamps. I took a deep breath and stepped into the clearing, heading for the front door. The porch creaked ominously under my weight as I raised my hand to knock, but before my knuckles could touch the wood, the door swung open. A man stood there, illuminated by the warm glow from inside. His voice was rough, as if tired from use. "What brings you to our part of the forest?" I swallowed hard, fighting a wave of nausea. "Sorry to bother you," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I seem to have gotten lost." The man's eyes narrowed slightly, but then his face broke into a broad smile. Of course. Can't leave a fellow traveler out in the cold. Come in." He stepped back, gesturing for me to enter. I hesitated for a moment, then stepped over the threshold. The interior of the cabin was sparse but cozy. A large fireplace dominated the room, with flames dancing merrily. A few pieces of rustic furniture were scattered about, and I could see a small kitchen in one corner. "Sit down," said the man, pointing to a worn armchair near the fireplace. Gratefully, I felt the warmth of the fireplace take away the chill that had settled in my bones. When the man disappeared into another room, I took the opportunity to take a closer look. Something seemed strange about the cabin's interior, though it was well maintained. There were no personal touches, no photos, no knickknacks. My eyes settled on a small table near the door, with a collection of strange items scattered across its surface. A stained pocket watch, a handful of what appeared to be old coins, and a pair of stained glasses. The sound of footsteps made me turn around. The man had returned, but he wasn't alone. 2 other figures followed him into the room, both with the same gaunt, hungry look as their companion. The 3 men exchanged glances. A silent communication passed between them, and then the first man spoke again, his voice dropping to a low growl. "It's been so long since we've had a guest." His earlier words, "What brings you to our part of the forest?" replayed in my mind, now sinister. The way he'd said, "our part." I should probably go," I stammered. "My friends will be looking for me." The man chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. "Oh, I don't think so. Why would we let you do that? It's been so long since we've had a guest." I backed away, frantically searching for an escape route, but they had positioned themselves between me and the door. They moved with inhuman speed, closing the distance between us in the blink of an eye. I lunged blindly, my fist connecting with the jaw of one of the men who staggered back, more surprised than hurt. I used the moment of confusion to flee. I had no idea where I was going. No plan other than to put as much distance between myself and the cabin as possible. The forest was completely dark now, the trees looming like silent sentinels on all sides. I stumbled more than once but managed to get up and keep running. The sounds of pursuit grew fainter, but I didn't slow down. I leaned against a tree, breathing deeply as my racing heart began to slow, straining my ears for any sign that I was still being followed. The forest was silent except for the sound of my blood pounding in my ears. I knew I couldn't stay here. I had to keep going. I had to find my way out of this forest before they found me again. With my aching muscles protesting every movement, I got up. The sky began to lighten, the first gray signs of dawn breaking through the treetops above. Who were those men? What did they want from me? The questions piled up, each more terrifying than the last. It was mid-morning when I finally broke free of the trees and stumbled onto a paved road. I almost cried with relief when I saw where I was. A passing driver took pity on me and gave me a ride to the nearest town, where I immediately went to the police. I tried to forget that night and convince myself that it was all just a stress-induced hallucination. But sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still see those men, hear their voices, feel the terror of being hunted in that forest. And sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I swear I can see something in my eyes, something hungry, something that doesn't belong to me. I wonder if I really escaped that night, or if a part of me was left behind in that cabin, replaced by something else, something that followed me home from those dark woods. Next story. The first thud from upstairs made me pause the movie. The second sent shivers down my spine. By the third, I knew there was something terribly wrong with this house. My first thought was the children I was supposed to be taking care of. Were they safe in their beds? The Millers were good people, always paid on time, and their children, Emma, 8, and Liam, 6, were usually well behaved. Tonight was supposed to be like any other night. Mr. and Mrs. Miller had gone out for their monthly date night, leaving me in charge until around midnight. The house was quiet, and I had settled onto the couch with some homework and the TV on in the background. That's when I heard a soft thud coming from upstairs, like something heavy falling on the carpet. Maybe one of the kids had gotten up to use the bathroom, or maybe it was just the house settling. Old houses made strange noises all the time. But then came a third thud, followed by what sounded like footsteps. Heavy footsteps, not the light patter of children's feet. Silence. I took a deep breath and held it. I had to check on the children. After all, it was my job. But as I approached the stairs, all my instincts screamed at me to run, to get out of the house and call for help. Pushing the door open slowly, I whispered, "Emma," staring into the darkness. My hand searched for the light switch, and I blinked when the room was suddenly illuminated. A worn teddy bear, without which she never slept, lay on the floor. Panicked, I ran to Liam's room next door, and the scene was the same. An empty bed, crumpled sheets, no sign of the boy who should have been fast asleep. The house remained silent, mocking my growing fear. I checked the bathroom, which was empty, and the guest room, the closets, and even under the beds. As I stood in the hallway trying to figure out what to do next, I heard another noise, this time coming from downstairs, a soft scraping sound, as if furniture was being moved. The scraping sound had stopped, but now I could hear something else, a low rhythmic humming coming from the kitchen. I crept closer, my heart beating so loudly that I was sure whoever was in there would hear me. The creature was swaying gently, humming that sinister song, and the children were swaying with it, their eyes glazed and their mouths open, their faces covered in tears. I must have made a sound, a sigh, a moan, I'm not sure, because suddenly that featureless face turned toward me. The smile widened, if that was possible, and it raised a long-fingered hand in a grotesque parody of a wave. I don't remember running out of the house, only the cold night air on my face and the screams tearing from my throat. Curious and concerned faces appeared in the windows of neighboring houses, but I couldn't stop, I couldn't explain. All I could do was run and scream. The days that followed were a blur of questions and accusations. The police suspected me at first, the babysitter who conveniently lost the children she was supposed to be looking after. But there was no evidence of foul play, no sign of a struggle. It was as if Emma and Liam had simply vanished into thin air. The Millers didn't blame me, at least not openly, but I could see the unspoken question in their eyes. How could you let this happen? Weeks turned into months. The search for Emma and Liam continued, but hope faded with each passing day. I tried to move on with my life, to forget that terrible night, but the memories haunted me. The sound of that buzzing, the sight of that featureless face. They followed me in my dreams, turning them into nightmares. I stopped babysitting. I couldn't bear the idea of being responsible for someone else's children, not after what had happened. Almost a year later, the creature came for me. I was home alone, studying for my final exams, when I heard that familiar thud coming from upstairs. My blood ran cold, and the memories of that night came flooding back. For a long moment I knew I should run, I should call for help. But part of me needed to know, needed to see. I climbed the stairs, each step seeming to take forever. The upstairs hallway was dark, as it had been that night. But this time there was a faint glow coming from under my bedroom door. I hesitated for a moment, then stood up and opened the door. In the center of my room stood Emma and Liam, looking exactly as they had a year ago, not a day older. As I entered, that terrible smile spread across its featureless face, and then, in a voice that seemed to pass through my ears and speak directly to my mind, it said, "We've been waiting for you. It's time to come home." Its hands reached out, inviting me to join them, despite all my instincts screaming at me to run, to fight, to do anything but give in. I felt my feet move forward. As I took its hands, the creature's smile widened impossibly, and the room began to disappear, replaced by a swirling darkness. I woke up in my bed the next morning, convinced that it had all been a terrible nightmare. But as I got up, I noticed something on my bedside table that made my blood run cold. A small, worn teddy bear, Emma's teddy bear. I'm no longer a babysitter. I don't sleep with the lights off. And every night I lie awake listening for that soft thud, that sinister buzzing, wondering when the creature will return, wondering if next time I will have the strength to resist its call. Next story. The first sign of trouble was the gas station attendant's broad smile. The second was the way the whole town seemed to fall silent as we drove through. By the time we realized something was terribly wrong, it was too late to turn back. My wife, Sarah, and I had been on the road for hours. We were on our way to her sister's wedding, taking back roads to avoid highway traffic, when the car sputtered and died on the outskirts of a town I couldn't even name. I was beginning to regret agreeing to her plan. "Don't panic," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "There's a town just up ahead. We'll get help and be back on the road in no time." When we reached the silent welcome sign for Millbrook, We were sweaty and irritated. The town itself looked like something out of a Norman Rockwell painting, with quaint storefronts and neatly trimmed lawns. But there was something strange about it. The streets were empty, even though it was only 5 p.m. The only sound was the crunch of our shoes on the sidewalk and the distant barking of a dog. We pushed the car to a gas station on the corner of Main Street. A bell rang as we entered the attached convenience store. A man behind the counter looked up, his smile immediate and wide, stretching his face too far. "Well, hello, strangers," he said, his voice overly cheerful. "Welcome to Millbrook. What can I do for you today?" I explained our car problem, and his smile widened even more, impossibly so. We sat down on plastic chairs near the window and watched as the attendant made a call outside. I noticed that some people had appeared on the street, all seeming to be looking in our direction, with the same disturbing smiles as the attendant. Before I could comment, the attendant returned. "Good news. Bill is on his way and should be here in an hour. Why don't you take a walk around town while you wait? Get some fresh air." As we walked down the main street, more people appeared, all greeting us enthusiastically with broad, unshakable smiles. The smiles, those unchanging, overly broad smiles, were starting to make me dizzy. We turned a corner and found ourselves in a small park, where a group of children were playing on a rusty swing set, their laughter echoing unnaturally in the quiet town. "Sarah," I said quietly, "I think we should go back to the gas station." She nodded, her face turning pale. We turned around, but the path was blocked by a group of townspeople, all smiling and staring at us with an intensity that made my heart race. "Now where are you going in such a hurry?" one of them asked, his voice sweet as syrup. "The fun is just beginning." We backed away, but more people were appearing from all directions, surrounding us, their smiles never wavering, even as their eyes grew cold and predatory. "What do you want?" I demanded. A woman said, "The brook is always looking for new residents, and you two seem to fit right in." Sarah grabbed my hand, squeezing it tightly, and I could feel her shaking. The first man said, "Millbrook is the kind of place you never want to leave. Isn't that right, everyone?" A chorus of agreement spread through the crowd, the sound unnatural, and they began to close in, their hands outstretched as if to grab us. Panic seized me. I grabbed Sarah's arm and shouted, "Run!" We pushed our way out of the crowd. Hands grabbed at our clothes, trying to hold us back, but somehow we broke free. We ran through unfamiliar streets, the sound of pursuit close behind us. We turned a corner and found ourselves back on the main street. Our car was still at the gas station, and to my shock, it looked like it had been repaired. The hood was closed, and I could see the keys in the ignition. I felt a tap on my shoulder and turned to see the gas station attendant, his smile now replaced by a look of rage. "Not very friendly," he growled. "Trying to leave without saying goodbye?" I pushed him away and dove into the driver's seat. Hands were banging on the windows, those terrible smiles still plastered on their faces. I put the car in reverse, not caring if I hit anyone, and they fell back as I pulled out of the gas station and onto the road. In the rearview mirror, I could see them standing in the middle of the street watching us drive away. It wasn't until we passed a sign welcoming us to the next county that Sarah finally spoke. "What was that place?" she asked, her voice little more than a whisper. We arrived at her sister's wedding just as the rehearsal dinner was ending. We made up excuses about car trouble, leaving out the details of our experience in Millbrook. Sarah and I avoided talking about it, but I could see in her eyes that she was haunted by it too. We never took side roads again, sticking to the main highways no matter how bad the traffic was. Whenever we passed through a small town, I felt my heart race, half expecting to see those unnatural, wide smiles greeting us. Sometimes, late at night, I find myself thinking about Millbrook. Is it still there, waiting for unsuspecting travelers? Are there others trapped behind those smiling faces, silently screaming for help? Or was it all some kind of shared hallucination caused by the heat and stress? when I hear a laugh that sounds a little too cheerful, I feel the same panic rising in my chest, and I know, deep down in my bones, that what we experienced was real. Somewhere out there, in the hidden corners of the country, Millbrook is waiting with open arms and unchanging smiles, ready to welcome its next new residents. I drive a little faster, my eyes fixed on the road ahead, trying to escape the memory of a town where everyone smiles, but no one is happy. Next story. The first time I saw him looking at me, I thought it was a coincidence. The second time, I told myself he was just being friendly. But the third time, when I found my favorite mug in the wrong cupboard, I knew something was up. It all started on an autumn morning, the kind where the air smells like fallen leaves and possibilities. I was carrying my groceries up to my third-floor apartment when I saw him for the first time. I offered a polite smile, which he returned after an overly long pause, his gaze intense. He seemed to be lingering near the mailboxes. "Lost your keys?" I asked. He nodded, never taking his eyes off my face. Over the next few weeks, I kept running into Michael. He always seemed to be in the hallway when I left for work or came home. At first, I tried to be friendly, chatting about the weather or complaining about the temperamental elevator. But his responses were always short, his gaze intense and unwavering. I started noticing him outside the building. I would catch glimpses of him across the street when I went out for my morning run. He was at the coffee shop where I liked to work with my laptop on weekends. Once, I even saw him at the supermarket, lurking at the end of the aisle while I was choosing cereal. New York was a big city, but neighborhoods could feel small, and it was probably just coincidence that we kept running into each other. Besides, Michael had never done anything threatening. He was always just there. But then things in my apartment started to change. At first, it was small things. A book out of place on the shelf. A window I could have sworn I closed but was left open a crack. The mug was what finally convinced me that something was wrong. It was my favorite, a handmade piece of pottery that my sister had given me for my birthday. I always kept it in the cupboard just above the coffee maker. But one morning I opened the cupboard, and it wasn't there. There was no way I could have put it there. No way I could have been that distracted. This meant that someone had been in my apartment, and I had a feeling I knew who it was. I started taking precautions, changed the locks, installed a security camera in my living room, and asked the building manager to check if anyone had requested access to my apartment. The camera footage showed nothing out of the ordinary, but objects continued to move around my apartment. The pillows were arranged differently when I got home, and the books on my nightstand were in a new order. Once, I even found a shirt I had never seen before mixed in with my dirty laundry. How could I explain it? I had no proof, just a growing certainty that my neighbor was somehow getting into my apartment and going through my things, watching me sleep. One night, about 2 months after Michael moved in, I woke up to a noise in my living room. I grabbed my phone with trembling hands, ready to dial 911. But as my fingers touched the screen, a shadow fell across my bedroom door. I froze, barely daring to breathe. Michael's voice was soft, almost gentle. He laughed, a low sound that sent shivers down my spine. "I've always been here, Emma," he said. "You just didn't notice me before." He took a step into the room, and I cowered against the headboard. "Get away from me," I screamed, finally finding my voice. "I'm calling the police." "No, you're not," he said calmly, and to my horror, I saw my phone in his hand. The window was too high to jump out of, and he was blocking the only door. I was trapped. "What do you want from me?" I asked, trying to get him to talk while searching for something I could use as a weapon. Michael took another step closer, and in the dim light I could see his face. His eyes were wide and feverish, his smile too wide and full of teeth. "Your hopes, your fears, your dreams," he whispered, "were perfect for each other. Can't you see that?" I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. "You don't know me. You're sick, Michael. You need help." His face darkened, his smile turned ugly. "I'm not sick," he growled. "I love you. Why can't you understand that?" But he was faster, grabbing my arm and pulling me back. We struggled and crashed into the dresser. I felt something sharp against my hand and grabbed it without thinking. A pair of scissors I had left lying there. I banged on the doors, screaming for help. The lights came on, the doors opened. My neighbors appeared, confused and alarmed. Someone was calling the police. I collapsed in the hallway, shaking and sobbing. The police arrived quickly. They found Michael in my apartment, bleeding from a cut on his arm. As they took him away in handcuffs, he kept calling my name, saying he loved me, that we were meant to be together. I learned that Michael had been stalking women for years, moving from city to city when things got too hot. He chose me as his latest obsession, but I was the first to fight back. I couldn't stay in that apartment after what happened. I changed jobs and even changed my name, but the fear lingered for months. In the living room, I would check and recheck my locks, jump at unexpected noises, and tremble when strangers got too close. It's been 2 years now, and I've been doing better thanks to therapy and a support group for stalking survivors. But I'll never forget the terror of that night, the feeling of violation knowing that someone was in my space, watching me when I thought I was alone. When I'm at a coffee shop and see someone looking at me, probably innocent, just a curious glance or a friendly smile. For a moment, I'm back in that apartment with Michael's eyes fixed on me, and I hurry home, lock the doors, and remind myself that I'm safe, that he can't hurt me anymore. Scariest of all is there's someone else out there watching me even now, waiting for their chance to make me their obsession. Next story. The moment the lights went out and stayed out, I knew it wasn't going to be a normal night shift. In the sudden darkness, surrounded by the hum of servers and the eerie glow of emergency lights, I realized I was no longer alone in the data center. I had been working the night shift at Centex Data Solutions for about 6 months. It was an easy job most nights, monitoring the systems, doing some routine maintenance, and occasionally rebooting a server that decided to act up. I waved to the day shift employee as he practically ran out the door and settled in for my 12-hour shift. The first few hours were uneventful. I ran some diagnostics, responded to a few emails from the international team, and was about to eat my midnight snack when it happened. The lights flickered once, twice, and then went out completely. That's when I heard a soft thud coming from somewhere in the server room, and my heart rate shot up. I should be the only one here. "Hello?" I shouted, trying to keep my voice steady. "Is anyone there?" There was no answer, but I could swear I heard footsteps. I grabbed a flashlight from my desk and slowly entered the maze of server racks. The beam of light cut through the red darkness, illuminating rows and rows of flashing lights and humming machines. I said louder this time, "If anyone is here, you need to identify yourself immediately." Out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone crouching behind a server rack. My palms were sweaty, and the flashlight was slipping in my fist. I should leave, I thought. I should call the police. But with the phones down, there was no way to contact anyone. And if these intruders were after what I thought they were, I couldn't just walk away. This wasn't some amateur hack. It wasn't like cracking your grandmother's Facebook password. I peeked around the corner, and my blood ran cold at the sight of 2 figures hunched over a laptop that was connected directly to one of our most secure servers. I wasn't an action hero. My combat skills were limited to pressing buttons on video games, but I couldn't just stand there and let this happen. I took a deep breath and stepped out of my hiding place. "Move away from the server," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "You are trespassing on a secure facility. The silent alarm has already been triggered and the police are on their way." It was a bluff, but I hoped they wouldn't know that for sure. The 2 looked at each other. "He's lying," one of them said. The one next to the laptop added, "If the alarm had been triggered, we would know. Our man inside made sure of it." Witnesses said time seemed to slow down. I saw his finger squeeze the trigger at that moment. Pure instinct took over. I dove to the side, hitting a server rack. The gun fired, the deafening sound echoing in the enclosed space. The alarm began to sound. Apparently, the shots were enough to trigger the system that the hackers thought they had disabled. Red lights began to flash, adding to the chaos. I got up and ran between the rows of servers. I could hear them behind me, shouting and knocking things over in their pursuit. I needed a plan. I couldn't run from them forever. Eventually, they would corner me. Then I remembered the fire suppression system, my last resort. It was a desperate move that would probably fry millions of dollars worth of equipment, but at that moment, it was my only chance. I heard one of the hackers shout, "We're not done yet," but it was too late. With a loud hiss, the room began to fill with halon gas. The hackers' curses turned to coughing and then gasping for air. I headed for the emergency exit, gasping for air. Behind me, I could hear the hackers stumbling too, clearly disoriented when they recovered. The sound of approaching sirens filled the air. The next few hours were a blur of police statements, paramedic exams, and frantic calls from upper management. The damage to the data center was extensive, but our customers' data was safe. I had faced real danger and emerged victorious. I had protected the data I was responsible for, even at a great cost. But when the adrenaline wore off, a sobering thought occurred to me. This attack was sophisticated and well planned, and it would not be the last in our increasingly digital world. I realized then that my job wasn't just to maintain servers and run updates. I was on the front lines of a new kind of war, fought with keyboards and code instead of guns and bombs, and I was determined to be ready for the next battle. As I dragged myself to bed, my mind was already racing with ideas for improving our security. But for now, sleep beckoned. After all, I had another night shift tomorrow, and in this line of work, you never knew what challenges each night might bring. Next story. The first growl made us freeze. The second one made our blood run cold. By the third, we knew with terrifying certainty that we weren't alone in this dark underground maze, and that whatever was here with us was hungry. My friends, Mike, Sarah, Tom, and I, had decided on a weekend hiking trip. Sarah, always up for an adventure, was game. Mike, Tom, and I were more hesitant, but we eventually gave in to their enthusiasm. The hike started off great. The weather was perfect, cool and crisp with a light breeze. We laughed, shared stories, and marveled at the beauty of nature around us. But as the hours passed, the trail became less and less clear. We had to admit that we were lost. The sun was setting in the sky, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. That's when Sarah spotted the entrance to the cave, half hidden behind a group of rocks, and suggested we spend the night there. It would protect us from the wind, and we could find our way back in the morning. The interior of the cave opened into a larger chamber. Our flashlights cast eerie shadows on the rough stone walls, and water dripped somewhere in the distance, the sound echoing menacingly. "Well, this is cozy," Mike said, his attempt at humor falling flat in the oppressive atmosphere. We set up our makeshift camp, spreading out sleeping bags and dividing the few rations we had left. I was about to suggest we try to get some sleep when we heard a low growl that seemed to come from the very walls of the cave. We all froze, our eyes wide in the dim light of our flashlights. "What was that?" Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "Probably just the wind," Mike said, but he didn't sound convinced. Trying to keep my voice steady, I said, "Caves like this usually have multiple chambers. Maybe we can find another way out." It wasn't a great plan, but it was all we had. We quickly gathered our things, our hands shaking as we stuffed our sleeping bags into our backpacks. The growls were getting more frequent, now interspersed with the sound of something large moving in the darkness. Our lights fell on a pile of bones in the corner, some clearly animal, but others disturbingly human. Sarah let out a muffled sob. Oh God, what is this place?" As if in response, a roar shook the cave so loudly that my ears rang. Then we saw it emerging from a dark crevice, a creature that shouldn't have existed. It was huge, about 6 feet tall, with a body that looked like a mixture of a naked nightmare and something almost human. Its eyes reflected the beams of our flashlights, shining brightly. For a moment, we all froze in terror. Then Mike shouted, "Run!" and we all sprang into action. We ran down a side passage, the creature's roars, and the sound of its massive body scraping against the rock right behind us. The creature's growls grew closer, and we pressed ourselves against the far wall, flashlights pointed at the entrance. I could feel Sarah shaking beside me, hear Mike's rapid, panicked breathing. "What do we do?" Sarah whimpered. I looked around desperately, searching for something that could help us. That's when I noticed the strange marks on the wall behind us. They looked ancient, like cave paintings, but there was something strange about them. Before I could explain, the creature appeared in the entrance to our chamber, filling the entire opening, its yellow eyes fixed on us with predatory intensity. I looked up and saw Sarah, Mike, and Tom staring at me with wide eyes. Behind us was a rock face, no sign of a cave entrance, just those same strange glowing marks. In the days that followed, our story was met with disbelief by the park rangers, who searched the area we described, but found no cave, no monster, just those strange marks, which they dismissed as common rock formations. We researched cave systems and even quantum physics, seeking any explanation for what we had found. Sarah devoted herself to her work, while Mike turned to religion, finding comfort in faith. Tom, ironically, swore to abandon the outdoors altogether. We don't talk much about that night anymore. It's too unbelievable and terrifying to put into words. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I swear I can hear a distant growl, and I wonder if that creature is still lurking in its underground lair, waiting for its next unsuspecting victims. And I think about those marks, that impossible portal that saved our lives. What were those things that put them there? Are there others scattered around the world waiting to be discovered? I don't have any answers, but I know one thing for sure. The next time someone suggests a hike to see some spectacular scenery, I'm staying home. Some adventures, apparently, are better left unexplored. Next story. The first crack on the window made my heart race. The second made me realize it wasn't just the wind. By the third, I knew with sick certainty that someone was trying to break in, and I was alone in a house miles away from help. I should never have agreed to house sit for my aunt. Sure, her house was beautiful, a large country house nestled in the rolling hills of Vermont, but it was also isolated, with the nearest neighbor a mile away on a winding dirt road. I enjoyed the luxury of sleeping late without an alarm clock. I made a leisurely breakfast and settled on the porch with a book, enjoying the warm summer sun. As evening approached, I went inside and made dinner, then curled up on the couch to watch a movie. That's when I heard a soft thud outside. A shadow passed by the window, a figure much larger than my petite aunt. That's when the first crack on the glass made me jump. I ran upstairs, cowering in the guest room. I could hear them moving around downstairs, the heavy footsteps of boots on the wood, the crash of something being knocked over. My hands shook as I fumbled with my phone to try to dial 911, but as the call tried to connect, I remembered my aunt's words when I arrived. "Cell service is spotty here. If you need to make a call, use the landline in the kitchen where the intruders were now." I looked around for anything I could use as a weapon, and my eyes fell on a heavy brass lamp on the bedside table. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I turned off the lamp and held it tightly as I crept toward the door. The hallway was dark, and the only light came from downstairs. I looked around frantically and saw a linen closet at the end of the hallway. Without thinking, I headed toward it and stepped inside. Through a crack in the door, I heard footsteps on the stairs and saw a man pass by, tall and broad-shouldered, dressed all in black, holding a crowbar in his hand. I could hear him rummaging through the drawers and opening the closets. He was getting closer. Just when I thought he was about to discover my hiding place, A shout came from downstairs. "Hey, I found something!" The man turned and ran down the stairs. I eased the closet door open. The hallway was empty. I crawled toward the stairs, straining my ears to hear any sound of movement downstairs. I could hear them in what sounded like my aunt's office. They were arguing about something, their voices rising in frustration. I reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped to listen. They were still in the office. The front door was only a few feet away. If I could get there. I took one step forward, and then another. The door was very close, just a few more steps. I ran to the door, yanking it open and bursting into the cold night air. Behind me, I could hear screams and footsteps. I ran down the porch steps and across the lawn toward the woods surrounding the property. I ran blindly, with no idea where I was going, driven only by the need to escape. My lungs were burning, my legs hurt, but I kept going. The sound of pursuit seemed to be getting weaker. Or was it just my imagination? That's when I saw a large, hollow tree trunk a few meters away. Without hesitation, I dove into it, curling up as small as I could in my hiding place. Please, I thought, please don't let them find me. The minutes passed like hours. I could hear them moving and searching. More than once, a beam of light passed over my hiding place, and I was sure I had been discovered. But every time, they moved away. I don't know how long I stayed in that tree trunk, probably hours. The sky was beginning to lighten when I finally mustered the courage to crawl out. My whole body ached, and I was covered in dirt and scratches. But I was alive. Somehow, I had survived. The house was silent. The front door was open, and inside, I could see evidence of their search. Drawers pulled out, items scattered on the floor. With trembling hands, I picked up the landline and called the police, who arrived quickly, lights flashing and sirens blaring. The intruders were never caught. The police said they were probably just thieves who thought the house was empty. But in my nightmares, I still see them chasing me through those dark woods, their angry screams echoing in my ears. When the city is quiet and the shadows seem to lengthen, I find myself thinking about that night. How close I came to I don't know what, and I wonder about those men. Who were they? What were they looking for? Next story. The moment I saw his thumb sticking out from the side of the desolate highway, I knew I shouldn't stop. But as the lone figure grew larger in my rearview mirror, curiosity overcame my common sense. My eyes were heavy, my back ached from too many hours behind the wheel. I was eager to get to the next town, wherever it was, and end the trip. That's when I saw him. A lone figure by the side of the road, arm outstretched, thumb up, in the universal hitchhiking sign. I had heard all the stories about the dangers of picking up strangers, especially in the middle of nowhere. But something about the man's posture, the slump of his shoulders, made me hesitate. He looked defeated, desperate. I slowed down and pulled over to the shoulder a few feet ahead of him. I watched in the side mirror as he ran toward the car, his face breaking into a relieved smile. "Thank you," he said as he opened the passenger door. "By the way, I'm Jim." "Alex," I replied, pulling back onto the highway. "Nice to meet you, Jim." For the first hour or so, everything seemed fine. Jim was quiet but polite, answering my occasional questions with brief replies. Jim started to become more talkative, asking about me, where I was from, where I was going. I gave him vague answers, but I still didn't feel entirely comfortable sharing much personal information. "Have you ever wondered what it would be like to just disappear?" Jim asked suddenly. "I can't say I have," I replied cautiously. Jim laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Lately, I've been thinking about it a lot." After that, the conversation died down, and an uncomfortable silence filled the car. After a while, Jim asked, "Mind if I change the radio station?" I said yes, grateful for the break in the tension. When he leaned forward to fiddle with the knob, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Tucked into the waistband of his jeans, partially hidden by his shirt, was the unmistakable shape of a gun. "Jim, where exactly in California are you going?" I asked, my voice betraying my anxiety. He turned to me, his eyes narrowing slightly. I thought I said I didn't have a specific destination, right? Sorry, I muttered, cursing myself for the slip. I must have misheard. Jim was watching me now, his previous friendliness replaced by something harder and more calculating. I could feel the sweat beading on my forehead and my heart pounding in my chest. You seem nervous, Alex, he said, his voice low. I tried to sound casual. Everything's fine, I told him. Yeah, I'm fine, just tired. Been driving for a long time, I guess. I was trying to figure out what to do when I saw a rest stop sign just a mile ahead. It wasn't ideal, but it was something. Maybe I could find a way to get help or at least get away from Jim. As soon as I pulled over, I unbuckled my seatbelt and reached for the door handle. Alex, Jim's voice made me freeze. If I were you, I wouldn't do that. His hand was now resting on the gun in his waistband, pointed directly at me. My heart felt like it was going to explode in my chest. Jim, I said, my voice trembling, you don't have to do this. Whatever you're running from... Shut up, he snapped. Start the car, we're leaving. Please, I begged, take the car, you don't need me. His laugh was cold and humorless. Oh, but I do. You're my insurance policy, see? As long as I have you, no one will look too closely at me. We're just two friends on a road trip, right? With trembling hands, I started the car. As we left the rest stop, I saw a family returning to their minivan. I wanted to scream, honk the horn, do anything to get their attention, but the cold pressure of the gun against my ribs kept me silent. We drove through the night, Jim directing me onto smaller and smaller roads, and I lost track of where we were. Jim instructed me to turn onto a dirt road that led into the desert. We drove for hours until finally he told me to stop. End of the line, Alex, he said, gesturing with the gun for me to get out of the car with trembling legs. The desert sun was rising, casting long shadows across the barren landscape. Jim walked me a short distance from the car, never letting go of the gun. I'm sorry it had to be this way, he said, and for a moment I thought I saw a flash of regret in his eyes. Wrong place, wrong time, I guess. I closed my eyes, waiting for the shot that would end it all, but it didn't come. Instead, I heard the sound of footsteps receding and a car door slamming. It took 2 days for someone to find me. 2 days of scorching heat and freezing nights, of thirst and hunger, and the real fear that I would die there. When a forest ranger finally spotted me, I was delirious, sunburned, and on the verge of collapse. The police never found Jim or my car. They told me I was lucky to be alive, that many victims of similar crimes weren't so lucky. But as I lay in the hospital trying to understand what had happened, I didn't feel lucky. I felt violated, betrayed by my own compassion. It's been years since that night, but I still see Jim's face in my dreams. I still feel the pressure of that gun against my ribs. Every time I see a hitchhiker on the side of the road, I feel a mixture of fear and guilt as I speed by with my windows rolled up. I learned a hard lesson in the desert that day. Sometimes the most dangerous predators are those who look like us, those who take advantage of our kindness, our empathy, and sometimes the choice to help a stranger can lead us down a path of no return. Next story. On the first night in our new house, I heard footsteps when everyone was asleep. On the second night, I found a door that wasn't there before. On the third night, I had the chilling certainty that we weren't alone in this place, and that whoever was sharing our home didn't want us there. We were so excited about the move. After years of living in a cramped apartment, Sarah and I had finally saved enough to put a down payment on a house. It was an old Victorian house, a little rundown, but with good bones, as the real estate agent emphasized. The price was surprisingly low for the neighborhood, but we didn't question our luck. We were too excited about the prospect of space for our growing family. Sarah was 5 months pregnant with our first child. The first few days were a whirlwind of unpacking and settling in. The house creaked and groaned, but we attributed that to its age. I was so focused on getting everything ready for the baby that I hardly noticed the strange cold spots in certain rooms, or the way the shadows seemed to move in the corners of my vision. It was on the third night that things took a turn. I was up late painting the baby's room when I heard clear, distinct footsteps coming from upstairs. But that was impossible. We didn't have an attic, and Sarah was fast asleep in our bedroom on the second floor. When I reached the top of the stairs, I saw something that made my blood run cold. On the wall opposite our bedroom was a door I was certain hadn't been there that morning, with an ornate brass doorknob that seemed to glow in the dim light. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, go back downstairs and pretend I had never seen it. But curiosity, that damn human trait, propelled me forward. I took a deep breath and turned the knob slowly. The door swung open with a creak that seemed to echo through the silent house. Beyond it was thick, impenetrable darkness, and the beam from my cell phone flashlight barely seemed to make a mark on it. My light fell on something that made my heart leap into my throat, a motionless figure in the darkness. I staggered backward, a scream of terror caught in my throat, but it wasn't a person. When my eyes adjusted, I realized it was a mannequin dressed in what looked like clothes from another century. Around it were piles of boxes and old furniture, all covered in a thick layer of dust. I was about to turn back when something caught my eye. A glint of metal nestled among the boxes. Curiosity got the better of me once again, and I moved closer to investigate. It was a medallion, stained by age but still beautiful. There was an inscription on the back, but it was too worn to be understood. As I fumbled with the clasp to try to open it, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Footsteps coming from behind me. But there was nothing there, just the open door leading back to the familiar hallway of our house. That should have been my cue to leave, to close the door and never look back. But I didn't. Instead, I put the locket in my pocket and continued exploring the room, which was larger than I had initially thought. As I reached back into the shadows, my light couldn't penetrate. I went deeper, past more mannequins and piles of old furniture. The further I went, the colder it got, until I could see my breath in front of me. The whisper had become a roar that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I rushed toward the door, but it wasn't there. Where the door had been, there were now only more walls and more darkness. Panic overwhelmed me. I banged on the walls, screaming for help, but my cries seemed to be swallowed by the oppressive silence of the room. I stood in the hallway, breathing heavily, my heart racing. Had that really happened, or had I fallen asleep while painting and had some kind of vivid nightmare? But the weight of the medallion in my pocket told me it had been real, all too real. I told myself I would find out everything in the morning, but when dawn broke, the door was gone. The wall was smooth and intact, as if the events of the night had been nothing more than a dream. Even the medallion had disappeared from my pocket. I tried to convince myself that it had been just a dream, a hallucination caused by stress and paint fumes. But deep down, I knew the truth. In the weeks that followed, strange occurrences became our new normal. Objects moved on their own, doors closed without warning, and there were always footsteps at night. Sarah noticed it too. I would catch her staring at the walls, sometimes with a look of confusion and fear on her face, but we didn't talk about it. Then came the night when I woke up to find Sarah's side of the bed empty. Panic overwhelmed me, and I searched the house, calling her name. I was about to call the police when I heard her muffled but unmistakable voice coming from behind that damn door that had reappeared in the hallway. Beyond it, yawning darkness. "Sarah," I shouted, my voice echoing in the cavernous space. "John! John, help me!" Her voice sounded distant, frightened. I ran toward the sound, barely noticing the objects around me emerging from the darkness. More mannequins, antique furniture, things I couldn't identify, but none of that mattered. I found Sarah in what looked like an old nursery, surrounded by creepy antique dolls and a rusty crib. She was curled up in a rocking chair, her hands protecting her swollen belly. Before I could respond, a cold wind swept through the room. The dolls' heads turned their glassy eyes toward us, and then we heard that voice again, no longer a whisper, but a bone-chilling scream. After what felt like an eternity, we managed to make our way back to the door, burst through it, and I slammed it shut, leaning against it, as if only my weight could keep the horrors out. We didn't spend another night in that house. We packed what we could and left, abandoning most of our possessions and any hope of recovering our down payment. We learned the history of the house, of the tragic deaths, of the disappearances, of the series of owners who fled during the night. We were lucky, according to the local historian, to have escaped, but sometimes late at night, I still hear those footsteps, still feel the cold touch of that medallion in my pocket, and wonder about the souls trapped in that hidden room. I pray that they remain there, locked in that house where reality bends and nightmares come to life. Because now I know the truth. Some houses are never really empty, and some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. Next story. The moment I stepped onto the porch of that isolated farmhouse, I knew something was terribly wrong. The door was hanging off its hinges, and an eerie silence enveloped the property. My name is Claire, and I've been a social worker for almost a decade. I thought I had seen it all. Homes ravaged by poverty, families torn apart by addiction, children with visible and hidden scars. But the Lawson case was different. It was the case that almost broke me. The standard procedure was to make a home visit, assess the situation, and determine if further intervention was necessary. The file stated that the family lived in a remote area, but I hadn't realized how isolated it was until I found myself driving down a narrow dirt road. The farmhouse suddenly appeared against the gray sky, like something out of a Gothic novel, with peeling paint on the weathered boards and several windows boarded up. When I parked the car, I noticed that there were no other vehicles in sight. I took a deep breath and approached the front door. That's when I noticed the first sign that something was wrong. The door was not only unlocked but also partially open, swaying slightly in the breeze. Stains of what looked disturbingly like blood stained the white paint. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and uncertain in the oppressive silence. "Claire, social services. I'm here for the scheduled visit." There was no answer, not even the sound of movement inside the house, just that unnerving silence. Every instinct told me to turn back, call the police, and let them deal with whatever was going on here. But I couldn't stop thinking about those 3 children mentioned in the file. I had a duty to make sure they were safe no matter what it took. I opened the door and stepped inside. The interior was dark, the air thick with the musty smell of neglect and something else, something coppery and sickly that made my stomach churn. The living room was a scene of chaos, furniture overturned, broken picture frames on the floor, and on the faded floral wallpaper were more of those dark, rust-colored stains. A half-eaten meal lay on the table, covered with a thin layer of mold. Whatever had happened here, it wasn't recent. As I turned to check the rest of the house, something caught my eye. A child's drawing was stuck to the refrigerator, held in place by a magnet shaped like a smiling sun. 5 stick figures stood in front of it, but 3 of them had been violently scribbled over with black crayon, leaving only 2 standing. A chill ran down my spine. What had happened to this family? The first room I checked seemed to be the master bedroom. The bed was unmade, clothes scattered as if someone had left in a hurry, but it was the message scrawled on the mirror with what looked like lipstick that made me catch my breath. "They're coming for us." Pink wallpaper, stuffed animals piled on the bed, but here too, signs of violence stained the innocent space, deep marks on the walls, and a family photo on the nightstand had been broken, shards of glass glinting in the beam of my flashlight. I left the room. Slow, deliberate footsteps on the kitchen floor below made my heart leap into my throat. I wasn't alone in the house. I tried to calm my breathing so I could think rationally. It could be one of the Lawsons coming home and finding a stranger in their house, but deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. I crept toward the stairs, straining my ears to hear any other sounds. The footsteps had stopped, but now I could hear something else. A low, guttural sound, almost like the growl of an animal. It moved in the shadows at the bottom of the stairs, a hunched, misshapen figure with jerky, unnatural movements. Terror gripped me. It wasn't a person, nor an animal I had ever seen before. It was something completely different, something that shouldn't exist in our world. The thing's head rose, and I found myself staring into eyes that glowed an unnatural, sickly yellow in the darkness. I ran as I had never run before, down the hallway toward what I prayed was another staircase, another way out. Behind me, I could hear it scuttling, gaining on me. I found the back stairs and practically flew up them, my feet barely touching the steps. I ran out the back door toward the fading daylight, not daring to look back as I ran toward my car. I caught a glimpse of movement in the rear view mirror, something emerging from the house, its shape seeming to shift and change as it moved. I pulled out of the driveway, gravel spitting from under the tires as I sped down the dirt road. When I finally felt safe enough to pull over, I called the police with shaking hands, telling them about the signs of a struggle, the disturbing messages, and the feeling that something terrible had happened in that house. But I couldn't bring myself to mention what I had seen inside. The police investigation revealed nothing. No bodies, no evidence of foul play. The Lawson family simply vanished, leaving behind a house full of unanswered questions. The case was filed as another mysterious disappearance, but I knew the truth. Sometimes, late at night, I still see those bright yellow eyes in my dreams, still hear that supernatural keening sound. I left social services soon after, as I couldn't face the possibility of entering another house like that, of encountering whatever nightmare had taken up residence in that isolated farmhouse. I tried to convince myself that it was all just a stress-induced hallucination. But then, I glimpse something moving in the shadows or hear a sound that isn't quite right. And I'm reminded that there are things in this world that defy explanation. Things that lurk in the dark corners of isolated houses, waiting for unsuspecting visitors. And I say a silent prayer for the Lawsons, hoping that whatever fate befell them was quick, because the alternative, that they may still be somewhere in the clutches of this unnatural thing, is too horrible to contemplate. So I keep my doors locked, my lights on, and never venture into isolated farmhouses again. Because once you've seen behind the veil, once you've glimpsed the horrors that lurk there, you can never truly feel safe again. Next story. The first splash of red caught my eye, a stark contrast to the dull green of the forest floor. The second made my heart race, and I felt a sinking sensation in my gut. The distant sound of engines told me we were no longer alone. It was supposed to be a relaxing weekend camping trip, just me and my 3 best friends, Mike, Sarah, and Tom. We had been planning this for months, eager to escape the hustle and bustle of city life and reconnect with nature. National forest, far from the beaten path, Mike said with a smile as we descended the narrow, winding trail. No cell phone signal, no worries. The hike was tiring, but the reward seemed worth it. We found a beautiful clearing next to a bubbling stream, the perfect spot to set up camp. The worries of the week seemed to dissipate that night as we sat around the campfire, telling stories and roasting marshmallows, with the stars shining brightly in the sky. Early the next morning, things changed. Tom and I offered to fetch more water from the stream while Mike and Sarah prepared breakfast. "Hey Tom," I shouted, pointing to something red on a fallen log. "What do you think that is?" He squinted and then shrugged. "Probably just berries or something." "Tom," I said, my voice little more than a whisper, "I think it's blood." His eyes widened, and I saw the same fear I felt reflected in them. "Maybe an animal got hurt," he suggested, but he didn't seem convinced. "The scene we stumbled upon will haunt me for the rest of my days." In a small clearing partially hidden by dense undergrowth lay a body, or what was left of a body. It was a man, or had been. His chest was a mutilated mess, his face frozen in a contortion of terror. But it was the symbol carved into his forehead that made my blood run cold. A crude pentagram that was still dripping with blood. Tom cowered beside me, and I wasn't far behind. This was no animal attack. It was something much, much worse. Tom whispered, "What if they're coming back?" The smart thing would have been to hide and wait until whoever it was had passed, but panic had taken hold of us, and all we could think about was getting back to Mike and Sarah and getting as far away from this nightmare as possible. The sound of engines grew louder, and now we could hear voices too, harsh, angry voices that sent shivers down my spine. We entered our campsite, startling Mike and Sarah, who were sitting near the remains of the previous night's campfire. "There's no time to explain," Tom interrupted, already starting to take down his tent. "There are people coming, bad people. We need to leave now." Mike and Sarah didn't argue. They must have seen the terror in our eyes and heard the urgency in our voices. As we were about to leave, the voices became clearer. They were too close. "We split up," Mike whispered. "Sarah, you go with Tom and head east. Alex, you come with me. We'll head west." We hadn't walked more than a few meters when we heard screams behind us. "Hey, there's a camp here. They can't be far." We ran, the branches tearing our clothes, the rocks and roots bruising our feet through our hiking boots. But we didn't slow down. The voices behind us grew fainter, but we could still hear them dragging through the forest, hunting us. After what seemed like hours, but was probably only minutes, we stopped to catch our breath. The forest was silent, except for our irregular breathing, and the sound of blood pounding in my ears. We had to keep going. We continued, trying to be as quiet as possible, now constantly looking over our shoulders. The sun rose higher in the sky, filtering through the treetops. Under other circumstances, it might have been beautiful, but now it felt oppressive, with the heat and humidity sapping our strength. Mike's face turned pale. "No," he gasped. "Oh God, no." We stood there frozen, indecisive. Every instinct screamed at us to run toward the sound and help our friends, but we knew that would be suicide. Whatever had happened to Sarah and Tom, the same fate awaited us if we returned with heavy hearts. The scream had come from behind us, which meant we were still heading in the right direction if we could get to the car. But it seemed that the universe had other plans. As we reached a small hill, we found ourselves face to face with two men dressed in dark clothes, their faces hidden by ski masks, and armed. "Looks like we found the stragglers," one of them said, his voice muffled by the mask. We turned to run, but more figures emerged from the trees behind us. We were surrounded. What followed was a blur of terror and pain. They took us back to their camp, a collection of trailers and tents hidden in a large clearing. Covered in dried blood, they tied us up and threw us into one of the trailers. Through the window, I could see them preparing for some kind of ritual. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the clearing. When darkness fell, they lit torches, and the flickering light made their masked faces even more terrifying. We couldn't speak. The horror of our situation was too much. What had happened to Sarah and Tom? Were they already dead? Would we be next? Just when I thought all hope was lost, we heard sirens, many of them approaching. The camp descended into chaos, people running, screaming, engines revving. In the confusion, someone must have forgotten us. The door of the trailer opened, and a police officer stood there, his gun drawn. "Are you okay?" he asked quickly, moving to untie us. "Can you walk?" We nodded, too shocked to speak, and he led us out of the camp, past other police officers who were gathering some of the cultists. It wasn't until much later, after hours of questioning and medical examinations, that we discovered the full story. A hiker had stumbled upon the cult's previous camp, found evidence of their rituals, and alerted the authorities. They had been tracking the group for days, and our lucky encounter with the search party led them directly to the cultists' new location. Sarah and Tom were found alive, thankfully. Beaten and traumatized, but alive. The body we found was not their first victim, and if the police hadn't arrived when they did, it wouldn't have been their last. In the darkness of the night when the wind blows through the trees outside my window, I can still hear those engines, those angry voices. I can still feel the terror of being hunted, and I wonder, with a shiver, what might have happened if those sirens hadn't arrived when they did. Are you still awake? If so, comment station to show you're still here. The cottage looked perfect in the sunlight, its weathered stone walls and thatched roof promising the picturesque country life we dreamed of. But when I turned the old brass key, a chill ran down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching us from behind the leaded glass windows. My daughter, Sarah, tugged at my sleeve, her excitement momentarily dispelling my unease. I forced a smile and finally managed to unlock the heavy wooden door. The smell of mold from age and disuse hit us as we entered. My wife Lisa wrinkled her nose but kept her voice cheerful. Nothing a good airing won't fix. I nodded, trying to match her optimism. We had saved for years to escape the chaos of city life and give Sarah a chance to grow up in a peaceful place. This was supposed to be our fresh start. As we explored the cottage that first night, the creaks and groans of the old structure set my nerves on edge. I told myself it was just the house settling, that all the strange noises were perfectly normal in such an old building. But when a door slammed shut upstairs while we were all in the kitchen, I couldn't explain it so easily. "I'll go check it out," I said, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. Lisa didn't say anything as I climbed the narrow staircase. The upper floor was shrouded in shadows. Light barely penetrated the small windows. I moved cautiously down the hallway, my hand running along the plaster wall. The door to what we planned to be Sarah's bedroom was slightly ajar, and I began to open it slowly. The room was empty, exactly as we had left it before, but when I turned to leave, something caught my eye. In the dust on the windowsill was a single perfect handprint, too small to belong to any of us. I didn't mention what I had seen to Lisa or Sarah. There had to be a logical explanation, and I didn't want to scare them on our first night in our new home. Lying in our creaky bed, with the sounds of the countryside keeping us awake, Lisa whispered, "Do you think we made the right decision moving here?" I pulled her close to me, breathing in the familiar scent of her hair. "Of course we did. It'll just take some time to get used to it." But as the words left my mouth, a long, low moan echoed through the house, and we both sat up straight, straining our ears in the darkness. "What was that?" "Probably just the wind," I said, not believing myself. "Old houses make all kinds of noises." We eventually fell asleep, but our rest was far from peaceful. I dreamed of dark shapes moving out of sight, and whispered voices speaking in a language I couldn't understand. The next morning, exhausted and nervous, we tried to settle into our new home. Sarah was oblivious to the tension, happily exploring every nook and cranny of the cottage. It was while unpacking boxes in the living room that I first noticed the scratching sounds coming from inside the walls. It wasn't unexpected in an old country house, but as the day went on, the scratching grew louder and more insistent, seeming to follow us from room to room. Lisa noticed it too, her eyes widening when a particularly loud scratch came from behind the fireplace. "Maybe we should call an exterminator," she suggested. I nodded, grateful to pretend everything was normal. "I'll look for one right now." But when I tried to use my phone, I discovered there was no signal. The landline gave nothing but static. When I picked up the receiver, the line was dead. That night, things got worse. We were awakened by Sarah's scream. We rushed to her room and found her sitting on her bed, her eyes wide with terror. "There was a lady," she sobbed as Lisa took her into her arms. "A lady in old-fashioned clothes. She was standing there watching me." I searched the room with my heart racing but found nothing. No sign of an intruder. No explanation for what Sarah had seen. As I turned to comfort my daughter, my foot caught on something. I saw a small antique doll lying on the floor. A doll I was sure wasn't there when we put Sarah to bed. The next day, we were all nervous, and the strange events seemed to multiply by the hour. The temperature plummeted in certain rooms. Our breath fogged the air even when the sun was shining, and there was always the feeling that we were being watched. Lisa and I tried to rationalize and find logical explanations, but when we found Sarah talking to an empty corner of the kitchen, describing in detail a boy none of us could see, we knew we could no longer deny that we needed help. "This isn't normal," Lisa said, her voice trembling. But with our phones still not working and our car mysteriously refusing to start, we felt trapped. The idea of walking through the deserted streets of the countryside with night approaching filled me with fear. As darkness fell, the activity in the house reached a fever pitch. Objects flew through the rooms as if of their own accord. Disembodied voices whispered from empty corners, and the sound of scratching on the walls grew so loud that it was as if something was trying to get out. We huddled in the living room, jumping at every noise, every shadow. Sarah had already cried herself to sleep, curled up on the sofa between us. "What are we going to do?" Lisa's voice was hoarse, her eyes red from crying. I opened my mouth to respond, to offer some words of comfort or reassurance, but at that moment, all the lights in the house went out at once, and we were plunged into total darkness. The silence that followed was deafening. Even the constant scratching had stopped. For a moment, I thought it was all over. Then, from upstairs came the sound of slow, heavy footsteps. Thump, 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 moving from room to room, getting closer. Lisa grabbed my arm so hard it left marks. I could hear her irregular breathing, feel the tremors running through her body. I wanted to grab Sarah and run out into the night, but I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. When the footsteps reached the top of the stairs, thump, thump, thump. They were coming down, now slowly, deliberately, the old wood creaking under an invisible weight. Finally, I found my voice. "Who's there?" I shouted, hating how weak and scared I sounded. The footsteps stopped for a long moment. There was nothing but silence. Then a voice spoke from the darkness, old, cracked, and full of malice. "You are not welcome here." The words were followed by a chorus of whispers, dozens of voices around us repeating, "You are not welcome, not welcome, not welcome." Sarah woke up with a start, her scream joining the cacophony of ghostly voices. The furniture began to shake, pictures flew off the walls, and a wind that came from nowhere enveloped us, cold and smelling of decay. In that moment of pure terror, I found the strength to move. I picked Sarah up in my arms, grabbed Lisa's hand, and ran for the door. We ran out into the cold night air, not stopping until we reached the road. When we stopped, breathing heavily, I turned to look back at the cottage, which was silent and dark, looking like a normal country house. But in one of the upstairs windows, I saw the silhouette of a woman in old-fashioned clothes, her face twisted into a malevolent smile. As I watched, she raised her hand and waved a mocking goodbye, then left, and the window was empty once again. We didn't go back to get our things. We walked through the night, following the road until we reached the nearest town. We never told anyone about what had happened, trying to make sense of the nightmare we had experienced. But in the end, we never returned to the cottage. We left the cottage and all the horrors it contained behind us, but sometimes, in the dead of night, I still hear those whispers. I still feel those invisible eyes watching me from the shadows, and I wonder if we ever really escaped, or if a part of us will always be trapped in that house forever, unwanted guests in someone else's home. Next story. The security camera flashed, and for a split second, I saw something that shouldn't have been there. A shadow where there should have been light, movement, where everything should have been still. At that moment, I knew that this night shift would be different from any other. My name is Mike, and I've been working as a security guard at the City Museum for over 5 years. It's a pretty quiet job, just me, the cameras, and millions of dollars worth of artifacts to keep an eye on, but tonight was different. I leaned in close to the monitor bank and forgot about my coffee as I scanned each screen. Everything seemed normal at first glance, empty, dimly lit rooms displaying the occasional reflection of a glass case. But then I saw it again, a flicker in the Egyptian wing, as if someone had stepped in front of the camera and disappeared. "What the hell?" I muttered, grabbing the controls to rewind the footage, but before I could, another camera failed, this time in the medieval Europe section. My heart began to race. One faulty camera I could explain, but two in different parts of the museum was no coincidence. I grabbed my flashlight and radio, hesitating for a moment before leaving the security office. The hallway stretched out before me, shadows dancing in the beam of my light. Instinct told me to go back and call for backup, but I knew that by the time anyone arrived, whatever was happening might already be over. The sound of my footsteps echoed on the marble floors as I made my way to the Egyptian wing. The air felt heavy, charged with an electricity I couldn't explain. I turned the corner, and the beam of my flashlight caught the golden glow of Tutankhamun's death mask. I swept the light around the room, hoping to see a figure lurking behind a sarcophagus, but there was nothing, just ancient artifacts that remained silent, as they had for centuries. But something caught my eye. A smudge on the glass case that housed a collection of canopic jars. I approached, and my breath fogged the glass as I leaned in to inspect it. It was the mark of a hand. "Mike speaking," I said into my radio. "I have signs of a possible intruder in the Egyptian wing, requesting backup." Static was my only response. I tried again, but the radio remained stubbornly silent. Great. Either it was broken or something was interfering with the signal. Either way, I was alone. I decided to return to the security office, my senses on high alert. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the building sounded like a footstep. By the time I reached the relative safety of my desk, I was drenched in sweat. The cameras continued to malfunction and move inexplicably. I tried calling the landline, but it wasn't working either. There was no cell phone signal either. It was as if the entire museum had been cut off from the outside world. That's when I noticed that the date and timestamp on the camera footage was all wrong, showing times from hours ago. With trembling hands, I accessed the archived footage, and what I saw made my blood run cold. The footage showed a group of people entering the museum after closing time, moving with purpose, clearly knowing where they were going. I watched in horror as they systematically went through the exhibits, somehow disabling the alarms and bypassing the security measures. But it was what they were doing that really caught my attention. They weren't just stealing artifacts, they were replacing them with perfect replicas. From what I could tell, if I hadn't been watching it happen, I would never have noticed the difference. I fast-forwarded through the footage, and my heart raced when I saw that they were still working in the museum. The timestamp on the last part of the footage was only a few minutes ago. They were still here. I jumped out of my chair, knocking over my cold coffee in the process. I had to do something. I had to stop them. But what could a security guard do against a team of professional thieves? I grabbed my flashlight again and the pepper spray I kept in my desk. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. As I stepped into the hallway, I heard soft voices, but they were getting closer. I hid behind a column, trying to slow my breathing as I listened. "That was the last one," I heard a man's voice say. "Let's get out of here before sunrise." "What about the guard?" That voice was female, low and hoarse. "He took care of that," a third voice replied. "He'll be unconscious for hours." By the time anyone realizes what happened, we'll be long gone. I frowned, but I was right here, wide awake. Then I realized they must have taken Jim, who normally patrolled the West Wing while I monitored the cameras. I hadn't seen him all night, hadn't even thought to check on him. Guilt and anger washed over me. I should have realized something was wrong when Jim didn't sign in. Now he could be hurt or worse, and these thieves were about to get away with the crime of the century. I couldn't let that happen. I took a deep breath and stepped out of my hiding place. "Freeze! Museum security!" I shouted, pointing my flashlight at the group. They froze for a moment. There appeared to be 5 of them, all dressed in black, carrying large canvas bags that I assumed were filled with priceless artifacts. Then the one in front, a tall man with cold eyes, smiled. "Well, well," he said. "Look who we have here." He turned to his companions. "Take care of him." 2 of them started toward me. I backed away, searching for my pepper spray. "I called for backup," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "The police are on their way." The woman laughed. "No, you didn't," she said. "All communications are blocked. You're on your own, Rent-A-Cop." She was right, and we both knew it, but I couldn't give up. I thought about the history of this museum, the thousands of people who came here every day to learn and marvel. I couldn't let these thieves take that away. In a moment of distraction, one of them approached me, but I managed to dodge him and spray the pepper spray. Someone cursed, and I heard coughing, but then a fist hit my jaw, sending me sprawling to the floor. I hit the ground hard, my flashlight slid across the floor, and through my blurry eyes, I saw the leader bend down to pick it up. "You should have stayed in your office," he said in his almost gentle voice. "Now we're going to have to do this the hard way." I tasted blood in my mouth and felt panic rising as I realized how badly outnumbered I was. But miraculously, I heard sirens getting louder by the second. The thieves heard them too, and their heads turned, looking at the windows where blue and red lights were now visible. "The alarms never went off," the woman hissed. I managed to smile even though it hurt. "The silent alarm," I lied. "It was triggered as soon as you entered the building. I guess your technology isn't as good as you thought." The leader raised his boot, pointing the flashlight at me, and I braced myself for the blow, but it didn't come. Instead, the sound of breaking glass filled the air, followed by shouts of, "Police! Freeze!" What happened next was a blur. The boot on my chest disappeared as the thieves scattered. I heard more screams, the sound of running feet, a gunshot that echoed through the cavernous halls of the museum, and then suddenly it was over. I found myself being helped to my feet by a concerned-looking policewoman. "Are you okay?" she asked. I nodded, shaking with the movement. "Yes, I think so." She smiled. "Did you get them?" "We got all 5 of them, plus the artifacts they were trying to steal. You did well to hold them like that." The adrenaline finally wore off as the police officer led me outside. I watched the thieves being put into police cars, and the leader caught my eye as he was being placed in the back of a patrol car. His eyes met mine, cold and promising. "This isn't over," he muttered. I should have been scared, but instead I felt a surge of pride. I had protected the museum and everything in it. As the paramedics examined me, I watched the sun begin to rise over the city. In a few hours, the museum would open as usual, and visitors would come to marvel at artifacts thousands of years old, unaware of how close they had come to losing them forever. And I would be back tomorrow night watching over everything, because that's what I do. That's who I am. I'm the night guard, the invisible protector of history itself, and no matter what happens, I'll be ready. Next story. The scratching sound in my locker grew louder and more insistent. I froze, the textbook forgotten on my lap, as the noise changed from a soft scratch to a frantic scraping. Whatever was in there, it wanted out, and I was terrified to find out what it could be. My name is Jess, and until tonight, my biggest concern was passing my Psychology 101 exam. Funny how priorities can change so quickly when you're faced with the possibility of having a monster in your closet. It all started innocently enough, just another late-night study session in my dorm room, fueled by copious amounts of coffee and the dread of impending exams. My roommate, Sarah, was out for the night, probably at another party. I envied her ability to balance her academic and social life, while I was stuck here, drowning in a sea of highlighters and sticky notes. The first scratch was so faint I barely noticed it. I looked up from my textbook, tilting my head to listen. Nothing, just the usual ambient sounds of dorm life. Distant music, muffled voices, and the hum of my old mini fridge. I shrugged and went back to my studies, but then I heard it again, a soft, deliberate scraping sound like fingernails on wood, coming from my closet. I put my book aside, my eyes fixed on the closed closet door. "Is anyone there?" I asked, feeling immediately foolish for doing so. Who did I expect to answer? A mouse? A raccoon? I let out a shaky laugh, running my hand through my messy hair. I picked up my book again, determined to concentrate, but the words passed before my eyes without meaning. My concentration waned every few seconds, my gaze returning to the closet, half expecting to see the door slowly opening. That's when the scratching really started. It was unmistakable now. A frantic scratching that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the closet, and my mind raced through possibilities. A mouse? A raccoon? How could an animal have gotten in there? I stood up slowly, my legs shaking. Part of me wanted to run out of the room and not look back, but a larger part, the part that had always been too curious for its own good, pushed me forward. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. The scratching intensified, as if whatever was inside knew I was close. I took a deep breath, bracing myself, and pulled the door open. For a moment, all I saw were my clothes hanging neatly in a row. Then, as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw it. A figure crouched in the corner of my closet, partially hidden behind a curtain of dresses. The scream caught in my throat, but before I could make a sound, the figure moved. Fast, inhumanly fast. 1 second it was in the closet, and the next it was right in front of me, a hand over my mouth, muffling my belated scream. I found myself staring into a pair of wild, desperate eyes. "Please," the figure whispered, and I realized with a start that it was a young girl, probably no older than me. "Please, you have to help me. They're coming." She slowly removed her hand from my mouth, backing away until she hit the desk. "Who are you? How did you get into my closet?" She glanced nervously at the window and then back at me. "There's no time to explain. They'll be here any minute. You have to hide me." "Hide you from whom? What's going on?" The questions poured out of me, my mind struggling to process the situation. The girl opened her mouth to respond, but before she could, a sound cut through the night. A long, mournful howl, but with a predatory edge to it. Something hungry. The color drained from the girl's face. "They're here," she whispered. I went to the window and peered into the darkness. At first, I saw nothing. Then a movement caught my eye. Shadows moving across the courtyard with unnatural speed. They were heading straight for my dorm. "What are those things?" I asked, my voice almost inaudible, and the girl joined me at the window, her body tense. "Hunters," she said. "They're after me, and they won't stop until they find me." I turned to look at her, really looked at her for the first time. She was pale, almost translucent in the dim light of my desk lamp. Her clothes were tattered and dirty, as if she had been running for a long time. But it was her eyes that caught my attention. They were old, tired eyes that didn't seem to match her young face. "Why are they after you?" I asked, even as another part of my brain screamed at me to stop asking questions and start running. At that moment, I saw something glint behind her eyes, something inhuman. "Because of what I am," she said softly. "Because of what I can do." As if to prove it, she held out her hand, and before my incredulous eyes, a small flame appeared in her palm, dancing and flickering with a life of its own. I staggered backward, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. Things like this didn't happen in real life. They happened in books, in movies, not in a college dorm on a Tuesday night. She closed her hand, extinguishing the flame. Her eyes were pleading. "Please," she said. "I know this is crazy. I know you have no reason to trust me. But if they find me, they'll kill me and anyone who gets in their way." I looked back out the window. The shadows were at the entrance to my dorm. In a matter of minutes, they would be here. I made a decision that would change the course of my life forever. "I'll help you," I said, surprised by the firmness of my voice. "What are we going to do?" Relief flooded her face. "Thank you," she breathed. And then it all began. "We need to get out of here. Is there an exit at the back of the building?" I nodded. "Fire escape, but we're on the 3rd floor." "That's okay. I can get us down safely. Do you trust me?" I hesitated for a moment and took her hand. It was warm, almost hot to the touch. "I must be crazy," I murmured. She gave me a grim smile. "Probably, but crazy is better than dead." I rushed across the room, grabbing my backpack and stuffing a few essential items inside. As we were about to leave, I hesitated when I glanced at my desk, where my textbook lay open. It seemed so surreal, this remnant of my normal life, juxtaposed with the madness of the current situation. "Let's go," the girl insisted, tugging at my hand. I nodded, averting my eyes from the desk. We slipped into the hallway, our footsteps muffled by the threadbare carpet. I heard heavy footsteps on the stairs. The hunters were inside. We ran down the hallway, and at the end a red exit sign glowed like a beacon of hope. As we reached it, a door behind us swung open. I looked back and immediately wished I hadn't. The figure in the doorway was vaguely human, but its body rippled and shifted as if it couldn't decide on a single form. "Run," it shouted, pushing me through the fire exit. The cold night air hit me like a slap in the face as we reached the fire escape. Without hesitation, the girl jumped over the railing and pulled me with her. I wanted to scream, but the sound caught in my throat as we fell, and impossibly, our descent was as if we were floating gently, carried by an invisible force. We touched the grass below us softly. Above, I could hear growls and the sound of metal tearing as the hunters destroyed the fire escape. "Let's go," the girl said, already running. "We need to get to the woods. I can lose them there." I followed her, my legs moving almost of their own accord as we ran across the open area of the quad. I heard a thud behind us as the hunters jumped down, completely avoiding the fire escape. We reached the tree line just as another howl pierced the night. The hunters were catching up to us, their shapes shifting and changing as they ran. The girl led me deeper into the forest, weaving between the trees with an agility that denoted long practice. I stumbled behind her, branches slapping my face and roots threatening to trip me at every step. "There's a place," she gasped between breaths. "A safe place if we can get there." I wanted to ask more questions, but I needed all my breath to run. The sounds of pursuit grew fainter as we went deeper into the forest, but I knew I shouldn't think we'd lost them. Finally, after what seemed like hours, but was probably only minutes, we came to a small clearing. In the center was a ring of stones that glowed faintly. The girl pulled me toward the circle of stones, quickly telling me to get inside. I hesitated at the edge of the circle, suddenly unsure. This was crazy. Magic, monsters, mysterious glowing stones. None of this could be real. A nearby growl made the decision for me. I stepped into the circle and the effect was immediate. A warmth spread through me and the sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the distant howls, all disappeared. It was as if we were in a bubble separate from the rest of the world. The girl let out a sigh of relief and knelt down. "We're safe," she said. "For now." I looked at her, this strange girl who had turned my world upside down in an hour. "Who are you?" She held my gaze with a small, sad smile on her face. "My name is Lily," she said. and I'm about to tell you a story that will change everything you thought you knew about the world. I settled in to listen, knowing that my life would never be the same again. What had once seemed trivial was now a relic of a simpler time. In this new reality, I was sure of one thing: nothing would ever be normal again. And strangely, I was okay with that. Next story. The forest had seemed so inviting in the daylight. Now that darkness was falling and the trees stood like silent sentinels, I realized how foolish I had been. Alone, the eerie sounds echoing through the forest told me I wasn't the only thing awake in this wilderness. My name is Alex, and I've always considered myself an experienced hiker. I had tackled challenging trails before and prided myself on my navigation skills, but as I stood there surrounded by an impenetrable wall of trees, I felt like a complete novice. The day had started with a perfectly clear sky, a gentle breeze, and a new trail. I was eager to explore. I carried very little, just water, energy bars, and my trusty compass. I had told myself I would be back before sunset, no problem. But somewhere along the way, things went wrong. Maybe it was when I decided to leave the trail to check out that interesting rock formation, or when I stopped to watch a deer and her fawn, losing track of time. Whatever the reason, by the time I realized I was off course, the sun was already setting below the horizon. I grabbed my compass and stared at it, but in my panic, the directions seemed to blur together. North, south, everything looked the same in this green maze. Come on, try to stay calm, I told myself. You've been in tough situations before, just think it through. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to concentrate. I knew I was heading east when I started, so if I turned around and headed west, I should eventually find the trail again. With renewed determination, I set off in what I hoped was the right direction, but as I walked, the forest seemed to close in around me. The trees grew denser and their branches more menacing. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision, making me jump at every rustle of leaves. The light was almost gone, and now the forest floor was plunged into a sinister twilight. I searched for my flashlight in my backpack, cursing under my breath when I couldn't find it. A branch snapped somewhere to my left and I turned, my heart pounding. "Is anyone there?" I shouted, immediately regretting it the next second. If there was something out there, I had just announced my presence. Silence answered me, but it was a heavy silence, full of potential energy. I could feel eyes on me, watching from the darkness. I just needed to get out of there and find some sign of civilization. But the faster I walked, the more I came across trees that I could have sworn I had passed before. Was I walking in circles? Then I heard the howl. It wasn't the sound of any animal I recognized. Too deep, too wrong. I held my breath, straining my ears. For a moment, there was nothing. Then I heard it again, closer this time. Panic seized me and I ran. Branches slapped my face, roots seemed to stretch out to trip me, but I didn't slow down. I could hear something hitting the bushes behind me, gaining ground with every passing second. Suddenly, I came out into a clearing. The sudden moonlight blinded me momentarily. As my eyes adjusted, I saw a figure standing across the clearing. Relief flooded me. "Hello!" I shouted, waving my arms. "I'm lost, can you help me?" The figure didn't move. As I got closer, I realized something was wrong. It was very tall, very quiet, and its proportions were wrong. I stopped suddenly, and my relief turned to ice in my veins. That wasn't a person. I didn't know what it was, but every instinct I had was screaming at me to run. The thing's head moved toward me, and in the moonlight, I could see eyes glowing an unnatural green and a mouth full of too many teeth. I turned and ran back toward the trees. I didn't care which direction I was going or if there was even a way out. My only thought was to get away from that thing in the clearing. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. When I couldn't run anymore, I collapsed against a tree, breathing heavily. The forest was silent again, but it was a tense silence, full of expectation. As I sat there trying to catch my breath and calm my racing heart, I noticed a soft glow coming from my right. At first, I thought it was my eyes playing tricks on me, but as I focused on it, the glow grew stronger. I started moving toward the light, and as I got closer, I realized it was coming from a small cave, half hidden by dense vegetation. Every horror movie I had ever seen screamed at me not to go in, but the alternative was to stay out here in the dark, with whatever that thing in the clearing was. I took a deep breath and entered the cave. The source of the glow became apparent immediately. Strange luminescent fungi covered the walls, casting a soft blue-green light throughout the small space. But it wasn't the fungi that caught my attention. In the center of the cave was a stone pedestal, and on top of it was an ancient book. I approached cautiously, expecting something to jump out at me, but nothing happened. The book was open, its leather cover worn and weathered by age. Against my better judgment, I reached out and opened it. The pages were filled with strange symbols and diagrams, none of which made sense to me. But as I leafed through, a loose page fell out and I picked it up. Looking at the faded handwriting, I noticed that it was in English, unlike the rest of the book. It was a warning, a description of the creatures that lived in these woods, ancient beings that had been here long before humans, beings that did not take kindly to intruders. A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the thing in the clearing. Was that what the note was talking about? The next part of the note described a ritual, a way to appease these creatures and ensure safe passage through their domain. It seemed absurd, like something out of a fantasy novel, but after what I had seen tonight, I was willing to believe anything. I memorized the ritual as best I could, then tucked the note into my pocket. A growl from outside made me freeze. It was back and had found me. I could see its silhouette at the entrance to the cave, blocking the moonlight. Its eyes glowed in the darkness, fixed on me. With trembling hands, I began the ritual. I didn't have the items the note mentioned, but I hoped the intention would be enough. I spoke the words phonetically, without understanding their meaning, but putting every ounce of desperation I had into them. When I finished the last word, the creature lunged forward. I closed my eyes, preparing for impact, but nothing happened. I opened my eyes and saw that the cave was empty. The creature had disappeared as if it had never been there. Even its silhouette at the entrance was gone. For a long moment, I stood there, barely daring to breathe. Had it worked? Or was it just the calm before the storm? Gathering my courage, I left the cave, and the forest was different. The oppressive darkness had dissipated, and I could see a faint path leading away from the cave, softly illuminated by the moonlight. I followed the path with my heart in my throat. Every shadow still seemed to hide potential dangers, but the deep terror I had felt earlier had dissipated. After hours, but it was probably only a few minutes, I heard a sound that made me want to cry with relief. Cars. I reached the road, crossed the line of trees, and saw the asphalt shining in the moonlight. I finally allowed myself to believe that I was safe. I stuck out my thumb, and the first car that passed stopped to give me a ride. With my torn clothes and wild eyes, the elderly couple in the car were skeptical at first, but something in my face must have convinced them that I was truly in danger. They asked me questions I couldn't answer. How could I explain what had happened? Who would believe me? As we drove away from the forest, I looked back for a moment and thought I saw those green eyes between the trees. But then, we turned a corner and the forest disappeared from view. I never went hiking alone again after that night, and I never returned to that forest. But sometimes, when the night is dark and the wind whispers through the trees, I remember the terror, the strange cave, the ritual, and I wonder if it was all real, or just a nightmare born of fear and exhaustion. But then, I feel the weight of that note in my pocket, the note I couldn't get rid of, and I know that the forest has secrets, and some of them are best left alone. Next story. The scream that pierced the night was the most terrifying sound I've ever heard. It wasn't just the volume or the speed that froze me to the bone, but the recognition that it was my daughter's voice, and she was no longer in her sleeping bag next to me. I'm Jack, and what started as a fun family camping trip turned into a nightmare. My wife Sarah and I took our children, Emma, 8, and Liam, 6, to Whispering Pines Campground for a long weekend of outdoor adventures. We were fishing and roasting marshmallows around the campfire. Everything was perfect until the scream woke me from a deep sleep, and I reached for my flashlight. My heart was beating so hard I could feel it in my throat. The beam of light revealed Sarah already unzipping the tent, her face a mask of panic. "Emma!" I shouted, my voice hoarse from sleep and fear. "Emma, where are you?" Only the eerie silence of the forest at night answered. I rushed out of the tent after Sarah, almost tripping over Liam, who was starting to stir, awakened by the commotion. "Stay in the tent, buddy," I told him, trying to keep my voice calm. The campsite was bathed in silvery moonlight, and everything looked normal at first glance. Our campfire, our cooler, the kids' bikes leaning against a tree. But Emma's sleeping bag, which we had let her put outside the tent because she wanted to sleep under the stars, was empty. Sarah was already at the edge of the camp, shining her flashlight into the forest. I joined her, and the beam from my flashlight cut through the darkness. The trees seemed to loom over us, their branches casting strange, shifting shadows. Every crackling twig made me jump. "We need to split up," I said, trying to think logically through the fog of panic. "You go that way, and I'll go this way." Sarah nodded, her face pale in the moonlight, and headed off in one direction. I plunged into the woods in the other direction, calling Emma's name every few steps. The forest seemed to swallow my voice, the darkness closing in around me. I stumbled over roots and rocks, the beam of my flashlight bouncing wildly as I ran. My mind raced with possibilities. Had she wandered into the woods in her sleep? Had an animal dragged her away, or something worse? I don't know how long I searched, but time seemed to stretch and warp. It felt like hours. My throat was sore from screaming. My legs ached from running over the uneven ground, but I couldn't stop. My little girl was out there somewhere, alone and scared. Suddenly I heard Sarah's voice in the distance. "Jack, Jack, come quick!" I ran toward her voice. I entered a small clearing and found Sarah kneeling on the ground, holding something in her hands. As I got closer, I realized it was Emma's favorite stuffed animal, a worn rabbit she had had since she was a baby. She wouldn't go anywhere without it. "Jack, what's going on?" I knelt down beside her and picked up the stuffed rabbit. It was dirty and slightly damp, as if it had been lying on the forest floor for some time. I realized what this meant. Emma hadn't just wandered off into the woods. Something had taken her. As if in response to that thought, a branch snapped somewhere in the darkness beyond the clearing. Sarah and I spun around, our flashlights scanning the line of trees. "Who's there?" I called, trying to sound braver than I felt. For a moment, there was nothing. Then I saw a pair of eyes reflecting the light from our flashlight, too high off the ground to be a normal forest animal. As I watched in horror, more pairs of eyes appeared. They were surrounding us. Sarah's grip on my arm tightened, and she whispered, "What are those things?" Before I could answer, one of the creatures stepped into the clearing. In the dim light, I could make out a vaguely humanoid shape, but there was nothing human about its movements. My instincts screamed for me to run, but I stood my ground. These things had my daughter, I was sure of it, and I wasn't leaving without her. "Where is my daughter?" I demanded, surprised by the firmness of my voice. The creature tilted its head, an eerily human gesture, and then spoke. Its voice was like rustling leaves and creaking branches, barely recognizable as speech. "The young one," it said, "is safe. For now." Sarah let out a muffled sob beside me. I squeezed her hand, trying to draw strength from her presence. "What do you want?" I asked. The creature approached, its companions remaining at the edge of the clearing. I could see it more clearly now. Its skin was like tree bark. Its limbs were very long and articulated in the wrong places. Its face was a nightmare of knots and swirls with those reflective eyes in hollow sockets. "We are the guardians of this forest," the creature said. "For centuries we have protected these forests from those who would harm them. Your kind has forgotten the old ways, the respect due to wild places." I swallowed hard, trying to process what I was hearing. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as a hallucination, a dream caused by panic and exhaustion. But the weight of Emma's stuffed rabbit in my hand was all too real. "We didn't mean to disrespect you," I said carefully. "We're just a family at a campsite. Please, we just want our daughter back." I swallowed hard, trying to process what I was hearing. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as a hallucination, a dream caused by panic and exhaustion. But the weight of Emma's stuffed rabbit in my hand was all too real. "We didn't mean to disrespect you," I said carefully. "We're just a family at a campsite. Please, we just want our daughter back." The creature made a sound that could have been a laugh. "Intentions don't matter. The forest demands balance. One life for the lives your kind has taken." My blood ran cold as I realized what she was saying. They wanted to keep Emma and sacrifice her. The thought was too horrible to contemplate. "No," I said, surprised by the ferocity in my voice. "Let her go. Take me instead." Sarah gasped beside me, but I insisted. "I'm her father. I'm responsible for bringing her here. If someone has to pay the price, it should be me." The creature looked at me silently for a long moment, and to my surprise nodded. "I accept your offer," it said. "The young woman will be returned, but you must come with us." Relief flooded through me, followed quickly by fear. I turned to Sarah, seeing the terror and anguish in her eyes. "I have to do this," I said softly. "Get Emma and Liam out of here and don't come back." Sarah shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "Jack, no. There has to be another way." But we both knew there wasn't. I pulled her close to me, kissing her hard, and said, "I love you." I whispered, "Tell the children I love them too." And before I lost my nerve, I turned back to the creature and said, "I'm ready." As if in a trance, Emma staggered out of the forest, across the clearing, and Sarah ran to her, catching her in her arms. Emma looked dazed, but unharmed. I allowed myself one last look at my family. Sarah met my eyes over Emma's head, her gaze full of love and sadness. Then the creatures approached me, their bodies like tree bark surrounding me. My family's voices faded behind me. I heard Sarah's voice explaining to a confused Emma that Daddy had to be away for a while. My heart ached, but I knew I had made the right choice. We went deeper into the forest, the darkness deepening with every step. I didn't know what awaited me, the price I would have to pay, but as long as my family was safe, I was ready to face whatever came next. As we walked, the creature that had spoken to me approached. "Few would make such a sacrifice," she said, her voice like the wind through dry leaves. "Perhaps there is hope for your kind." But I did not reply. What could I say? That I was terrified, that I already missed my family with a pain that felt physical, that I was angry at the injustice of it all. Instead, I walked on in silence, leaving behind the world I knew and entering a realm of ancient magic and forgotten bargains. The forest had demanded a price, and I had paid it. Whatever came next, I would face it knowing that my children were safe. And as the last echoes of the human world faded behind me, I realized that this was more than just a father's sacrifice. It was the beginning of something new, a bridge between two worlds that had long been separated. Maybe, just maybe, there was a greater purpose to it all. And with that thought to sustain me, I walked toward the heart of Whispering Pines. Next story, the silver picture frame on my nightstand was facing down. I was sure I had left it there the night before, smiling at the family photo inside. A chill ran down my spine as I realized that this wasn't the first time I'd noticed things out of place lately. I'm Lauren, a 34-year-old marketing executive who recently moved into a spacious house in the suburbs after years of living in a cramped apartment in the city. I was excited to have more space, but with a demanding job and a house too big for one person to manage, I decided to hire a housekeeper and came across Mrs. Phillips, a stern-looking woman in her 60s with impeccable references. She seemed perfect, efficient, meticulous, and available to work the hours I needed. At first, she was worth her weight in gold. The first few weeks were great. I would come home to a spotless house with the laundry done and sometimes even a meal prepared and waiting in the fridge. Mrs. Phillips was a godsend, allowing me to focus on my work without drowning in household chores. But then little things started to seem odd. It started with small inconsistencies. A book on the coffee table that I didn't remember leaving there. The order of my shoes in the closet slightly rearranged. My favorite mug in a different cabinet. At first, I thought maybe I was more forgetful than I realized, that the stress of my job was getting to me. But as the occurrences became more frequent and noticeable, an uneasy feeling of discomfort began to grow. One night, I came home and found my laptop open on the kitchen counter. I always kept it in my office and certainly hadn't left it on. I checked the browser history and found searches for my name, family members, and my company. My heart raced. When I confronted Mrs. Phillips the next day, her reaction was strangely calm, almost rehearsed. She apologized profusely, claiming she had only used the laptop to research a cleaning technique and must have accidentally clicked on some pop-ups. Her explanation seemed plausible, but something in her eyes made me uneasy. I decided to be more vigilant and started taking pictures of the rooms before leaving for work, comparing them to how I found them when I returned. The changes were subtle but undeniable. A pillow slightly out of place, a drawer not fully closed, my clothes arranged in a different order than I had left them. The last straw was when I noticed that my personal documents had been rummaged through. The folder I kept in my desk drawer was slightly out of place. When I opened it, I realized that someone had been looking at my financial statements and insurance policies. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every corner of the house, every shadow seemed threatening. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that someone was invading my privacy. In the morning, with blurry eyes and at my wit's end, I made a decision. I needed to find out what was really going on when I wasn't home. I took the day off work and set up a small camera in the living room, hidden among my books, and pretended to go out for the day, driving around the block and parking where I could see my house. My heart pounded as I watched Mrs. Phillips arrive and go inside. The hours dragged on as I sat in the car, alternating between watching the house and checking the camera on my phone. At first, everything seemed normal. Mrs. Phillips cleaned the house, did the laundry, and went about her usual chores. But around noon, her behavior changed. She began moving around the house with determination, opening drawers and cabinets, clearly looking for something. I watched in horror as she entered my bedroom and went straight to my closet, pulling out a small box I kept hidden in the back. A box that contained old family heirlooms and personal items. My breath caught in my throat as she opened it, carefully examining each item inside. I couldn't take it anymore. I got out of the car and ran to the house, fumbling with my keys in my haste to get inside. "Mrs. Phillips," I called out as I entered, trying to keep my voice steady. I forgot some papers I need for a meeting and came to grab them quickly. There was a moment of silence. Then the sound of hurried footsteps. At the top of the stairs, her normally impassive face showed a flash of surprise before calming down. She said, her voice overly cheerful, "I didn't expect you back so soon. I was just finishing tidying your room." I forced a smile, my mind racing. "I'll just grab what I need and get out of your way." Mrs. Phillips, watching me closely, my skin prickled, but I kept my composure. When I entered my room, The box was back in the closet, but slightly out of place. My hands trembled as I pretended to look for papers on my desk. "Mrs. Phillips," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. "Have you seen a blue folder anywhere? I could have sworn I left it on my desk." "No, I'm afraid not," she replied, hovering in the doorway, "but I'd be happy to help you look for it." "That's okay," I said quickly. "I probably left it in the office. Anyway, I have to get going." Very aware of Mrs. Phillips' eyes on me as I drove, my mind was in turmoil. What was she looking for? Why was she so interested in my personal belongings? I watched the camera footage, seeing Mrs. Phillips methodically search my home. She seemed to be looking for something specific, but what? The next morning, I called Mrs. Phillips and told her I wouldn't need her services that day, then began my own search of the house, looking for anything out of place, any clue as to what she might be looking for. In my office, I found a small piece of paper tucked into a book with a series of numbers written on it, a phone number I didn't recognize. With trembling hands, I dialed the number, and a gruff male voice answered. "Yes, who is this?" My voice was barely a whisper. There was a pause, and then, "Who's asking?" My heart was racing, thinking about what I had stumbled upon. Over the next few days, I became a detective in my own home. I discovered more hidden notes, heard Mrs. Phillips talking quietly on the phone when she thought I wasn't around, and once I could have sworn I saw her taking pictures of my mail. I was living on edge, jumping at every sound, checking every lock. I knew I should go to the police. But what would I tell them? That my housekeeper was very meticulous, and that I had a hunch she was up to something nefarious. At night, when I woke up to the sound of my office door creaking, I lay in bed, listening to soft footsteps downstairs. Mrs. Phillips had a key for emergencies, but this was not an emergency. Silently, I got out of bed and crept down the stairs with my phone in my hand, 911 already dialed and ready to go. As I approached the office, I could see a sliver of light under the door. I took a deep breath and opened the door. Mrs. Phillips was there, holding a flashlight in one hand and a stack of papers in the other. She looked up, her eyes wide with shock. "Mrs. Phillips," I said, my voice surprisingly steady, "I think it's time you told me what's really going on here." She looked like she was about to deny everything. Then her shoulders slumped, and she sank into the chair at my desk. "I suppose there's no point in hiding it anymore," she said. "I'm not really a housekeeper, miss. I'm a private investigator." "But why? Who hired you, Mrs. Phillips, if that was your real name?" "Your father hired me. He's been trying to find you for years." I felt as if the floor had fallen out from under me. "But my father is dead. He died when I was a child." She shook her head. "That's what your mother told you, but he's very much alive and has been looking for you ever since your mother took you and disappeared." As I processed this information, memories I had suppressed for a long time came flooding back. Fights between my parents, muffled phone calls, the sudden move in the middle of the night when I was 10. "Why?" I managed to ask. "Why didn't he find us sooner?" "Your mother was very thorough in covering her tracks," Mrs. Phillips explained. "It took years of investigation to finally find her. Your father just wants a chance to explain and make things right." I sank to the floor, my legs unable to support me. My entire life, everything I thought I knew about my family, had been a lie. As the sun began to rise, casting a warm glow through the office windows, I made a decision. I looked at Mrs. Phillips, the woman who had invaded my privacy, but who, in a twisted way, had also brought the truth to light. "I want to meet him," I said, my voice little more than a whisper. There was a genuine smile on her face. "He'll be so happy to hear that. He never stopped loving you, you know." As she picked up her phone to make the call, I sat on the floor of my office, watching the dawn of a new day and the dawn of a new chapter in my life. The truth had been hidden in my home all along, disguised as a maid with a feather duster. I didn't know what the future held for me, what explanations or revelations awaited me, but I knew one thing for sure. Nothing in my life would ever be the same again. Next story. The moment I saw her thumb emerge from the shadows, I knew I should have kept driving, but loneliness and fatigue are a dangerous combination, especially on a road that seems to stretch endlessly into the night. I slowed down, my headlights illuminating a figure that would haunt my nightmares for many years to come. My name is Jake, and I'm a long-haul truck driver, 18 years on the road. I thought I'd seen it all, but nothing could have prepared me for that night on Route 66. I had been driving for hours trying to meet a deadline. The radio had long since turned to static, and my thermos of coffee was empty. The monotony of the highway was starting to play tricks on my eyes, making the yellow lines dance and sway. That's when I saw him, a lone figure on the shoulder of the road. In the split second it took me to pass him, our eyes met in the side mirror. There was something in that look that made my skin crawl. But exhaustion overcame my common sense. I stepped on the brakes, and the truck groaned to a halt. I watched in the mirror as the hitchhiker approached. He moved strangely, like a puppet with tangled strings. When he got closer, I could see more details. Tall and thin, wearing a wool jacket despite the warm night, his face in shadows. "Where are you going?" I asked when he reached the passenger door. His voice, when he answered, was like gravel being crushed. "Wherever you're going." Every instinct I had screamed at me to put the truck in gear and get out of there, but a sense of decency made me reach out and unlock the door. He got in, his movement still jerky and uncoordinated. Up close, he smelled of damp earth and something metallic I couldn't identify. I tried not to breathe too deeply as I turned back onto the highway. "My name is Jake," I said, more to break the uncomfortable silence than out of any real desire to talk. He replied after what seemed like an eternity, "John Smith." Right, and I'm Santa Claus, I thought, but didn't pursue it. Rule number 1 for hitchhiking: don't ask too many questions. We drove in silence for a while, the only sound the noise of the tires on the asphalt and the occasional ping of insects hitting the windshield. I kept glancing at my passenger. Something about him seemed strange. His quietness wasn't natural, as if he wasn't very comfortable in his own skin. "So, where are you from, John?" I asked, unable to stand the silence any longer. He didn't answer right away. When he did, his voice had a dreamy, distant quality to it. "A place where the sun never sets and the streets are paved with bones." I laughed nervously, trying to make it sound like a joke. "Vegas?" John didn't laugh, just stared at me with those hollow eyes. "You have no idea," he muttered. The truck cab suddenly felt very small and very cold. I turned up the heat, but it didn't seem to make a difference. John looked back out the window, watching the darkness pass by as the miles rolled by. My uneasiness grew. John's presence seemed to suck all the warmth and light out of the world. The familiar road seemed strange and threatening, shadows deepening at the edges of my headlights. I was about to suggest we stop at the next rest area when John spoke again. "Do you believe in monsters, Jake?" The question sent a chill down my spine. "I can't say I do," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. John looked back at me with those dead eyes. "Look at the road, not the steering wheel, buddy. I don't know what your problem is, but don't..." I didn't get to finish my sentence because, at that moment, John began to change, starting with his skin, which seemed to ripple and shift as if something were moving beneath it. Then his face began to elongate, transforming into something inhuman. I watched in horror as his fingers lengthened and turned into claws that tore through the worn fabric of his gloves. I slammed on the brakes, and the truck swerved to a stop in the middle of the highway. I tried to grab the door handle, desperate to escape whatever was happening next to me, but John, or whatever had been John, was faster. A clawed hand reached out, grabbing my arm with inhuman strength. I screamed in pain and fear, struggling to break free. "Jake!" The creature growled, its voice a hellish distortion of John's coarse tones. The fun is just beginning. I lunged blindly, and my fist connected with something that felt like cold flesh. The thing that was John howled, a sound that made my blood run cold. Its grip loosened enough for me to free my arm, and I threw myself out of the truck. I hit the asphalt hard, felt pain in my shoulder, but the adrenaline kept me moving. I got up and ran, not daring to look back. The sound of tearing metal filled the air, followed by an inhuman roar. Against my better judgment, I looked over my shoulder, and what I saw almost stopped my heart. The creature had torn the roof of the cab like tissue paper, and was towering over the truck like a nightmarish amalgamation of man and beast. Its skin was a patchwork of scales and fur, its face a twisted mask of fangs and glowing eyes. I ran faster than I had ever run in my life, my lungs burning as I sprinted down the highway, but I could hear it behind me, its heavy footsteps pounding the ground. She was toying with me, I realized. She could have caught me at any moment. Just when I thought my legs would give out, I saw lights in the distance. A gas station, a beacon of hope in the darkness. I pushed harder, praying I could reach it before the creature caught up with me. I risked another glance behind me and saw the creature retreating, shrinking into a more human form as it disappeared into the shadows beside the road. I stumbled into the gas station parking lot, gasping for breath. The attendant looked up from his magazine, his eyes widening at my disheveled appearance. "Are you okay, man?" he asked, already reaching for the phone. I shook my head, collapsing onto the cracked linoleum floor as the attendant called the police. I lay there, waiting to see those glowing eyes watching me from the darkness. The police arrived quickly. They found my truck abandoned on the highway, the cab open like a sardine can. There was no sign of John or the creature he had become. They didn't believe my story, of course. Who would? They attributed it to exhaustion and possible dehydration, maybe even a hallucination caused by spoiled truck stop food. But they couldn't explain the claw marks on my arm or the gray prints they found around my truck. I quit my job as a truck driver after that night and couldn't get back behind the wheel to face those long, dark stretches of highway. Some nights I still wake up in a cold sweat from the memory. I don't know what John was or where he came from, but I know there are things out there in the darkness, things that defy explanation and sometimes hitch a ride. So if you're driving down a lonely stretch of highway and you see a lone figure with their thumb out, keep driving. You never know who or what you might be letting into your life. As for me, I'll stick to daylight from now on and never hitch a ride again as long as I live. Some rides just aren't worth the risk. Next story. The moment I saw him in the rearview mirror, I knew it wasn't going to be a normal night bus ride. His gaze, hidden under a dark hood, seemed to pierce right through me, igniting a primal fear I couldn't shake. It was the beginning of a journey that would push me to the edge of sanity. My name is Mia, and I'm a graduate student at the local university. That night, I was returning to campus after visiting my parents for the weekend. It was a 4-hour trip, and I had opted for a cheaper night bus to save money. Big mistake. The bus was almost empty when I boarded, with only a few passengers scattered about. I chose a seat near the middle and settled in for what I hoped would be a quiet ride. As we pulled out of the station, I noticed him for the first time, a figure in a dark hoodie sitting at the very back of the bus. At first I didn't think much of it, just another passenger, right? But as the miles passed and the other passengers gradually got off at various stops, I realized that it was just me, the driver, and the hooded figure on the bus. That's when I got that tingling sensation on the back of my neck that told me I was being watched. I tried to convince myself that I was just being paranoid, but every time I looked in the rearview mirror above the driver's seat, I saw those eyes staring at me. I couldn't see his face clearly in the dim light of the bus, but there was something unsettling about the intensity of his gaze, which never wavered, never blinked, just 2 points of light in the darkness fixed on me. I tried to distract myself by looking out the window, but all I could see was my own reflection in the endless darkness. Aside from the soft hum of the engine and the occasional bump in the road, the only sounds breaking the eerie silence were my own breathing and the beating of my racing heart. After what seemed like an eternity, I decided to change seats in the hope of breaking the line of sight between me and my unwanted observer. I gathered my things and moved to a seat closer to the front, avoiding looking at the back of the bus. For a few happy moments, I felt relieved, but then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a movement. The hooded figure had also changed seats, keeping the same distance between us. My heart began to race. It couldn't be a coincidence. I thought about asking the driver to stop and let me out early, but we were in the middle of nowhere, and the idea of being stuck on a dark, deserted road seemed even worse than staying on the bus. I tried to call someone, but of course there was no signal. We were passing through a dead zone, isolated from the rest of the world. The next hour was the longest of my life. I sat rigid in my seat, every muscle tense, straining to hear any sound of movement behind me. A few times I thought I heard soft footsteps, but when I turned my head to look, the hooded figure was always in the same place, eyes fixed on me. As we approached the outskirts of the city, I began to relax a little. We were almost there, just a little further, and I would be safe. That's when it happened. The bus lurched forward, the engine sputtering and dying. We came to a stop on the side of the road, and the interior lights flickered ominously before going out. "Sorry, folks," the driver shouted in an unusually loud voice in the sudden silence. "Looks like we've got some kind of engine trouble. I'll take a quick look." I wanted to yell at him not to leave and tell him about the scary passenger in the back, but my voice seemed to be stuck in my throat. I watched helplessly as he got off the bus, leaving me alone with him in the darkness. I couldn't see the hooded figure in the mirror anymore, but I could feel its oppressive and threatening presence. The silence stretched on, broken only by my irregular breathing. Then I heard it. Soft footsteps slowly climbing the aisle of the bus. Panic seized me. I had to get out of there. Without thinking, I bolted from my seat, stumbling toward the front of the bus. My hand shook as I struggled with the door and finally managed to open it. I fell onto the road, the cold night air hitting me like a slap in the face. There was no sign of the driver. I had no idea how long it had been since he left, minutes or hours. Time seemed to have lost all meaning. I started running, my feet pounding the asphalt. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get out. Behind me, I heard the bus door open again. He was coming after me. My lungs burned as I ran, pushing myself harder than ever. But no matter how fast I went, I could hear him behind me, his footsteps steady and relentless. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, I saw lights ahead. A gas station, a beacon of hope in the darkness. With a final burst of energy, I ran toward it and entered through the door, startling the sleepy-looking attendant behind the counter. "I'm out of breath. You have to help me. Someone is after me." His eyes widened at my disheveled appearance, and he grabbed the phone, already dialing, as he asked, "Who's behind you?" But when I turned to point out the window and show him my pursuer, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There was no one there. The road was empty and stretched into the darkness in both directions. The police arrived shortly after, and their questions only increased my confusion and fear. They found no sign of the hooded figure, no evidence of anyone following me. The bus was where we had left it, with the driver working on the engine, completely unaware of what had happened. As the adrenaline wore off, doubt began to creep in. Had I imagined it all? Could the stress of college and lack of sleep have caused me to hallucinate? Even as I tried to rationalize what had happened, I couldn't shake the memory of those eyes, that unflinching stare that had followed me all night. Real or not, the fear was genuine. The police officer offered to drive me back to campus, an offer I gratefully accepted. As we pulled away from the gas station, I couldn't help but look back one last time, and for a moment, I thought I saw a hooded figure standing in the light, watching me leave. I never took the night bus again after that. The incident left me nervous and paranoid for weeks, jumping at shadows and avoiding being alone in public spaces. My friends and family were concerned, suggesting therapy or medication to help with what they saw as an anxiety disorder. But I knew what I had experienced, even if I couldn't explain it. There are things out there in the darkness, things that defy rational explanation, and sometimes they ride the night bus waiting for unsuspecting passengers. To this day, I can't see a hooded figure without my heart rate increasing. I avoid traveling alone at night whenever possible. And every now and then, when I'm in a crowded place, I get that familiar tingling sensation at the back of my neck. I look around, but there's never anyone there. But I know that deep down, somewhere out there, those eyes are still watching, waiting for our paths to cross again. So if you ever find yourself on a nearly empty bus late at night and feel like you're being watched, trust your instincts, because sometimes the monsters we fear aren't just in our imagination. Sometimes they're sitting right behind us, hidden in plain sight, waiting for the right moment to strike. As for me, I'll stick to traveling in broad daylight from now on. Some trips just aren't worth the risk, because you never know who or what might be sharing your ride. Next story. The moment I saw the gleam in the lake guardian's eyes, I knew we had made a terrible mistake. Our romantic getaway had suddenly turned into a fight for survival, and the quaint inn we had stumbled upon was anything but the cozy retreat it appeared to be. I'm Emily, and my boyfriend Tom and I had been planning this trip for months. We were both swamped with work, me with my law firm and Tom with his startup, and we desperately needed some time away from the city when Tom found this charming B&B online, tucked away in the countryside. That seemed perfect. Picturesque, secluded, and run by a sweet elderly couple. At least that's what we thought. The drive there was beautiful, with winding country roads and rolling hills. As the GPS signal grew fainter, I felt the stress of the city melt away. Tom leaned over and squeezed my hand, a smile on his face I hadn't seen in weeks. "Almost there," he said, as we turned onto a narrow dirt road. "Can you believe this place? It looks like something out of a fairy tale." I had to agree that the old Victorian house in sight was stunning, with its wraparound porch and gingerbread trim. The flower beds overflowed with colorful blooms, and a well-manicured gravel path led to the front door. It was almost too perfect. As we pulled up, the front door swung open, and there stood our hosts, Mr. and Mrs. Wilkins. The Wilkins were the picture of small-town charm, he in a cardigan and bow tie, she in a floral dress and apron. They waved enthusiastically as we got out of the car. "Welcome, welcome," Mrs. Wilkins called, her voice sweet as syrup. "We're so glad you got here safely. Come in, you must be exhausted from your trip." Mr. Wilkins insisted on carrying our bags, despite Tom's protests, as we followed them inside. I couldn't shake the uncomfortable feeling that something wasn't right. Their smiles were a little too wide, their hospitality a little too eager. The interior of the B&B was as charming as the exterior, filled with antique furniture and quirky knickknacks. But there was something about it that seemed staged, like a movie set rather than a real home. "Your room is just up these stairs," Mrs. Wilkins said, leading the way. "It's our best room, perfect for a young couple like you." The room was beautiful, with a 4-poster bed and a view of the surrounding countryside, but as Mrs. Wilkins fiddled with the curtains and Mr. Wilkins put our bags on the floor, I noticed that they exchanged a quick glance, just a flash. But in that moment, I saw something cold and calculating in his eyes. "Dinner will be served at 7, announced Mrs. Wilkins. "I hope you'll join us. I've prepared something special." As soon as they left, Tom lay down on the bed with a sigh of satisfaction. "This place is amazing, Em. You were worried for nothing." I tried to smile, but it seemed forced. "Yes, it's great. I'm just tired, I think. Let's freshen up and go down to dinner." The dining room was cozy, with a crackling fireplace and a table set for 4. The Wilkinses were already seated, smiling at us as we entered. Sit down," said Mr. Wilkins. "Martha has outdone herself in the kitchen tonight." The food was delicious, I have to admit, but as we ate, I couldn't help but notice how the Wilkins watched us intently, asking questions about our lives, our jobs, our families. There was an intensity to their curiosity that made me more nervous. "More wine, dear?" Mrs. Wilkins asked, already filling my glass before I could answer. I took a sip to be polite, but my head was already spinning. Tom, on the other hand, was on his 3rd glass and getting more and more excited. "This is amazing. You guys are just the best, aren't you?" I nodded, trying to get his attention to somehow communicate that we needed to be cautious, but he was oblivious, caught up in the Wilkins charm offensive. As the night wore on, my unease grew. The Wilkins' smiles never changed, but their eyes seemed to grow colder and more predatory. Practically dragging Tom away from the table and back to our room, I tried to talk to Tom about my concerns, but he dismissed them. "You're being paranoid," he said, his words slightly slurred. "They're just nice people. Relax, okay? That's why we're here." I wanted to argue, but exhaustion was getting the better of me. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was just the stress of the city making me nervous. I fell into a restless sleep, plagued by strange dreams of being watched. A noise woke me in the middle of the night. At first, I thought it was part of my dream, but then I heard it again, a soft creaking, as if someone were walking on old floorboards. I whispered to Tom, shaking him, but he was unconscious, snoring softly. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting sinister shadows across the room. When my eyes adjusted, I could swear I saw the doorknob slowly turning. I held my breath, wanting it to be my imagination, but then the door began to open, agonizingly inch by inch, and a figure stood silhouetted against the darkness of the hallway. I wanted to scream to wake Tom and do something, but I was paralyzed with fear. The figure took a step into the room, and at that moment, I recognized the outline of Mrs. Wilkins in a floral dress. She approached the bed with an unnatural grace, something glinting in her hand. A knife. My mind raced, trying to understand what was happening. This couldn't be real. It had to be a nightmare. When she reached the foot of the bed, I found my voice. "What are you doing?" She slowly turned her head toward me. In the dim light, I could see her face. Her gentle expression was gone, replaced by something inhuman, something hungry. "Oh my God," she said, her voice no longer sweet but harsh and cold. "You shouldn't have woken up." I screamed, and finally Tom woke up, sitting up confused and groggy, while Mrs. Wilkins advanced toward us. What followed was a blur of movement and terror. Tom, still half asleep, fought Mrs. Wilkins while I searched for my phone, but there was no signal, no way to call for help. "Push Mrs. Wilkins back, get out of here," Tom yelled. I hesitated for a split second, torn between helping Tom and getting help, but then Mr. Wilkins appeared in the doorway. His gentle demeanor was replaced by the same predatory look as his wife. I ran past Mr. Wilkins and down the stairs, my bare feet pounding the cold wooden floor. I could hear Tom screaming and the sounds of a struggle, but I didn't look back. I ran out the front door and into the cold night air, panting and sobbing. The gravel path cut into my feet as I ran toward our car, searching my pajama pocket for the keys. As I unlocked the car, I heard the front door of the B&B open. Mr. Wilkins was standing on the porch, his face contorted into something almost inhuman. "You can't leave," he shouted, his voice a guttural growl. "No one ever leaves." With trembling hands, I managed to unlock the car and threw myself inside, locking the doors. When Mr. Wilkins reached the car, he pounded on the window, his face pressed against the glass, his eyes wild and hungry. I turned the key, praying the engine would start, but for a moment it just sputtered. Mercifully, it roared to life, nearly running over Mr. Wilkins as I backed out of the driveway and sped down the dirt road. In the rearview mirror, I could see the Wilkins standing in the middle of the road, watching me drive away. And in the upstairs window, I caught a glimpse of Tom's face, pale and terrified. With tears streaming down my face, the image of Tom in the window was etched in my mind. I should have made him come with me. I should have done anything to save him. When I finally reached a town and found a police station, they didn't believe me. They said I must be hysterical, that I must have had a nightmare or a bad reaction to something I ate. When we returned to the site, there was no Victorian house, no Wilkins, no Tom, just an empty field where I swore the house had been. It's been 2 years since that night, and I haven't stopped searching for answers. I've searched the internet, hired private investigators, and even tried to return to where the B&B was supposed to be. But it's as if it never existed. Every night, I still hear Mrs. Wilkins' voice, coldly saying, "You shouldn't have woken up." And I wonder if I really escaped, or if I'm still trapped in that nightmarish B&B, living out a twisted fantasy of escape. All I know is that if you're driving down a lonely country road and come across a charming inn that seems too good to be true, keep driving. Because some places aren't meant to be found, and some hosts aren't what they seem, and if you're not careful, you may check in, but you'll never check out. Next story. The ancient symbols carved into the tree bark seem to pulsate with an otherworldly energy that draws me deeper into the forest. As a park ranger, I had walked these trails thousands of times, but I had never seen anything like this before. Little did I know that my discovery would plunge me into a world of ancient rituals and unspeakable horrors lurking in the heart of the wilderness. My name is Sarah, and I have been a park ranger at Whispering Pines National Park for over a decade. I thought I knew these forests intimately, every twist and turn of the trails, every secret they held, but that day proved me terribly wrong. It all started as a routine patrol. The autumn air was crisp and the leaves crunched under my boots as I made my way along the less traveled trails. I love this time of year, the vibrant colors, the smell of decaying leaves, the silence that settled over the forest as it prepared for winter. I had been walking for about 2 hours when I first noticed something strange, a tree near the trail with odd marks on its trunk. At first, I thought it might be vandalism. We had had problems with that before. But as I got closer, I realized that this was not the work of bored teenagers or overly zealous hikers. The symbols were intricate, clearly carved with precision and care. They looked ancient and resembled Norse runes or Celtic knots, but they were unlike anything I had ever seen in my archaeological studies. And there was something else, a faint glow emanating from the grooves, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. I reached out to touch the carvings, my fingers trembling slightly. The moment my skin made contact, a shock of energy coursed through me, causing me to stumble backward. Suddenly, the world around me seemed more vivid. Colors became brighter, sounds more intense, and for a moment I could have sworn I heard whispers in the wind speaking in a language I couldn't understand. Trying to ignore that strange feeling, I grabbed my camera to document the find. But when I tried to take a picture, the screen went haywire, refusing to focus on the symbols. It was as if they didn't want to be captured. I intended to inform the park archaeologist, but when I turned to continue my patrol, I noticed more symbols on a nearby tree, and on another beyond that, forming a trail that led deeper into the forest, away from the marked paths. Every instinct told me to go back and call for backup before continuing my investigation, but my curiosity was too strong. I had to know where those symbols led, what they meant. As I followed the trail of marked trees, the forest around me began to change. The trees grew denser, their branches intertwined high above to block out the sky. The air became heavy and thick, filled with an earthy, almost metallic smell. And all the while, the whispers continued. I lost track of how long I had been walking when I stumbled into a clearing. What I saw there made me stop in my tracks, and my breath catch in my throat. In the center of the clearing was a circle of standing stones, each at least 10 feet tall, covered with the same symbols I had seen on the trees. But here they glowed more intensely, their light pulsing in unison. The ground inside the circle was bare. The grass and undergrowth had been removed to reveal dark, rich soil. But it was what stood in the center of the stone circle that truly froze me to the bone. A stone altar, its surface stained dark with what I hoped wasn't blood, and surrounding it, a collection of objects that seemed to belong in a nightmare. Bones, feathers, strange crystals, and things I couldn't even identify. I stood at the edge of the clearing, my mind reeling as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. I knew about ancient cultures and ruins, but things like this didn't exist, not in the real world, not in my forest. As I struggled with my disbelief, a branch snapped behind me. My heart raced, and I found myself face to face with an old man who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. His face aged and serious as he stared at me. "You shouldn't be here," he said in his hoarse, low voice, "for this place is not for the uninitiated." I opened my mouth to respond and demand answers, but before I could speak, more figures emerged from the trees. They wore dark clothes, and their faces were hidden in deep hoods. They moved with an unnatural grace, forming a loose circle around me. "What is this place? Who are you?" I managed to ask. The old man's expression softened a little. "We are the Guardians," he said. "We protect the ancient ways, the ancient magic that still remains in places like this." "Magic?" I repeated, incredulous. "That's impossible." A humorless smile crossed the old man's face. "Many things are possible in this world, Ranger, more than you can imagine." As if to prove his point, he raised his hand, and the symbols on the standing stones came to life, their glow intensifying until it was almost blinding. The whispers I had been hearing grew louder, and I felt the ground beneath my feet begin to shake. Panic seized me. I had to get out of there. I had to report what I had found. But when I turned to run, I found my path blocked by the robed figures, who remained silent and motionless, an impenetrable wall between me and escape. "You have a choice to make," said the old man, his voice cutting through the cacophony of whispers. "You can learn our ways and become part of something greater than yourself, or—" He stepped back, but the threat was clear in his eyes. I looked around for a way out, but I was surrounded, trapped in this impossible situation. "Why me?" I asked, pausing to think of a plan. "Why show me all this?" One of the robed figures spoke, their voice ethereal and androgynous. "The forest led you here. It sees something in you." I shook my head, still in shock, trying to accept what was happening. "This is crazy. I'm a forest ranger, not a chosen one." The old man moved closer, his eyes fixed on mine. "The forest makes no mistakes in matters such as this. You were brought here for a reason. The only question is whether you will accept your destiny." As he spoke, the energy in the clearing seemed to intensify. The glowing symbols pulsed faster, the whispers grew louder, and I could feel a strange pressure building in the air around us, as if the forest itself were holding its breath, waiting for my answer. I looked at the old man, watching me expectantly. Part of me was terrified and wanted nothing more than to wake up from this nightmare and return to my normal life. But another part, a part I barely recognized, was intrigued and curious about the secrets these people held. "If I said yes," I said slowly, "what would happen next?" The old man's face broke into a genuine smile. "Then your true journey would begin. You will learn things you never dreamed possible and see wonders beyond imagination. But be warned that this path is not easy. There will be trials and sacrifices to be made." I took a deep breath, weighing my options. On the one hand, I could try to run away and report what I had found, but deep down, I knew I would never succeed. And even if I did, who would believe me? On the other hand, saying yes meant entering a world I didn't understand, leaving behind everything I knew. It was terrifying, but also exciting. At that moment, Standing in that impossible clearing, surrounded by ancient magic, I made my choice. I want to learn. The elder nodded solemnly and let the initiation begin. What happened next is difficult to describe. The robed figures began to chant, their voices mingling with the whispers that filled the air. The symbols on the stones glowed with intense light, and I felt a wave of energy pass through me. It was painful and ecstatic at the same time, as if I were being undone and remade in the blink of an eye. I fell to my knees, gasping for breath, and the world around me seemed different, clearer and more vibrant. I could feel the pulse of life in every tree, every blade of grass, and the whispers. I could understand them now. The old man helped me to my feet, a look of pride on his face. "Welcome, sister," he said. "Your new life begins now." As the robed figures gathered around me, welcoming me into their flock, I took one last look at the trail that had brought me here. My old life, my identity as a forest ranger, seemed like a distant memory. I didn't know what challenges awaited me, what secrets I would discover, or what powers I would wield, but I knew one thing for sure: my life would never be the same again. The forest had chosen me, and I had accepted whatever came next. I was ready to face it as we ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, leaving behind the world I knew. I couldn't help but wonder how many other hidden wonders were out there waiting to be discovered, and how many other unsuspecting travelers might come across them, forever changing the course of their lives. Forests had always been guardians of far more secrets than I could ever imagine, and now I was one of them. Next story. The first time I saw the headlights of the other truck in my rearview mirror, I didn't think anything of it. The third time, I knew I was being hunted. The icy highway stretched endlessly before me, a strip of black in a sea of white, and somewhere out there in the darkness, a predator was stalking its prey. My name is Mike, and I've been driving big rigs for almost 2 decades. I've seen a lot of strange things on the road, but nothing could have prepared me for that night on Highway 16. It started out like any other long-haul trip. I was hauling a load of electronics from Seattle to Anchorage, a route I'd driven dozens of times before. The weather forecast warned of an approaching storm, but I figured I could outrun it if I kept going through the night. The temperature dropped quickly, and snow began to fall softly at first, then harder. I turned on my windshield wipers, staring through the windshield at the road ahead. The highway was empty except for my truck. Everyone else had the good sense to stay put for the night. That's when I first noticed the headlights behind me. They appeared suddenly, as if the truck had materialized out of thin air. At first I thought it was probably just another driver trying to beat the storm before it hit hard. But as the minutes passed, I realized something was wrong. The truck behind me was maintaining a constant distance, making no attempt to pass, even when the road widened. Every time I glanced in the mirror, those headlights were there, unblinking. I tried to shake off the uncomfortable feeling by telling myself I was just nervous from too many hours on the road and too much caffeine, but the nagging sense that something was wrong persisted. I decided to test my theory on the next stretch of straight road and eased off the gas, slowing my vehicle down. The truck behind me also slowed down, maintaining the same mysterious distance. "This isn't normal behavior," I muttered to myself. "Let's see what this guy's up to." I pressed down on the accelerator, pushing my truck faster than was strictly safe, given the worsening weather conditions. The other truck matched my speed exactly. Its headlights lit up in my mirrors. Now I was really starting to worry. Who was this person? What did they want? My mind raced through possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. A highway robbery, a sick game of cat and mouse. I grabbed my CB radio with the intention of calling for help, but all I got was static. The storm must have been interfering with the signal. I was alone. The snow was falling harder now, reducing visibility to almost nothing. I could barely see the road ahead of me, let alone any exits or places where I could pull over and lose my pursuer. All I could do was keep driving, hoping to outlast whoever was behind me. Hours seemed to have passed, although the clock on the dashboard told me that only 45 minutes had gone by since I first noticed the other truck. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel, my eyes constantly darting between the road ahead and the rearview mirror. That's when the truck behind me accelerated, pulled up alongside me, and for the first time, I got a good look at it. It was an older model, its paint once white, now a dirty gray, but what really caught my attention was the driver, or rather the lack of one. The truck's cab was empty. I blinked hard, certain that I must be hallucinating, but when I looked again, the seat was still unoccupied. The truck was driving itself, keeping perfect pace with me on the slippery road. Terror gripped me. This wasn't possible. Trucks didn't drive themselves, not here in the middle of nowhere, not in a snowstorm. I must be going crazy, I thought. Before I could process what I was seeing, the ghost truck swerved toward me. I jerked the steering wheel hard, narrowly avoiding a collision, and my trailer swayed dangerously. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought I was going to roll over, but I managed to regain control. But now the game had changed. It wasn't just a matter of following anymore. This thing, whatever it was actively trying to run me off the road. I pushed my truck to its limits, speeding down the highway much faster than was safe. The ghost truck occasionally bumped into me and tried to force me off the road, but I managed to dodge it. But I knew I couldn't keep this up forever. My mind raced, trying to figure out a way out of this nightmare. I needed a town, or a highway patrol outpost, or something, but all I could see through the swirling snow was more road stretching endlessly into the night. Then my headlights illuminated something ahead, a bridge spanning a deep ravine. Immediately a plan formed in my mind, desperate and dangerous, but it was the only plan I had. I slowed down, letting the ghost truck pull up alongside me, and as soon as we reached the bridge, I slammed on the brakes and turned the wheel to the right. My truck skidded sideways, the trailer dragging behind me. I felt a bone-chilling impact as the ghost truck hit my trailer. For a moment, we were locked together, sliding across the icy bridge. Then, with a tearing sound, the ghost truck broke free. I watched in my mirror as it left the bridge, plummeting into the darkness below. I managed to stop my own truck, the cab hanging precariously over the edge of the bridge. For a long moment, I sat there, my hands shaking, my breath coming in irregular gasps. When I finally worked up the courage to look over the edge of the bridge, there was nothing. No wreckage, no sign of impact in the snow-covered valley below. It was as if the ghost truck had never existed. I don't know how long I sat there, trying to understand what had happened. Eventually, I managed to reverse my truck back to safety and continue my journey. The storm passed as suddenly as it had begun, leaving behind a clear, starry sky. When I finally arrived in Anchorage, almost 12 hours later than planned, I tried to report what had happened, but who would believe me? A ghost truck driving itself and trying to run me off the road. They would think I was drunk or hadn't slept or was just crazy, so I kept it to myself, delivered my cargo, and tried to forget about it. But I couldn't shake the memory of those headlights in my mirror, of the empty cab of the truck that had chased me through the night. I still drive that route sometimes, and whenever I do, I find myself watching my rearview mirrors a little more closely, especially when the snow starts to fall, because out there, on the lonely roads of the north, where the night seems endless and storms can appear out of nowhere, anything is possible. And sometimes, I swear I see a pair of headlights in the distance, following a little too close for comfort. When that happens, I push my truck a little faster, grip the steering wheel tighter, and pray that I make it through the night. Because now I know the truth. The roads we travel aren't always as empty as they seem, and not all dangers can be explained, by the laws of nature or man. So, if you're ever driving down a lonely highway late at night and you see a truck in your rearview mirror that seems to be following a little too closely, don't assume it's just another driver. It could be something completely different, something that hunts in the darkness on roads where the living fear to tread. And if you see it, do what I did. Drive fast, drive smart, and don't look inside the cab. Because some things, once seen, can never be unseen. And the ghost truck is always out there, waiting for its next victim on the endless roads of the night. Next story. The first time I saw the townspeople gather in the square at midnight, I thought it was just a quaint local tradition. The third time, I realized I had stumbled upon something much more sinister. This sleepy little town was hiding a dark secret, and my curiosity was about to put me in grave danger. My name is Alex, and I moved to Millbrook just 2 months ago to take a job as the town's social worker, fresh out of graduate school and eager to make a difference. I thought a small town would be the perfect place to start my career, but I didn't know I was walking into a nightmare. Millbrook seemed perfect at first glance. Charming Victorian houses lined the streets, flowers bloomed in every yard, and everyone greeted me with a smile. But there was something strange about those smiles, something that didn't reach the eyes. I first noticed it with Mrs. Henderson, an elderly lady I was helping sign up for meal delivery. As we talked about her grandchildren, her smile never faded, even when she mentioned her late husband. It was as if her face was frozen in a permanent mask of friendliness. On another occasion at the local restaurant, I overheard 2 men arguing in low voices. But the moment they noticed me, they started talking about the weather with the same sinister smiles plastered on their faces. But it was the midnight gatherings that really set off alarm bells. I first saw them by chance when I was up late working on reports. Through my apartment window, I saw a group of people of all ages silently making their way to the town square. Curious, I followed them at a distance, and what I saw froze me to the bone. The entire town seemed to be there, standing in a circle around the old fountain, and they were chanting something in a language I didn't recognize. Their voices were a low, monotonous hum. In the center stood Mayor Wilson, holding what looked like an ancient book. I hid behind a tree, my heart pounding. This couldn't be real. It was like something out of a horror movie. But as I watched, Mayor Wilson raised a knife whose blade glinted in the moonlight. A young woman stepped forward, offering her palm. The knife flashed, and a trickle of blood dripped into the fountain. I must have made a noise because suddenly all heads turned in my direction, dozens of eyes glowing faintly in the darkness, fixed on my hiding place. I ran without stopping until I was safe in my apartment, with all the doors locked and the curtains closed. The next day, everything seemed normal. People went about their business, smiling and waving as if nothing had happened. But now I noticed a subtle error. The perfect lawns, the way everyone moved with almost mechanical precision, the complete lack of crime or discord in a city of this size. I tried to convince myself that I had imagined it all, that stress and lack of sleep had caused some kind of hallucination, but deep down, I knew what I had seen was real. I began to investigate cautiously. At first, I searched through old newspaper archives looking for anything unusual in the town's history. What I found was disturbing. Every few years, there was a wave of missing persons cases. Tourists, new residents who didn't stay long, all disappearing without a trace. The deeper I dug, the more terrifying the picture became. Millbrook had been founded by a cult, a group that believed in sacrificing outsiders to ensure the prosperity and longevity of its members. Somehow, over generations, they had managed to keep their practices secret from the outside world. I knew I had to do something to expose what was happening here, but who could I trust? The police chief was at that meeting, as was my boss at the social services office. For all I knew, they were all in on it. I decided to gather evidence. I bought a hidden camera and began documenting everything I could. The way people's expressions would shift when they thought no one was looking, revealing something inhuman beneath. The strange symbols carved into the foundations of buildings, the chants I recorded from a distance that made my skin crawl when I played them back. The weeks passed and I became increasingly paranoid. I was sure people were watching me, following me. Mrs. Henderson accidentally bumped into me at the supermarket, her hand lingering on my arm as she apologized. One day I found the door to my apartment unlocked, even though I was sure I had locked it. Then came the warnings. A dead bird on the balcony, a note in my mailbox that simply said, "Leave or join us." Tires on my car mysteriously slashed. I knew I had to leave to take my evidence to the authorities, but every time I tried to leave town, something went wrong. My car broke down. A sudden storm destroyed the road. I found myself driving in circles and somehow ended up back in Millbrook, no matter which direction I took. It all came to a head on the night of the harvest moon. I was planning my escape with my bags packed and hidden in my closet when I heard a knock at the door. When I opened it, I found Mayor Wilson standing there, flanked by several town elders. "Alex," he said. His voice was warm, but his eyes were cold. "We need to talk." They entered my apartment, and I knew with a sinking feeling that this was it. They had found out what I knew. "You've been very curious about our little town," Mayor Wilson said, settling into my armchair as if he owned the place. "We appreciate curiosity, Alex. It's what brings new blood to Millbrook. But there's a point where curiosity becomes problematic." I stood my ground, trying to keep my voice steady. "I know about the sacrifices, the cult, all of it. I have evidence that if anything happens to me, it will go straight to the FBI." The mayor's smile didn't waver, but the temperature in the room seemed to drop. "We've been doing this for centuries. You think you're the first to try to expose us?" He gestured, and one of the elders handed him a familiar-looking book. My blood ran cold when I recognized my own diary. "You've been very thorough," Mayor Wilson said, flipping through the pages. "It's really impressive. You could have been a fine addition to our community, but now, well, you've left us with a difficult choice." I backed away, frantically searching for an escape route, but they had me cornered. "You see, Alex," the mayor continued, "Millbrook needs balance. For our prosperity, for our longevity, we must give something in return. We usually prefer voluntary sacrifices. It's cleaner that way. But in cases like yours, exceptions can be made." As he spoke, I noticed a change in the elders. Their skin seemed to ripple. Their features transformed into something inhuman. Their eyes began to glow with the same strange light I had seen in the town square. Mayor Wilson said, rising from his chair with a wicked-looking knife in his hand, "Join us willingly and become part of our community in truth. Or..." He didn't need to finish the sentence. The threat was clear. At that moment, with inhuman creatures approaching me and a madman offering me a cursed salvation, I made my choice and ran. I don't remember much of what happened next. There was a chase through the dark streets of Millbrook, the entire town seeming to come alive with a malevolent purpose. Somehow I made it to the edge of town, my lungs burning, and terror giving me a speed I never knew I possessed. As I crossed the invisible border, I heard a supernatural howl behind me. Looking back, I saw the townspeople standing at the edge of Millbrook, unable or unwilling to go beyond its borders. I didn't stop running until I reached the next town, collapsing in front of the sheriff's office. They didn't believe my story, of course, and when they sent deputies to investigate, they reported that Millbrook seemed perfectly normal. I never returned to that cursed town. I left the state, changed my name, and tried to start a new life, but I've never been able to shake the memories of what I saw there, or the knowledge that somewhere out there, an entire town of monsters continues its dark rituals, hidden in plain sight. Sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear chanting in the wind, and I wonder how many other Millbrooks are out there, their sinister secrets revealed behind fences and friendly smiles. How many unsuspecting people are lured into their web, never to be seen again. I may have escaped, but the horror of Millbrook will haunt me forever, and I know that somewhere out there, Mayor Wilson and his inhumane followers are watching, waiting for the day when I let my guard down, because once you see behind the mask, there's no turning back. Either you're with them, or you're their next sacrifice. Next story. The laughter echoed through the empty corridors, a chilling sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. It wasn't the cheerful laughter of patients enjoying a moment of levity. No, it was something completely different. A sound that had no place in a psychiatric hospital at 2 a.m. I'm Nurse Sarah, and I've been working the night shift at Evergreen Psychiatric Hospital for the past 5 years. I thought I had seen it all. Violent outbursts, bizarre delusions. But nothing could have prepared me for that night, which began as a normal shift. I was doing my rounds, checking on patients and administering medication. The hospital was quiet, except for the occasional muffled snore or creak of the old building settling. I was at the nurses' station catching up on paperwork when I first heard a soft laugh, almost inaudible amid the hum of the fluorescent lights. I looked up, frowning, and realized it was coming from the end of the hall near room 237. This was strange, as the patient in 237, Mr. Johnson, was heavily sedated and shouldn't have been awake, let alone laughing. I got up to investigate, and my footsteps echoed in the empty hallway. As I approached room 237, the laughter grew louder, more maniacal. I hesitated at the door handle. Something felt wrong, very wrong. When I opened the door, the room was dark, lit only by the faint glow of the monitoring equipment. Mr. Johnson was in his bed exactly where he should have been, still and silent. The laughter stopped. I checked his vital signs and everything was normal, but when I turned to leave, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I spun around, my heart pounding, but there was nothing there, just shadows and medical equipment. "Sarah," I muttered to myself, "you're letting your imagination run wild." I tried to focus on my paperwork, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had taken hold of me. The air felt different somehow, as if the very air itself had changed. That's when I heard the laughter again, this time coming from the opposite direction. It was coming from the living room, a space that should have been empty and locked at this hour. Against my better judgment, I went to take a look. The laughter grew louder as I approached. Not just one voice now, but many. It sounded like a party in full swing. I fumbled with the keys, my hand shaking slightly as I unlocked the living room door. The laughter stopped abruptly when I opened it. The room was empty, the chairs stacked against the wall, no sign of patients, no reason for the sounds I had heard. But the air felt heavy, as if something had just vacated the space. I left the room, locking the door behind me, my heart racing and my palms sweaty. What was going on? I decided to do a thorough sweep of the ward, checking every patient room. Everything seemed normal at first. The patients were sleeping peacefully, but with every room I checked, the feeling that something was wrong grew stronger. It was in room 252 that I saw it for a second, as I was turning to leave, a shadow darker than the darkness around it moving across the wall. It wasn't cast by anything in the room. It moved independently, flowing like smoke. I blinked hard and it disappeared, but I knew what I had seen. My rational mind tried to explain it away, a trick of the light, exhaustion, but deep down I knew the truth. Back at the nurses' station, I found that my colleague Mike had arrived to do his medication rounds. "Mike," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "did you notice anything strange tonight?" He looked at me strangely. As I hesitated, not wanting to sound crazy, I just muttered, "Strange noises, shadows where they shouldn't be." Mike's expression changed. A flash of fear crossed his face before he composed himself. "It's probably nothing. This old building makes all kinds of noises." But I could tell he was hiding something. "Mike, what aren't you telling me?" He sighed, looking around as if afraid of being heard. I didn't want to say anything because I thought I was imagining things, but since you asked, yes, I've been seeing things, hearing things. It's gotten worse in the last few weeks. A chill ran down my spine. What kind of things? Shadows that move on their own. Whispers when no one's around. He looked uncomfortable. What about the patients? I pressed. They've also been talking about seeing things, even the ones who are usually lucid. They say there's something in the hospital, something that comes out at night. I was about to respond when a scream pierced the air, high-pitched and terrified. We both jumped and ran toward the sound coming from room 224, where Angela, a schizophrenic patient who was normally calm with her medication, was staying. We entered the room and found Angela cowering in the corner, her eyes wide with fear. "There! Here!" she screamed. "Can't you see them? They're everywhere." I approached her cautiously. "Angela, it's okay. You're safe. There's nothing here." But as I said this, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. The shadows in the room seemed to be transforming into almost human shapes. But not quite. Angela pointed a trembling finger over my shoulder. "Behind you." For a split second, I clearly saw a figure made of darkness. Its edges were blurred and shifting. It had no face, just a void where its features should have been. Mike had seen it too, judging by his pale face and shocked expression. "What the hell was that?" he whispered. Before I could answer, the lights began to flicker, the temperature in the room plummeted, and our breath became visible in the suddenly icy air. Angela's terrified moans were drowned out by a chorus of whispers that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. The shadows were moving again, but this time they didn't retreat. They spread across the walls and floor, extending themselves with tentacles of darkness. I felt a touch on my arm, cold as ice and undeniably real. I grabbed Angela with one hand and Mike with the other, and we ran out of the room. Behind us, the entire wing was in chaos. Patients were screaming, alarms were ringing, and the shadows were chasing us, running through the corridors like a torrent of ink. We ran to the exit, but the doors wouldn't budge. The emergency exit was in the basement. We ran down the stairs, darkness chasing us. I could hear other footsteps joining ours, those of staff and patients, all fleeing from the approaching shadows. The basement was pitch black, but Mike found the emergency exit hitting the push bar. For a moment, I thought it wouldn't open, but it gave way, and we stepped out into the fresh night air. We didn't stop running until we reached the parking lot. Looking back, I saw shadows writhing in the hospital windows, as if the entire building was being consumed from within. At that moment, I realized that nothing would ever be the same again. We had seen something that defied explanation, something that destroyed our understanding of reality. The authorities arrived shortly after, drawn by the alarms and our frantic cries. They evacuated the building but found no trace of the shadows or anything unusual. The official report blamed a gas leak for the mass hallucination. But I know what I saw. We all did. Something ancient and malevolent had awakened at Evergreen Psychiatric Hospital. Whether it had always been there, feeding on the fears and delusions of the patients, or whether it had been summoned by some unknown force, I will never know. I quit my job the next day. I couldn't set foot in that building again. Many others did the same. The hospital closed shortly after, unable to recover from the scandal and hire new staff willing to work there. When I pass by the abandoned building at night, I swear I can hear faint laughter echoing from its dark windows, and I wonder if it's really empty, or if we left those poor souls to face the darkness alone. I don't know if I'll ever have answers, but one thing is certain: I will never look at shadows the same way again. For now, I know that sometimes the things we dismiss as tricks of the light or figments of our imagination are very real, and are waiting in the dark corners of old buildings and in the recesses of our minds, ready to emerge when the night is long and our guard is down. Next story. The moment the rusty metal door opened, I knew we had made a terrible mistake. The stale air that came out carried the stench of decay and something else, something ancient and malevolent, but it was too late to turn back. We had already gone too far, and our curiosity would be our undoing. My name is Jake, and I never thought that a weekend hike with my friends would turn into a nightmare that would haunt me for the rest of my life. There were 5 of us in total. Me, my best friend Tom, his girlfriend Sarah, and our college classmates Mike and Lisa. We had been planning this trip for months, eager to explore the remote wilderness of the Appalachian Mountains. The hike started off great. The weather was perfect, cool and pleasant, with a clear blue sky above us. We joked and laughed along the trail, enjoying the breathtaking views of the forest-covered mountains. Tom was the first to spot the old mine shaft. We had left the main trail in search of a shortcut to the campsite when he shouted, "Hey guys, look at that." We gathered around and looked at the half-hidden entrance, partially obscured by vegetation. The wooden supports were rotten and fallen, and a rusty sign warned of danger. But there was something alluring about it, a mystery that begged to be explored. "It's not safe," said Sarah, voicing the concern we all felt. But Mike, always the most adventurous, was already pulling out his flashlight. "Come on, where's your sense of adventure?" I should have sided with Sarah, should have insisted we turn back, but the allure of the unknown was too strong. I found myself saying, "What's the worst that could happen?" Those words would come back to haunt me. The entrance was narrower than it appeared, and we had to squeeze through one at a time. The beam from Mike's flashlight barely penetrated the darkness, revealing a tunnel that stretched into the darkness. The air was thick and musty, and I could hear water dripping somewhere in the distance. "This is amazing," Tom whispered, his voice echoing slightly. "Imagine what we could find down here." We went deeper into the mine, and our excitement gradually gave way to a growing sense of unease. The tunnel twisted and turned, taking us further underground. I tried to keep track of our route, but it soon became impossible. We were lost in a maze of dark passages. That's when we found the first body. Mike's flashlight beam passed through it, and for a moment we were all horrified. It was little more than a skeleton dressed in the tattered remains of what might have been mining equipment, but it wasn't an old corpse. The bones were clean, as if they had been polished. "We need to get out of here," Lisa said, her voice trembling. "Now." As we turned to leave, we realized with growing panic that we couldn't remember which way we had come. All the tunnels looked the same in the dim light of our flashlights. "Calm down, everyone," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Let's pick a direction and follow it. We'll find the way out." Finally, we chose a tunnel at random and started walking. But with every step we took, the feeling that we were going deeper into the mine grew stronger. The air grew colder, and the silence was broken only by the sound of our breathing and the occasional dripping of water. That's when we heard a sound that made my blood run cold. It was a low, guttural growl echoing from somewhere in the darkness behind us. "What was that?" Sarah whispered, grabbing Tom's arm. Before anyone could answer, we heard it again, closer this time. And then, in the beam of our flashlights, we saw something move. It was unlike anything I had ever seen before. At first I thought it was a man, but as it got closer, I realized how wrong I was. Its body was emaciated, skin stretched over elongated limbs. Its face was a nightmare, sunken eyes that glowed faintly in the dark and a mouth full of sharp teeth. Panic spurred us on, and we raced through the tunnels without caring any more about finding the exit, desperate only to escape the creature behind us. I could hear its growls echoing off the walls, growing louder as it caught up to us. We entered a large cavern, and for a moment, I thought we might have found a way out. But then our flashlights revealed the horror that awaited us. The cave was filled with bones, hundreds, maybe thousands of skeletons scattered across the floor. And not all of them were human. Some were twisted and malformed, as if they belonged to creatures that shouldn't exist. "My God," Lisa moaned. "What is this place?" But we didn't have time to think about it. The creature burst into the cave behind us, and it wasn't alone. More of them came from other tunnels. their eyes glowing with hunger. "There!" Tom shouted, pointing to a narrow crack in the far wall. It was our only chance. We ran toward it, with the creatures hot on our heels. I could feel their hot breath on the back of my neck when we reached the crack. Sarah went first, then Lisa. Mike was next, but when he tried to squeeze through, he got stuck on his backpack. I could see the terror in his eyes when he realized he was trapped. "Go, get out of here," he shouted to me and Tom. I wanted to argue, to try to free him, but there was no time. Tom pushed me toward the crack, and I squeezed through, the rough rock scraping my skin. The last thing I saw before darkness engulfed me was Mike turning to face the horde of monsters, his face contorted in grim determination. The crack led us into a narrow tunnel that, luckily, went upward. We crawled, climbed, and dragged ourselves toward the surface, running with our lungs burning, driven by the sounds of pursuit still echoing behind us. Finally, mercifully, we saw the light ahead. With one last burst of speed, we left the mine and headed for the fading daylight, not stopping until we reached our camp, collapsing on the ground and gasping for air. It was only then that we realized the full horror of what had happened. Mike had disappeared into that nightmarish cave, and we had no idea if the creatures could follow us into the world above. We broke camp in record time, not even bothering to pack everything properly. The walk back to the car was a blur of fear and exhaustion. We drove straight to the nearest police station, but our story was met with skepticism and concern for our mental state. The authorities searched the area we described, but found no trace of Mike or the mine entrance we described. It was as if everything had disappeared, swallowed up by the mountains. In the days and weeks that followed, we tried to make sense of what had happened. Maybe it had been a shared hallucination, a bad trip caused by some toxic gas in the mine. But deep down we all knew the truth. What we had seen was real, as impossible as it seemed. We made a pact never to talk about it again and to try to move on with our lives. But the nightmares persisted. In my dreams, I was back in that cave, surrounded by bones and glowing eyes, hearing Mike's last scream echoing in the darkness. I never went hiking again, and as far as I know, neither did the others. We drifted apart, each of us dealing with the trauma in our own way. But sometimes, late at night, I get a message from one of them, just one word: remember. And I know they're awake too, haunted by the memories. I don't know what those creatures were or why they were there. Some ancient underground species, the results of some terrible experiment, or something even worse. I'll probably never know, but one thing is certain. There are things in this world that defy explanation. Horrors that lurk just below the surface of what we think we know. And sometimes curiosity leads us to places we should never go. If you're hiking in the mountains and come across an old abandoned mine shaft, do yourself a favor. Keep walking. Don't look back. And whatever you do, don't go in, because you never know what might be waiting in the darkness, hungry for its next victim. As for me, I'll stick to the well-trodden paths from now on, always looking over my shoulder, always wondering if one day these creatures will find their way to the surface. And if they do, may God help us. Next story. The first crackling sound could have been a deer, the second perhaps a raccoon, but the third, followed by a low growl, was when I knew our family was in danger. My name is Jack, and I've been taking my family camping for years. My wife Sarah and our children Emma 10 and Liam 8 always looked forward to our annual retreat into nature. This year we chose a remote location in Adira, miles from the nearest town or cell phone signal. It was supposed to be an escape from the chaos of modern life, but it turned into a nightmare. I'll never forget the day that started out so perfectly. We hiked to the campsite, set up our tent, and spent the afternoon exploring the surrounding woods. As night fell, we gathered around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and telling stories. The kids were laughing, the stars were shining, and for a moment, everything seemed right in the world. It was shortly after midnight when I first heard a rustling in the underbrush, too heavy to be small wildlife. My eyes strained to penetrate the darkness beyond the glow of our campfires. "What is it, honey?" Sarah asked, sensing my tension. I forced a smile. "Probably nothing. I'll just go take a look." I grabbed our flashlight and stood up, pointing the beam into the forest. The light caught a pair of eyes that reflected back at me for just a second before disappearing. "What's out there?" Sarah asked, startled. "It's just some animals, honey," I replied in a calm voice. "Nothing to worry about. Why don't you and Liam get ready for bed?" While Sarah took the children to the tent, I scanned our camp perimeter again. Nothing seemed out of place, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every crackling twig, every rustling leaf made me nervous. The kids finally fell asleep, but Sarah and I stayed awake, listening. We heard footsteps around our tent, heavy, deliberate footsteps that no animal would make. Sarah's hand found mine in the darkness, squeezing it tightly. "Jack," she whispered, her voice trembling, "what do we do?"